All right. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the May Board of Regents meeting. I know we have a very busy schedule over the next day and a half or so. So I think we should just dive right in. Just a quick note that this meeting is being recorded and it's being live streamed as well. So let's dive in. Amy, if you would start us off with taking roll.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Lozar. Chair Lozar.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Nice-Tune.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Buchanan.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Sexton.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Rogers.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Thank you. Regent Bao.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Thank you. Governor Gianforte will be represented by Dylan Plattmeyer, who will be joining us a little later this morning. And Superintendent Arnson will also be joining us, but speaking to the board tomorrow. Thank you, Chair Lozar.
Excellent. Thank you, Amy. And again, good morning. It's awesome to see everybody in the same room. It's been a year and a half or so. So it's wonderful to see each and every one of you, and welcome to the meeting. Our May meeting is always a time of a celebration as we recognize and honor our graduates across the Montana University system. But I think we can all agree that this year's graduating class has navigated very unprecedented challenges. I just want to take a moment to recognize and to congratulate each and every one of our graduates this year. You showed incredible determination, and we look forward to seeing the many contributions each of you will certainly make in the state of Montana and beyond. I also want to thank all of our students for your perseverance and flexibility this year. We appreciate each of you and your commitment to furthering your educational goals during a year like no other. And finally, I want to recognize the thousands of Montana University system faculty, staff, administrators, campus leaders who truly made this year possible. We are in awe of your dedication to the education, safety, and well-being of our students. And we know much was asked of you, but we're really grateful to each and every one of you. And on behalf of the board, thank you. Under normal circumstances, we would be on the campus of Great Falls College, MSU, for this meeting. Actually, one of my favorite stops on the Montana Board of Regents meeting cycle. While we can't be there in person, I want to recognize everyone at Great Falls College and welcome Dean Wolfe to the meeting, who we will hear from shortly. As the Regents know, Dean Wolfe is retiring in just a few short weeks after a decades-long career in higher education. Dean Wolfe has been a true champion of Great Falls College, MSU, and for the entire Great Falls community. She has made inroads in so many different ways in Great Falls. While her leadership, energy, and passion will be deeply missed, we know she has many plans for retirement. We also know she will keep a close eye on her efforts at the Montana University system. So thank you, Dean Wolfe, for your service to the Montana University system, to the students of Great Falls College, and to the state of Montana. Before I turn it over to Dean Wolfe, I wanted to highlight our agenda over the next couple days. The commissioner and his staff will kick off things off this morning by giving us an update on a few critical topics, including the COVID-19 recommendations, the recently concluded legislative session, and the Apply Montana portal, which is streamlining the admissions process to campuses within the Montana University system. The commissioner will also present the Regents Award for Excellence, which is always a highlight of our May meeting. Following the commissioner's report, we will hear from the governor's newly appointed Education Workforce Policy Advisor, Dylan Plattmeyer. Dylan, thank you for joining us today, and we really look forward to working with you and Governor Gianforte. This afternoon, the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee will give us an update on the MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force, as well as research initiatives and graduate education. And before we conclude this evening, we'll hear about dual enrollment from the 2-year and community college committee. Tomorrow morning, we're going to start the day with a virtual conversation with the Montana Associated Students representatives. And then we will reconvene the board meeting at 8:30 and receive a report from Superintendent Elsie Arnson and the Office of Public Instruction. We will then take up several significant items in the Budget, Admin, and Audit Committee, including the committee's recommendation for tuition and fee rates for the upcoming biennium, the state allocation to the individual units of the Montana University system, as well as the distribution of performance funding. Before we adjourn tomorrow, the board will also hold the election of officers, which occurs at every May meeting. So that's a brief look at what we have before us. But before we move on, I will ask Amy to walk us through any housekeeping matters for today's meeting.
Thank you, Chair Unsworth. Good morning, everybody. I think we're all very used to Zoom at this point. But as we do navigate through committees and items, if you are presenting, please do be prepared to unmute yourself, turn your camera on when prompted, or approach the podium in your campus Zoom room if that's where you're joining us from. OCHI staff will be assisting behind the scenes to help with your prompts throughout the meeting. Once your presentation is finished, your camera will be turned off. As you all know, Zoom, the system will alert you if your line's muted or unmuted, video is turned on or off, or if a raised hand has been acknowledged. At any point you need to step away from the meeting, please just ensure you're muted and that your video is turned off. If you wish to ask a question or make a comment, simply use the raise your hand feature. A time is scheduled later for public comment and additional instructions will come at that time. Written public comment may be emailed to me at aunsworth@montana.edu. If at any point you run into technical issues, please email Jared Smith at jsmith@montana.edu. Jared is on standby to assist. Thank you, Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Amy. So we'll turn to the agenda and look at the approval of minutes for March 11th, as well as May 19th. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Nicetoon. Any discussions or corrections from members of the board? From the campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Okay, with that, we'll turn it over to Dean Wolfe of Great Falls College. Dean Wolfe.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be with all of you, even though we aren't together. I believe I'm correct in the fact that this might be my 54th Board of Regents meeting. I'm not quite sure if my math is correct or not. I'm looking at folks. Okay, I think everything's working okay. I'm looking at the technology. You're going to be seeing a video in a few minutes that was produced by our amazing IT staff and also our Director of Communications and Marketing. You will also, later this afternoon during the two-year committee meeting, you will be hearing the 8-week advantage, which is one of the innovations, one of the many innovations that we have done here at the college. So indeed, it's my pleasure to stand in front of all of you one more time before I do retire. And Amy, we're ready for the video. Welcome to Great Falls College, MSU. We are an innovative, student-centered, community-focused college that reaches students where they live and work.
I love it. I mean, I wouldn't want to be doing anything else. This is where I want to be.
The schedule was very open to what I needed. I could do online classes or in-person classes.
The class sizes are very individualized, so it was that more one-on-one instruction, but also big enough to where you still have that college experience.
So my husband is military and I need a job to kind of help travel, and cybersecurity is great. The job market's great, the pay's great. I feel like I could find a job anywhere.
I chose Great Falls because I wanted to stay in Montana and it's close to home for me. And the people here are awesome, very friendly and fun. As far as jobs go, the possibilities are endless.
Moving here and going to school was tough. I have a family with 3 kids and a husband, and moving away from our support system was hard. If you want something and you have the determination to do it, nobody can take your education away from you.
All the teachers here were willing to kind of give you the extra treatment if you needed help. Nobody's going to go by the wayside.
What attracted me was playing with fire at first and molten metal, but then I decided to give the program a shot and I ended up enjoying it, and it's what I want to do now as a career.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susan Wolfe. I'm the CEO Dean at Great Falls College, MSU, and I want to welcome you to this campus. Many of the things you see and hear today also represent my 2-year colleagues and their colleges as well. We love telling the success stories of our students and our graduates. What you heard is because of the excellence of our faculty and our staff. To learn more, here are a few segments of behind-the-scenes innovations leading to the success stories that you just heard and show how the college reaches out to our students where they live and where they work.
Hi, I'm Troy Stoddard, the Director of the Advising Career Center. In 2018, we switched over to the 8-week Advantage because we knew our students sometimes encountered obstacles in 16-week semesters. The 8-week blocks have allowed students to concentrate on fewer classes at once in shorter bursts, and you can see early retention numbers are encouraging. It's one way we are reaching students where they live.
Hi, I'm Lauren Swant, Nursing Program Director here at Great Falls College. When industry partners told us we needed to create career ladders for their CNAs to become licensed practical nurses to fill the huge void of LPNs across rural Montana, we listened, offering both a face-to-face and distance LPN program. We created a part-time distance track to our program so working professionals could continue supporting their families while upskilling. We have students from all across Montana, from Glendive to Hamilton to Browning and Lewistown. And I want to share that despite the pandemic, our registered nursing students passed their boards at the highest rate ever in 2020, beating both the Montana and national averages as we continued to support and encourage them in their homes even after graduation.
The healthcare industry in Montana is a key partner for all of our 2-year colleges. We worked with City College and we worked with Gallatin College to form the One MSU network, and that was thanks to the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. All 3 of the campuses will be able to reach students where they live and work. Our respiratory therapy program is piloting this exciting work using the successful model of our surgical tech program, and that already has cohorts in Billings and Bozeman.
Hi, I'm Steve Robinette. I'm the Program Director for Computer Technology Programs here at Great Falls College. Soon we're going to be graduating our first class of cybersecurity students to fill the job voids across Montana and the U.S. in cybersecurity. We were incredibly pleased to have the Department of Administration start an internship program in which our students participated, and even more pleased when we heard how well the students did in that program. We're also very happy to have been designated as a Center of Academic Excellence by the Department of Homeland Security and the National Security Agency.
And now we are proud to show you the culmination of 6 years of hard work and bipartisan support of the 2019 legislature. Let's take a tour of our new dental building. The Dental Addition supports both dental assisting and dental hygiene programs. The expansion increases the comfort and privacy of our clinic's patients and allows our dental assisting and our dental hygiene students to work in a setting that replicates those in which they will work. Most importantly, it will allow the only dental hygiene program in the state to graduate 7 more students each year to help fill the need of hygienists across the state. Thank you so much for allowing me to show off this college, the one that I love so much, one more time before I retire. We're excited to welcome Dr. Stephanie Erdman to Great Falls College, MSU, the communities, and to the region. The future of the college is bright with her leadership, and I know many here at the college and the community are very eager to take her and her husband, Dave, out fishing on the Missouri River. So thank you for watching with us. There are so many things I want to say and I want you to see. If you could see the dental edition now, it's amazing. Every day I go down and it's more complete. All of the cabinetry is in, they're laying the linoleum now. Most of the painting is done. We're going to be on budget, on time. We will have students in that facility in August for fall semester. So I'm very, very excited. I think our taxpayers and certainly the legislators, bipartisan support, they'll be so proud when they come for the ribbon cutting to see what we have done and use those dollars very, very wisely. So I'd like to see if there are any questions from the regents before I go into doing some thank yous.
Are there any questions from members of the board? Seeing no questions, Dean Wolfe.
Okay,
go for it.
Thank you. So I did let Amy and the commissioner know yesterday that I had 4 pages of thank yous, but I want to remind the commissioner that he can always hold up his red folder to say that it's time for me to be done. So bear with me. I absolutely have loved this institution for 9 years. I certainly want to thank President Cruzado and the commissioner for hiring me and bringing me back to my beloved state. And I think back through the years, you all know me. I love people. I talk to anyone. I make relationships happen very easily. My children used to say to me when they were young and we'd go to the grocery store, "Mom, could we please just go in and get groceries and you not talk to everyone?" Well, that hasn't changed. I continue to do that. And my parents and the rest of my family have always been strong advocates for education. I think they are very proud of the work that we have done here. I really do want to call out today the work of my wonderful colleagues at the 2-year institutions. They have been excellent mentors as we went through the Rev-Up grant, when we went through the Healthcare Montana grant, and the work that they do each and every day for the students that we all love and to build our communities. And I certainly want to thank everyone in the office at Ncaa, certainly the regents, and all of my colleagues at MSU, especially, who have mentored me, who have welcomed me, and many who have kept me out of trouble, and you know who you are. And to the community of Great Falls, what I want to say is, I've kept my promise to you, to work for you and the region. We have worked hard together for our economic, workforce, and community development, and it's my desire to continue that work into the future. And again, lastly, to our legislators, the bipartisan support, for your support of this gem, you've invested in us, Great Falls College, Montana State University. And to Dr. Erdman, I hope you're on watching this today. We welcome you. We're very eager for you to come, and we're looking forward to your leadership. So again, thank you. It's been a wonderful 9 years, and you're absolutely right. Chair Lozar, I will be watching very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Wolfe. And again, congratulations on your retirement. I think just watching the video of the passionate students, the committed staff to education is a lot of that's been created under your leadership. And we just really appreciate how you've transformed Great Falls College during your tenure as the Dean CEO. And we're excited to see the dental building be complete and for the board to come up to Great Falls College and visit that building here in the future. So congratulations, and also welcome to Dr. Erdman for coming in as the next Dean and CEO of Great Falls College. So thank you, and Dean Wolfe, I'm sure we will see you around.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, with that, we will move on in the agenda, and I will turn the meeting over to Commissioner Christian for the system report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, welcome. Appreciate you all being here. I know this has been an incredibly busy year for our regents, maybe busier than most, and certainly been a busy last month for the board. We appreciate all your efforts, and your attention to detail that's necessary to keep our university system flowing. I also want to extend my thanks to Dean Wolfe. It's fitting that her last meeting is on her campus virtually, if nothing else, but we appreciate all that you've done, Dean Wolfe, and for your service up there. So, you know, as I reflect on the last year and look back to a year ago as we were moving into summer and we were talking about plans, we normally, as we plan for the July meeting, think a lot about what the next year's goals will be and where we're headed. And I remember a conversation where we said, you know, honestly, if we can get through COVID and we can get through a legislative session and try our darndest to keep the energy flowing behind the portal conversation, that would probably be our busiest year ever, although it may not seem like it by the list of accomplishments. And I'm very pleased to say I think that's exactly where we sit here today. And it's not by chance that those are sort of the three main things that we're going to talk about here this morning and as we work through our agenda. You know, we said in terms of getting through COVID, well, we had many plans laid down for how we would do an in-person experience for students, something many universities didn't attempt to do, but we felt was really necessary for Montana, that a lot of this kind of rested in the hands of the students and how they would participate. And I'm very pleased to say that the students did their part. They were incredibly resilient. They were dedicated to their studies. They really worked to see that they took care of each other and they took care of themselves. Mask wearing on campus, social distancing on campus, outdoor learning experiences. I mean, all the things that they went through to make it possible, they were really quite diligent about. And I know from some comments as we looked to returning in person in the fall, people really questioned that, and students did what students needed to do. We also know that that really wouldn't have been possible without the efforts of our faculty, staff, and administration in laying that groundwork so students would have the opportunities to come back. And so we're incredibly grateful for all that's happened. And in that, somehow we managed to graduate nearly 8,900 students in the last couple of weeks. We managed to do that with some in-person experience for commencement, things that many people around the country thought weren't possible. And I'm just so incredibly proud of the work that our institutions have done. And I'm incredibly proud of those 8,900 students that persevered despite many challenges. And we're appreciative of what they went through. We also know that the pandemic didn't just affect that graduating class, it affected the incoming class. And we know there's still work to be done there as we help those students sort of catch up to where we want them to be, where they need to be as they experienced all the side effects of it. And so we're very pleased with where we're at, and we look forward to where we're going. You know, January, a year ago, we started a task force at the MUS level, just in case this thing that we heard about overseas hit our borders. And of course, everyone knows the history there, but what started as the MUS Healthy Fall Task Force has turned into an ongoing MUS Healthy Task Force. But they've done great work. They've provided great guidance. That effort's been led by Dr. Tessman, and we're going to start with an update there, sort of where we're at, where we've been, and where we're going from here. So if I could, I'd turn it over to you, Rob.
Thanks, Mr. Commissioner and Chair Lozar, members of the board. Certainly my pleasure to give you a brief update on where we're at with respect to our COVID-19 response and planning. And indeed, it's been a tough year, there's no doubt, but it's been a successful year, and that's required a ton of adaptation along the way. That goes all the way down to the manner in which commencements were held around the system. And pleasure of being down in Bozeman for what I think was the first outdoor commencement in Bozeman's history, and it was terrific. It was a success. And then here in Helena, at Helena College, a lot of innovation around social distancing and allowing each graduate kind of a moment in the spotlight with their families and friends. So adaptation all the way through the end of the year, and was really so proud to see our students, our faculty, our staff, and communities come together. These regents, you all have asked quite a bit about durable innovations, things that we can take with us forward coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we'll continue to work with our campuses, chief academic officers, chief student affairs officers, chief financial officers, to think about some of the key lessons we've learned and key innovations that we'd like to retain, even after we move out of the worst of the pandemic. That could range all the way from using technology in new ways in our classrooms, designing classrooms in new ways, an increased emphasis on mental health and wellness for both students and employees. Commissioner Christian, you mentioned our incoming class. We've got to think a lot about how we build purpose and belonging among these entering cohorts who've been, in some cases, 1.5 years out of a formal classroom. So a lot of innovations moving forward, and we'll keep this board updated, that's for sure. In addition to the thanks for our campuses, I do think Commissioner Christian's earlier comments about the Healthy MUS Task Force were well received on my end, but more importantly, I think by the task force members. They put in a whole lot of work this past 15 months or so, all the way from developing initial planning guidelines for our return to largely in-person instruction and campus life in the fall, to designing testing strategies, vaccination strategies, and now thinking about how we move forward for the fall of 2021. And a couple of weeks ago, I suppose, maybe a week or so ago, Commissioner Christian, you sent out a memo noting that the time had come, thankfully, in many ways, to sunset the original Healthy MUS planning guidelines. There was so much in there. And as part of our informed plan to return to normal operations, we felt like the best idea was to sunset those planning guidelines and yet retain some areas of continued system guidance. And those areas were fairly limited, really. We certainly want to make sure that campuses retain the ability to provide quick testing and contact tracing in the event that we do have symptomatic COVID positive individuals on campus. We certainly need our campuses to retain the capacity for quarantining and isolating on-campus students when necessary. While we certainly are excited to see a full slate of events return to our campuses, we want campuses to work with their local public health authorities to make sure those events are planned and executed within the guidelines that are relevant to them in their local communities. And importantly, on items like travel, we need to make sure that we recognize return to normal here in Montana may look different than across the United States. That may look quite different than return to normal across the rest of the world. And we certainly all know that the rest of the world is experiencing the pandemic in very different ways right now. So we need to be very cautious in how we sort of re-engage with things like international travel and study abroad. So there's some remaining guidance related in those areas. And so of course, not news to this board, but we've moved away from a kind of one size fits all system-wide mask requirement. We certainly have coordinated vaccine availability and accessibility across our campuses, and quite recently partnered with the state on an incentive program that we think will help get more shots in arms. Our campuses are really excited about the return to fall and the opportunity of having students through orientation or registration or sort of their initial on-campus presence to be vaccinated if they haven't received their shot already. And I know our campuses are coming up with creative ways to incentivize student participation. As it has all along, the Healthy MUS Task Force will continue to meet and monitor. So things look pretty good right now, but we know things can change as well. And so the task force will continue to stay in close touch throughout the summer. And if the situation warrants, we will reconvene and consult our local, our state public health partners, federal guidance from agencies like the CDC, and adjust some of our planning guidelines if necessary. So to the board, I can say, stay tuned. We certainly are staying engaged on this, and I can provide updates throughout the summer or certainly at our next meeting if that's something you desire. One last big thanks to the Healthy MUS Task Force. It's been a pleasure to work with that group. And certainly I know they've leaned on dozens, actually hundreds of individuals on their campuses with respect to planning and response. So Commissioner, I'll wrap up my comments there, and I'm happy to stand for any questions should the board have them.
Any questions for Nice?
Chair Lozar, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, what impact has the COVID had on enrollment from foreign students? Seems to me that we would have seen a material drop in the number of FTE from foreign students that probably weren't on campuses last year, but wondering if they can even come back this year.
So Chair Lozar and Regent Nystuen, of course, I always lean on my deputy commissioner colleague for exact enrollment numbers. I'm not sure that we have those numbers broken out quite now, but I can give you a general
what your
answer.
gut feel is fine.
I think numbers are down, and they're down across the country. They're down across the world. Notably, I think that trend in Montana and across the country was in place prior to the pandemic. For various reasons, just the kind of international climate. I think that there was some reduction in international student enrollment, especially from East Asia, which had been a primary supplier of international students. And then, of course, last spring, if you can imagine, March, the pandemic really exploding across the globe. You saw some students stuck in certain places. You saw some students realize they'd much rather be home. And so I think what's happened is as those students return to their home countries, there'll be some work to get them to return to places like Montana. Truly anywhere, though, across the country. It's not a Montana specific issue. We're working on that. I think we've always had a healthy international student population in Montana. It's an important part of course, those students' experience, but for our campuses, the exposure to new ideas, new cultures, international researchers, guest lecturers. So we're working on that, and we'll look to see a rebound as quickly as we can make it happen.
Thank you.
Anything else, Regent Bell?
Chair Lozar, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Will we have a sense as things go back in the fall, what percentage are vaccinated?
Well, we, Chair Lozar, Regent Bao, I think we can have a sense. We are not at the campus level systematically tracking who's vaccinated and who's not vaccinated with COVID vaccines. But I think we have something more than anecdotal evidence as well. You'll remember our campuses served as primary vaccination centers. And so I think there's a sense of how many, what proportion of that initial wave in the spring was part of the student population. I think coming back for things like orientation, it'll be fairly easy to see how many students in general terms are getting vaccinated. But no, we don't have a database or some sort of tracking mechanism for who's been vaccinated and who's not.
Thank you. Do we have requests from the campuses for assistance in tracking that? And you mentioned the incentive program, which I think is extremely important, you know, for as we try and incentivize good behavior across all aspects of campus life. Like, can we measure whether the incentives are working at the levels we're incentivizing? And if not, can we make adjustments to those incentives over the summer to increase participation?
Chair Lozar, Regent Bao, yes and yes. I think we have a sense, certainly every week we have a COVID coordination call. Right now the focus is on vaccination uptake through the current incentive program. So we're getting kind of a basic number roll up. Again, not a tracking mechanism, but kind of a basic roll up of numbers. Given that we don't have any students on our campuses right now, we're quite pleased with the response rate. And the current incentive program wraps up on June 22nd, I believe. And we intentionally designed a kind of mid-summer break so that we could look at how that first run of the program turned out, what outcomes it generated. And then we can adjust, revise, perhaps increase incentives or alter them if we feel like we need to. That big moment is going to be the fall return. That there's no better time to capture students' attention and sort of get them over the hump with their decision than at that moment. It's tough right now when students are sort of dispersed across the state.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And I guess that's my point. Like, are we going to provide the resources or the support or the leadership to assist campuses with, you know, kids kind of turn up over 72 hours, and that's your real time frame to to provide some incentives. And by the time they're on campus, it's too late to change their rhythm. So I'm just, and I guess this should probably be campus led, I guess. But are we prepared to assist as requests come in late August? Because I think the risk with COVID is not going away.
Yeah.
So if we're fighting variants over the summer, we suddenly need to, it'd be much easier to adapt to a vaccine booster than to change the way we're offering programming.
Mr. Chair, Regent Bao, the answer is absolutely. I mean, that was the main focus of our meeting yesterday. We will provide support out of this office, but it will also be very much a campus specific effort. But much like we stood up testing centers and vaccination centers throughout the last year, we will have a hard push. Students, as they register, as they move in, as they come back, we plan on big pushes on each campus with incentives and maybe some sort of grand prizey feeling stuff that would generate some interest around it. I really believe in that student population. It's not necessarily vaccine resistance. It's just availability, accessibility. We tend to make it easy on campus where students can, as part of that orientation piece throughout the summer and into the fall in particular, get vaccinated. And we're going to work on incentives driven here to help those campuses at a local level, both stand up the clinics, help with vaccine availability, and then the incentive programs.
Sure. So Deputy Commissioner, thank you. Yeah, I would just encourage us to be aggressive in that process, and that's the right opportunity to have an impact. So I think we should be pushing hard to make it easy for the students to make those good decisions.
Mr. Chair and Regent Bao, if I could just quickly add, this is a good example. I want to offer a sort of, I think, validation of what Commissioner Christian just mentioned. The incentive program that's ongoing right now. We have gift cards throughout the state. If that were sort of campus-based only, we would imagine a student attending MSU Bozeman would have to show up at MSU Bozeman, get vaccinated there in order to receive their gift card. What we did at the system level is coordinate efforts across the entire state and the entire system. So a student who may be studying at MSU Bozeman but is out in Glendive can actually get vaccinated in Glendive, show up at Dawson Community College and pick up their vaccine or their gift card there. And so I think it may seem like a small example, but it's one way in which we're trying to coordinate things at the system level to make it as easy as possible for students to get vaccinated.
Super. Thank you.
So I just had a quick follow-up and maybe more of a request for our September meeting. You mentioned a couple times, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, the durable innovations surfaced over the past 15 months in the system. And I know Regent Buchanan kind of posed a question in March about what exactly are those? What are we learning? What are we moving forward? What are we going to discontinue? Certainly know that the Commissioner and you and your staff have been very busy during the legislative session and right after. But I think it would be a great presentation to this board to kind of walk through what those innovations have, what they were, and which ones we're really going to sort of learn from and sort of push into the rest of the system as we sort of adapt and higher ed in general adapts. I just think there's tons of nuggets there for us to sort of pull away from and really improve the system. So it would be, my request is to have some sort of presentation on that in September.
Regent Sexton.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Christian. Chair Lozar. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, what does the social distancing guidelines for fall look like in terms of in-person class experience? Are we kind of back to normal in the sense where I know there were a lot of scheduling adjustments? Students were only able to go specific days of the week. Are we kind of back to how it was pre-COVID in that sense, or will we still be maintaining some of those restrictions?
Chair Lozar, Regent Sexton, at the system level, we will not have social distancing restrictions or guidelines in place. What I've heard in talking with our campus representatives is that in some instances, even if there's an ability to return to normal class configuration, they found that learning's happened a bit better with design. So if there's enough space, if there's enough kind of adaptability with classroom seating and whatnot. We do have some campuses that will in fact retain some social distancing, not purely because of COVID precautions, but because they found, gosh, learning actually took place better in this format than it had prior to COVID-19. So I would say, no, we won't return all the way back to the pre-COVID-19 era, but at the system level, we won't be enforcing or mandating any particular set of social distancing guidelines.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Job. Yeah, I guess I would wrap that by saying thanks to you, Brock, and to the entire task force. Great work over the last year. Work's not quite done, but it's been fantastic. And I just, again, extend my thanks to student, faculty, staff all across the MUS that have made the last year possible. And yeah, we intend to look for a fairly normal schedule come this fall. The new normal, whatever that may be, but that's been sort of the direction that we're moving and that we're embracing, and that will include vaccines and all the tools that are out there. But we hope to return to a very much that in-person residential life experience that we've offered for the last 125 years as we move forward. All right, we can move then to the second piece of this, the legislative update. I guess a few comments. An interesting session in many ways, and we were visiting last night a little. It's interesting that some things with regard to the session maybe overshadowed a lot of what the session was about, but in many ways it was a very coordinated session that had good outcomes for the MUS, and I certainly don't want to lose sight of any of those. Believe it or not, at least by our initial glances at this, it's probably the most successful session we've had monetarily. And that's certainly the case when you look at capital projects and deferred maintenance, something Regent Nystuen and others talked a lot about over the last few years. What about deferred maintenance? Well, I'm pleased to say $53 million of cash and another 21 million of authority. We're talking about $75 million that will go into infrastructure in this biennium. And some very needed projects and some incredibly needed deferred maintenance issues. So that is a good step in the right direction. And, another piece, almost $9 million of some OTO money for programs, some related to COVID, but many are workforce development, things that we've been talking about as a board for a very long time. And I think important to this board. So a good infusion of cash there to help us get new programs up and running, initial startup costs, those type of deals. And then maybe what is always kind of at the top of our list and incredibly important to keep higher education both accessible and affordable for all Montana students is base adjustments. And we're looking at nearly a 4% increase over the biennium. That's money that will go to our base and stay in our base as we move forward. Those are incredibly positive moves. Tyler and Helen are going to go through these in much more detail, but I just think that, we don't want to let the 5% of the session sort of overshadow the 80% that was incredibly positive experience for the MUS. Something we talked about as a board moving into last fall, right? I mean, obviously considerably changing times, changing administration, changing legislative makeup, all things. I think your team managed that situation pretty well. And I think that there continues to be tremendous support for higher education in Montana, something I'm incredibly proud of. And with that, I would say to the governor, Governor Gianforte, Budget Director Almy, and the 67th legislature, I mean, our true heartfelt thanks. It was a coordinated effort that supported higher education. They all did their part in seeing that a record level of funding came to the MUS, and we're incredibly appreciative to the governor and his team and this legislative body for those efforts. With that said, a little bit more into detail. We won't walk through every bill on the list, but we've got a list compiled. Some of them you can read, and Tyler and Helen will hit on some of the high points, and of course, stand for any questions that you guys may have. Tyler, if you want to get started with that.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board. Good morning. We have, I guess what you would call a legislative wrap-up report. We won't try to cover all the aspects within this report, but hit on the highlights and certainly give this group an opportunity to get some questions in. First and foremost, we'd start with our general appropriations bill, House Bill 2, and I'll probably spend a little bit more time in this area than others. And I have it broke down for you in this first page of the report by the various programs within House Bill 2. You've heard me talk about this before. Program 1 is this office here, the individuals that work here and the various aspects of what we provide from central administration. And you can see we did not receive a large increase to continue operations here. It's less than 1%. That will put a little pressure on us during the up and coming biennium, but we'll be able to still employ a full boat of FTE here to tackle the system initiatives and the daily business that we've already do on a daily, in a continuous manner. So that's the situation there. Program 2 is student assistance, financial aid. And I guess what you need to know about this program is the Montana Access Scholarship is gone. That's the $2 million that the state put in last session that we matched with foundation funds for need-based aid. That's no longer there. What is encouraging, what is there and will help us in program 1 is some administrative support that we've been lacking for, 30 years in the student assistance area, and the really quite a set of financial aid from undergraduate to graduate programs that we are managing on an ongoing basis. So that's good. We also received the present law adjustments that are needed at the graduate level. Those are the graduate exchange programs that we have. And when tuition increases in those areas, we cover that with present law. So that's very, very important. We also had a little bit of OTO. I'll talk about OTO outside of the individual programs following this House Bill 2 kind of talk. That leads us to program 4, the community colleges. They're basically flat. They're formula funded, and the enrollment that is used to drive that formula, which formula changes next biennium. So this biennium still is the old formula, very much enrollment based, was based around flat enrollment. There is some increases there. We've received some OTO from Flathead Valley, as well as OTO for the Bitterroot Valley Community College startup. More information on that to come. Program 9, the heavy hitter, the campuses, the appropriation distribution program. And I guess to look at this in earnest, the best way that I can say to talk about it is the legislative base. And the legislative base actually is more than just House Bill 2. It includes House Bill 13. So I put that in there. And this is what we are going to dive into tomorrow in the budget committee. So just the high level bullets here. If you took it in its most basic form, how much money do we have in this biennium, these 2 coming years, over the combination of the previous 2 years? We're up 3.3%. Now the devil's in the details there. And again, we'll talk about that in much more detail. We have some OTO to about the tune of about $6 million. I'll cover in a moment. Program 10 are research agencies that are attached to Montana State, Montana Tech, and the University of Montana received a good base adjustment, 5% increase. So that hasn't always been the case. And we're encouraged because obviously these entities are not supported with tuition. We received a little bit of OTO there, about $1 million. That takes us into the tribal colleges. The non-beneficiary funding that we support through this office has passed through dollars to the tribal colleges for non-native students enrolled in those campuses. Those campuses receive a state offset, I guess you could call it, for those enrollments remain the same. So that's good. There was also a $350,000 OTO that continued there. for the HiSET, the old GED preparation program. So that leads us with what's the tail of the tape for House Bill 2 in its totality. And there's just so many ways to look at this. This is the whole ball of wax, everything that we have in there. And it's compared over the biennium. We have a 4% increase. So just to hit on a couple attributes that are really tied to House Bill 2. One of them, through Senate Bill 110, gives the regents in the state of Montana the authority in the first year of the biennium to freeze payments on insurance, employer-based payments for our insurance plan. So an insurance premium holiday for 2 months, that produces approximately a $5 million savings on the campus side, which is key to kind of the picture that we'll paint for the first year of the biennium and the recommendation that we'll talk about tomorrow. And then also key to House Bill 2, as in previous sessions, we entered into some shared policy goals. And I'm going to open up that goal set here in a moment, but I just want to make a comment about those shared policy goals and give you a reminder of what they've looked like in the past. So with our Education Appropriations Committee, the primary committee that we present our budget to, I believe just off the top of my head, about 9 legislators from each, the House and the Senate. We've entered into these goals before, and what they've looked like in the past are tuition freeze, performance funding, shared goals related to career and technical education, state appropriations per student at the various campuses. And this particular set of goals, I'm gonna have to have Marlis open that up and scroll up a little bit, is very much centered on tribal college relationships. And scroll down there a little bit, Marlis. And as you can see, an American Indian language linguistic program, public-private partnerships for career and technical education. And then onto the second page, we've got some partnerships and some attention that needs to be paid to OPI's Digital Academy. And this is where I'm thankful that my colleague, Deputy Commissioner, is in the room, because this is where anytime during the session, as just a luxury for me to say, well, that's Brock's area. So if we want to take a second here and pause and talk about the shared policy goals, we certainly can. We can also just kind of open up it to the questions on House Bill 2 in general.
Yeah, Regent Dombrowski.
Chair Lozar, thank you. Thank you. I do have a follow-up, and for Deputy Commissioner Testament about the focus of the shared policy goals on our tribal colleges. And I mean, I find that to be very important in this day and age. And just so if you can expand on a little bit more in terms of context, and then like, what will that really mean?
Chair Lozar and Regent Dombrowski, happy to expand just a bit. It's important to start any conversation about the tribal colleges by underscoring we don't have a governance relationship with the tribal colleges. We have a series of partnerships, collaborations with the tribal colleges. When we want to get things done, whether it's working on student success outcomes, looking at data, facilitating transfer, it has to happen through convening and oftentimes some negotiation and coordination. Through the legislative session, I think almost through the entirety of the session, but particularly during the Education Appropriations Subcommittee, we heard a lot of talk about transfer success, how easy it was for students at tribal colleges to transfer to MUS institutions and to do so successfully in a way that they could complete on time and with the objective they had in mind. We also heard a good bit about the need to enhance Native American language programming at tribal colleges in the K through 12 sphere and actually on the MUS campuses. So the charge that I read as I look through our shared policy goals is really for our office and our campuses, as well as the tribal colleges, to come together and to talk about things like common course numbering as a tool that can be used to facilitate transfer. We know it does that successfully within the Montana University system. We do have some nascent partnerships with tribal colleges in that sphere. And actually, I'm very pleased to report, thanks to the hard work of our tribal college partners, and certainly in this office, Angela McLean, Joe Teal, and others, we've already got 3 additional tribal colleges that have sort of stepped up. We've had more meetings, more negotiations, and I think we're on track to have common course numbering expand significantly in the next 6 months. So we have some initiatives in that area related to transfer and CCN. And then we'll work with our campuses and with the colleges to build curriculum around language programming. That's hard to do. Instructors who are trained and interested in that opportunity, getting the platform set up. A lot of this is designed to be online through the Montana Digital Academy. It'll take some time, but it's certainly a worthy goal. So that's how I read those shared policy goals. I'm excited to see the outcomes.
Okay, if we go, question.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, 2 quick questions. How much of the conversation was around performance funding these days? And the session before, it was all about workforce, career and technical. You guys aren't doing enough. What can we do to put more wind in your sails for better job creation, workforce training, and so forth? So 2 questions.
Yep. Mr. Chair, Regent Nicetune, excellent question. And the topic of performance funding never left the table. I mean, accountability, from my perspective, has been a continual focus of the legislature and it continued to be. And it gave us just a strong platform in which we were to speak of our progress. And in fact, goals for all state agencies and the measurement of those goals were highlighted numerous times throughout the session. And it felt great to be behind the MUS, or right there out in front. We have performance funding. We have an established mechanism as to which we allocate dollars related to our goals. Other agencies, while they may have goals, they weren't as apparent, and so that, I think, did us a great favor. I don't remember the second part of your
career and technical.
Oh, career and technical education, absolutely.
That was like,
well, and it still is, and it still was, and you see it as part up there in our shared policy goals, and you're going to see it reflected throughout the OTOs that we talk about here in a second. OTOs, one time only. Apologize for some of this jargon. So I don't see that career and technical education, the focus on it slowed down at all. Although last session was kind of like, we had a study commission put together to look at career and technical education. So it was obviously front and center, but it's still there.
Yeah, Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Lozar, Deputy Commissioner Trutberg. Performance-based funding. So I've been hearing some conversations among all of us about the efficacy of that. And I just want to look back at what I remember, what we established. In fact, when Commissioner Christian and I were regents, we brokered that agreement with the legislature, trying to create a mechanism to give them some direct control, engagement in a portion of our funding, move some funding to meet priorities that were surfaced. At that time, the metrics were, of course, graduation, retention. And so I don't know where we're at on regrouping with that body as far as assessing, are we hitting the right metrics? I've heard some concerns as if it's not the appropriate mechanism. I break it into 2 thoughts. I think the idea that we do have some very direct shared budgetary authority with the legislature is a great reflection of the partnership. Do we have the right metrics in place? Are we focusing on the right thing? I don't know that we've not surfaced that. So I don't know if it's appropriate to ask for a review or how do we talk about that. But my hunch, not seeing a lot of the original members of the legislature that were a part of that conversation when this was earthed, is, do we recall that was the intent? The intent was to make a very direct relationship with the legislature so that they had some very direct input on specific investments within the system. And I don't know if I'm asking a question or if I'm asking for an opportunity to review it and see where we're at with that.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Regent Buchanan, I think the answer is we absolutely are. And that's part of every legislative session since has been sort of those drivers, but the drivers haven't changed a lot, to be honest. It's around Montanans that are admitted, but also complete and retain and complete and do so on time to degree. I mean, some of the original things, the legislature is still incredibly concerned about those paths and how quickly students both are enrolled and complete. And so I think those are very relevant from a legislative piece. I would say that we continue to review those. I mean, the board looked at performance-based funding in some depth a year ago in Dillon. And those are conversations that we have with the interim bodies all the time. As new members come on, more than happy to review those, but they are a part of our sort of ongoing working progress. Now, is it ever true that a campus who may not get all their performance funding wishes that metrics was shaped a little different? Yeah, and we certainly hear that. And there are some concerns raised around COVID and the impacts that last year's class and some of that we'll have working through. And we'll need to look at those and adjust as we go forward. But I think it's incredibly relevant to Regent Nystuen, your question, that continues to be heart and center. And from that original conversation, Regent Buchanan with the legislature, they're very proud of the work that we've done together there. And they're very supportive of the continued funding that we've received over the years based on that ability to sort of drive those needs and those needs toward, Montana's economy and Montana's workforce shortage. And I think we're on track to do that. That's part of what's been embedded in the CTE conversation. And we've created some measurements within the funding to look at our two-year sector in more specific and in our four-year comprehensives. But yeah, it's an ongoing process. The question is, can we review that? Yes, we try to do that almost every year, and we'll continue to bring that both to the board and these interim education committees as we move forward.
I think maybe then my follow-up request would be, as those interim discussions go, this body having an opportunity to understand who's in there, create some relationships to really get in there and determine what is it that we do align on as goals. And I think that our presence as members of this body and some of those discussions could really help us see directly what the legislature's intent might be. Thank you for your
absolutely. Thank you.
And we'll see some numbers tomorrow too in budget.
Yeah. So one of the things that kind of jumps out at me just looking at the shared policy goals compared to years prior is we really had kind of one focus in prior legislative sessions, like CTE, performance funding. I think dual enrollment might have been one years before, or the allocation by per resident student. Here we've got 4 or 5. And I think one of the things that we've done really well with the legislature and our partners there is being able to sort of report back and showcase sort of the improvements that we made and the benefits of our partnership. So I'm just curious sort of what our plan is. And I know the session just ended, but what our plan is to sort of put measures in place to be able to showcase to our partners in the legislature sort of the movement we're making in these 5 categories.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I would say that that same question was posed to us essentially in a couple different ways by the legislature. And you're right, this set of shared policy goals was more multidimensional. And I think it's reflective of kind of the interaction we had with our Appropriations Committee. It was excellent. It covered a lot of ground, and they felt like, real comfortable putting things on the table, and we were able to assure them that these are some of the things that we could do. So like our one-time only funds that we'll talk about here in a minute, we have performance metrics associated with those. We'll establish that same type of monitoring and measuring associated with this, so we can essentially wrap up some sort of quantifiable progress related to each one of these areas. Representative Beatty was chair of our Appropriations Committee, and he's very much a fan of that. And I'd imagine he'll be one of the key individuals in the Education Interim Committee as we move forward. And we'll work with him and that committee to make sure that we're absolutely transparent and on top of it.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thanks.
Commissioner Christian, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, I was wondering, with performance funding, follow up to Regent Buchanan's question, and forgive me if this is already the case, but would it be possible if it did align with what some of the legislative goals are to look at specific performance funding models for each campus, just given how different each campus is? I would really like to explore that question, if it could be a little bit more tailored to each campus and their individual goals, and perhaps maybe the individual goals of the legislative for each campus, if they're thinking about it in that way, or if it could be approached in that way.
Mr. Chair, Regent Sexton, and the heart and soul of our performance funding model is that by each sector or the parameter-based categories that we have for our campuses, we have different metrics. And those metrics, for instance, at the flagship campuses, go into things like research and the other and graduate education. And then at our smaller four-year campuses, we split off, I believe, Western and Northern focus on dual enrollment, while Billings and Tech have some metrics in there associated with graduate education. And then we split off each one of the embedded two-year campuses too. So we have a component that is dedicated to CTE. And I guess that would be my first, if somebody said, well, what's the goal of this kind of new legislature compared to the one that was talking a lot about time to degree? They're still interested in time to degree, no doubt about it. But they added in career and technical education. And I feel real comfortable that the metrics that we have currently in there are focused on, directly measuring the progress of career and technical education. Now, could we hone them in and could we focus them on individual campuses? Absolutely. I think that's the luxury of where we're at right now, with having 7 or 8 years behind us in performance funding, a stable kind of ground to work on. When we started this, there was no concrete that was poured at all. We've learned so much over the years about this, that, for instance, we added in a year ago the metrics related to minority achievement, low-income students, veterans, and non-traditional students. And incorporated that right into the distribution of funds. And so that kind of indicates the flexibility that we have. But it's something we should look at. And maybe because this type of a meeting gets so compressed with all the different topics, and performance funding is buttressed up against the overall allocation of state appropriations along with tuition fees, that we need to use the model we have to distribute the funds that we have for this next year right now. And then I set a course through the goals of the budget committee that we look at the performance funding model over the course of a year, or at least the first half of the year, to determine, are there any changes that need to be made going into the allocation for FY, what is it now going to be, 23?
Yeah. If I could add to that, Mr. Chair, that's exactly right. And the only other thing I would maybe highlight is that I think, going back to the original establishment of this, it also needs to be sort of slow and methodical. And if it's not, then I think we're paying more for chance than we are for really systematic change that's driven from a campus level. If we change the metrics every year, some campuses are going to get lucky and some aren't. But if we have a kind of a steady target out there in the distance, then campuses can really make those systematic changes to try to achieve the goals that the board has set, and through our partnership with the legislature have set out in the distance. So we've tried to balance that. Tyler said, over the years, we've added some components to it. We've changed some things around. We've made it a little more nuanced for the specific campuses, but we've also tried to keep that overall vision established clear back in when it was 13. It started, I think, fully funded in 15. But that picture, so that's the North Star, and we're not sort of drifting back and forth and making kind of radical changes on campuses to to meet the numbers this year instead of meeting the long-term goals of the board and the legislature.
And I completely trust that staff is all, the trust and confidence you have in the legislature reflects to me that we're engaging them. But I think the greatest outcome of this effort was here's this direct portal for the Legislative Education Committee members to engage directly with the board regents to share and identify policy alignment. And so again, I'd be back on it to hear those opportunities to plug in and share that conversation.
I really appreciate your comments just now. I think there's nothing more threatening to investment than uncertainty. So it would be really difficult to give campuses a model and then, like you said, change it every 6 months. That does no good for anybody. So yeah, I think that's a really good point. Any change should be gradual, should be very marginal, and you don't know what the unintended consequences are going to be of the changes that you're making. So thanks.
All right. If we put that list back up there, I know the next bill is going to be House Bill 13, which is the pay plan. And the pay plan, as I talked about, gets integrated with House Bill 2 and our distribution of the lump to the campuses, but it's also disseminated to the community colleges and the agencies. And this office, it's $2.3 million in total. That's to take place in FY20 in November of FY23, which would be a 55 cents per hour. I'm just basically reading the tagline for what the state pay plan is, knowing that we have negotiations that are ongoing. So moving on, Marlis, to the next page. This is our list of one time only. And I guess the top half of it, if you can scroll down a little bit more, it's $9 million in total. Or what I've kind of deemed as your CTE academic, scroll up just a little bit more. We can see all those ones. Kind of CTE workforce focused OTOs for individual campuses, a proficiency-based education initiative pilot for MSU to get that moving, really focused on teacher education and using proficiency-based methods. Workforce recovery at Montana Tech, a focused effort on Highlands College and Montana Tech to engage their partners in business and industry for post-COVID recovery. And Accelerate Montana is kind of a coined term that focuses on kind of the same thing at Tech, but a proficiency-based pilot program there. Also at UM is a cyber hub program that is, Brock can tell us more about this. I think there's a cool term in there called
range. Yeah,
cyber range. We can that's a really neat program there that I caught the attention of the legislators. We have some of these. I kind of like I mentioned earlier, put this along with the shared policy goals. These are things that our office will. We disseminate the funds. We ensure that their plans are set up. We have monitoring and metrics in place to identify progress being made, and we're certainly accountable for these programs come the next legislative session. Toward the bottom of the list, we see some OTO for our research and development agencies. The Bureau of Mines, this has been a traditional OTO of $600,000 for the biennium for their mine and data records. We've got the seed lab and the wool lab because I don't know what we would do without those OTOs. I can look back at any one of these reports that I've given since 2009, and I think the seed lab and the wool lab are in there as OTOs. We got some interesting finishing trades OTO that comes to program 1 that we'll work with our 2-year campuses with. And new to our student assistance program is a Grow Your Own Teacher grant program. Angela McLean in our office is shepherding this along to help recruit and retain educators in rural and underserved areas. Very important there. Other OTOs, you can see them listed there on the bottom. I'd be glad to answer or try to or pass the buck to Brock on any one of these. Okay, so let's move along here, and I'll shut up here in 2 seconds. This is more of like a, like I don't want to call it a celebration, but it's a celebration. I look at this list and this is awesome. A combination of our long range building bills, House Bill 514, 632 came in as the COVID relief bill. All of them combined to get us $54 million in cash for new projects by and large. The greenhouses there at the bottom are a continuation from the previous session that didn't get done. And then another 20 million for major repairs. There's been times where we've only received, 2 or 3 million for deferred maintenance. This is a new kind of framework that the legislature has adopted. So you can replace major repairs with the term deferred maintenance, and that's $20 million. So $74 million overall in cash for projects. This is huge. And then we received some authority only, as we always do, for projects that come in with private funds during the interim, and 20 million in general spending authority. When campuses need authority for projects that pop up during the interim, we can use that general spending authority. So we are, needless to say, whole on the long-range building and facilities side of things. Pause there for any questions before I turn it over to Helen.
I just point out that it is important to recognize both the $20 million on the forestry building and then the 27 million below. Those are private funds. So philanthropy is alive and well on our campuses. There's some incredible projects in there that private individuals, private businesses have supported across Montana. That went a long ways in this session. That's our skin in the game. Something that started in the Schweitzer area and has become incredibly popular with the legislature is what do we bring to the table in this? And I think the campuses and the foundations work hard every day to try to bring those monies to the table, and the legislature is very aware of it and rewards us for that. So I want to thank everybody that participated from capital campaigns to individual giving. Those have been incredibly helpful in us getting the entire slate of projects funded.
Tyler, in terms of House Bill 632, how much of the funds that are up on the screen are connected to 632? Those are ARPA funds.
Yep, half a block haul roughly. The major repairs. A portion of the Montana Tech heating system. That's the 2.5 side of it, or maybe the 3.5. And then essentially you could look at a chunk of that major repairs. To be honest with you, the dollar amount escapes me, but I believe there was
between 7 and 9 million, right?
Yeah, I was going to say 6 million in there. So it changed. It moved around quite a bit, put it that way. And by the end, we essentially received all of the funding for the projects that we were hoping for, and a little bit more. It just came from the various.
So 13, 14 million or so from 6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. I think Helen's up.
Hi, thanks, Tyler. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Okay. So as Tyler mentioned, I'm going to run through just an overview of bills that we identified throughout the session as having a more what we're describing as policy-focused impact on the university system. And certainly, as the commissioner stated, it was an incredibly busy session on that front. And we did spend, as you know, many hours tracking, monitoring, and analyzing a number of these bills. Overall, there were about 1,300 bills that were introduced for consideration by the legislature, and around 577 or so of those bills were actually approved. And that number is a little bit higher than previous sessions, but it's sort of in the range of normal there. The handout you have does give you sort of a high-level look at the bills that we identified as really having some sort of an impact on the system. And I'll just highlight a few of those for our discussion this morning. I do recognize that some of those bills you may likely already be aware of, but certainly if you need additional information or if anything pops up over the course of this presentation, please don't hesitate to let me know, and I will also defer those questions to Deputy Commissioner Tessman. So if you look at the handout, you'll see it starts with Senate bills, followed by House bills, and then finishes up with a few notes on legislative studies and resolutions. The first bill that I wanted to highlight, though, really appears on page 3. So if we can, let's see, there at the bottom. That's SB 243, and it revises the residency statutes for determining who can be considered a resident for purposes of receiving in-state tuition. The bill allows members of the National Guard to be considered residents for undergraduate, postgraduate, and professional degree programs. This change, I just wanted to point out, is consistent with what the board has done through changes to the tuition waiver policy that were adopted, I believe, last year or maybe just the year before. However, unlike the waiver, which was applied to last dollar awards and would sort of vary by student, SB 243 would provide that members of the National Guard are residents for tuition. And Tyler can talk a little bit more about any numbers involved with that with the fiscal note, but it's a pretty low number that we estimated. And so we're not expecting a huge impact from that, but the bill was received wide support in the legislature. The next bill I wanted to touch on is SB 247, which provides for a new license for selling alcohol at sporting events in the MUS. It would allow a university to essentially contract with a licensed entity to serve beer and wine. That bill took effect in April. And I did want to point out there that the bill does not require beer and wine sales to occur in stadiums or at sporting events, but does set up a revenue sharing structure if that was going to be pursued. So really that language is more permissive than maybe some of the other bills that we saw this session. The next bill I'll hit on as well is SB 248. That's what's referred to as the name, image, and likeness bill, and it's part of numerous bills that were passed across the country. These bills allow athletes to receive compensation for the use of their name, image, or likeness. There are some prohibitions on what that would look like, including that a campus could not provide the compensation directly to the athlete. There's a couple of points that I wanted to make just real briefly on this. First of all, the bill doesn't take effect until 2023 for Montana, but before that occurs, we're expecting a big ruling out of the U.S. Supreme Court that is hearing a challenge to this type of activity. And so I think we'll know a little bit more from the court shortly, probably anytime now on that case. There's also several bills being considered in Congress that would sort of try to nationalize and address this issue from the federal perspective, because so many states have passed individual bills in this area. And then of course we have the Ncaa, which was set to look at some rules around this and changing some of their rules in January and February, but that action was postponed given that the Supreme Court is looking at this issue right now as well. So lots of activity around name, image, and likeness. I think there'll be more to come from us, but again, that bill in Montana doesn't take effect until 2023. The next bill is SB 319. This revises state election laws for student organizations, specifically organizations who are also registered as political committees, which is MontPerg right now, as far as I know. It would prohibit these groups from conducting things like voter registration drives, ballot signature collection efforts, and dorms and dining and athletic facilities. This bill is part of the challenge, separate from the board's challenge that was filed last week with the Supreme Court. So expect more information on that bill going forward. House Bill 67, Deputy Commissioner Trevor touched on this a little bit. This is the bill that sets up the new funding formula for community colleges, and was really part of a suite of bills revising laws for community colleges. But, you know, we did want to bring it to the board's attention. It does apply to appropriations processes for fiscal year 2024 and after. But we can answer questions on that too if you have any. The next bill you're all very familiar with is House Bill 102. The board has discussed this extensively over the previous weeks. You've heard a lot of feedback on that, followed by your vote and direction to this office to have the courts take a look at that. And I did want to let the board know that the Commissioner's Office has retained outside counsel to represent the board. Attorneys from Holland and Hart are taking the lead with assistance from Martha Sheehy in that case. The case is being handled pro bono, so without cost to this office, and which was a question that has come up over the last couple of days. The petition was filed last Thursday, and no word yet really on whether the court will be granting the stay to the June 1st implementation deadline, but we will let the board know as soon as we hear anything on that front. I just checked about 5 minutes ago and didn't see anything on the daily list of orders. So any questions on that before I proceed to the next bill? Okay. So at the bottom of page 5, and let me scroll down there, you'll see some information on House Bill 112. This is the bill that would prohibit transgender female athletes from competing in intercollegiate competitions as well as intramural sports on campus. And I did want to let the board know that we opposed this board at the legislature. We had some assistance from our athletic folks on campus who gave us some great background on this issue. Part of the concern was certainly around our ability to host championship or postseason events on campus. And we know from recent communications that the Ncaa expressed significant concern about this bill during the session and stated that it would not host championship events in states that could not demonstrate a commitment to non-discrimination. House Bill 112 was also part of that separate legal challenge that was filed last week, not by the board, but other groups with the Supreme Court. So, and I did want to point out that several states around the country have passed similar bills, which you may have heard at in news coverage. It really began in 2019 when the state of Idaho passed a similar bill, and that bill was challenged almost immediately by the ACLU and was enjoined by a federal district court judge in Idaho. I believe that case is now being considered by the Ninth Circuit, so we should have some information on that soon as well. But I did want to bring that bill to the board's attention because I know that has received some significant coverage. The next bill briefly is HB 129. It begins at the top of page 6. This bill just makes some sort of badly needed updates to the Montana Family Education Savings Act, which impacts our 529 plan that is administered out of Ochi here. The bill aligns Montana law with federal 529 legislation as well as IRS regulations that expanded qualified withdrawals for things like elementary and private school expenses and loan repayments. The next bill is House Bill 179. This is a pretty significant bill for community colleges. It clarifies many of the points that the board in this office discussed last year during and up to the process for establishing a new community college district in the Bitterroot Valley. As you may recall, the board played a pretty ministerial role in that process, things like calling the election, paying for that vote, and so forth. But under this bill, under the revised statutes, those duties are now placed with county commissioners. And so the board is sort of out of that initial process, which makes sense. The bill also addresses the initial funding support levels for new districts and conditions the receipt of funding on voter approval of a property tax levy of at least 1.5 mils. And this will dovetail with the legislature's approval of the Bitterroot Valley Community College District, which I know this board is very familiar with. As you may recall, the board provided a recommendation to the legislature just right before the session began. And then ultimately, it was the legislature's decision on whether or not to approve the district. That district was approved. An organizational meeting was held for the newly appointed trustees on May 12th. A commissioner did attend that meeting and swearing in ceremony of the trustees, and we will certainly continue to have more on that front as some of those issues are worked out. The next two bills, House Bill 218 and House Bill 349, address free speech on campus. The first 218 really prohibited campuses, it was designed to prohibit campuses from establishing what are referred to as free speech zones, which are essentially designated areas on campus where free speech can occur. Our campuses had already eliminated these types of zones, and so this bill was consistent with the MUSS approach so far. We have free speech policies on campus, and we believe that everything is aligned on that front. The other bill, House Bill 349, was a bit more controversial. I think we really saw a sharp divide on this bill in the legislature. Proponents described it as a bill that protects the free association and free expression rights of student groups on campus. Opponents really expressed concern that it allows student groups to exclude members or other students who did not adhere to that organization's beliefs. So that was controversial, a lot of testimony around that bill. It also provides some limitations on when an institution can discipline students and for what could be considered or what is harassing speech towards other students. This bill, I also wanted to point out as part of that separate legal challenge in one of those bills that was identified earlier. On the bottom, the last bill I just wanted to touch on, Tyler already hit on this, it's HB 403, it's the Montana Grow Your Own Teacher Program. This is a pretty exciting proposal. And as Tyler said, it develops a state-funded partnership between colleges and high schools to address teacher shortages in rural and tribal communities. That was a $500,000 appropriation. And as Tyler mentioned, Angela McLean in our office, who's the Director of American Indian and Minority Achievement and K-12 Partnerships, is heading up that effort, and things are rolling on that front. So I will stop. There's probably a lot more we could talk about. It was, again, an incredibly busy session on that front, but happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from members of the board? Yeah. Regent Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Thank you so much for your great executive direction. Appreciate it. I have two separate questions. So the first is on the National Guard bill, SB 243. I definitely remember us passing our policy on this issue. Did I hear you right that this bill essentially is more restrictive than our existing policy, and that some who may be allowed under our policy as Montana residents would not be allowed under this new law?
No. Oh, thank you, Regent Rogers, Chair Lozar. No, actually, I would say it's a little bit of the opposite. A bit more expansive in that it allows anyone who was an active member of the National Guard to receive basically for in-state tuition, and it would apply not only to undergraduates but graduate programs and professional programs as well.
Wonderful, thank you. I think it's so important to ensure this access, so I appreciate that.
Regent Rogers,
yeah.
So it is consistent. Essentially, this lines up their statute with what we passed a year and a half ago. That the expanse is the graduate piece. So we originally extended those benefits to undergraduate. This would allow it up to include graduate education.
Thank you. My second question is around HB 218 and HB 349. These were the free speech bills. I know we have existing free speech policies as regents. Do these bills conflict with the policies that we have in place?
Regent Rogers, Chair Lozar, that's a good question. The 218, I believe, is the free speech, the bill that has to do with free speech zones. That bill is consistent with our campus policies right now and is in alignment there. So I don't see any issues with that particular bill. The bill that may raise some issues and that we'll need to flesh out a little bit more is House Bill 349. And that bill is part of the bills that are being challenged that were filed separately last week. So yeah, I mean, there are some issues around that bill. I think we will have to assess that a little bit more. We do have policies in place on the campuses that will need to be assessed in light of this bill and kind of what approach will be taken. So I think there's just more to come on that right now. But yes, there is a potential issue with that bill.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions from members of the board? Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Tell me on House Bill 252, what is the definition of a trade profession? So who does that include? Could that include, hospitals, accounting firms, or is that restricted to machining, welding? Who they give guidance on that?
Rock can answer.
Chair Lozar and Regent Sexton, Helen, I can take a shot at that. This is actually a matter of some debate while this bill is being considered in the legislature. There is a list of sort of eligible fields. It is absolutely more of what we consider the traditional trades, and that's all the way from sort of machining, welding. There is a set of fields related to construction and finishing, but much more so traditional trades rather than, say, information technology, which would also be technically CTE, but is not counted as a trade in the same way that welding would be, for example. So I can get you that list of specific fields. Yeah.
There is a list. Okay.
There's a list, yeah.
That would be great. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions from the board? I just have one comment. I think, Clay, you kind of kicked off this section of the meeting by talking about just it's a different era, just in terms of new administration, a new legislature. We're in the middle of hopefully towards the end of a pandemic, and I know your staff worked extremely hard, over the course of the legislative session. Certainly, it's exciting to see sort of the commitment from the legislature financially of investing in higher education. It says a lot about your relationship and your team's relationship with the legislature and our relationship as a board with the legislature and Governor Gianforte. So I just extend our appreciation to you and your staff. And we certainly, had a conversation last week and are seeking clarity on House Bill 102 to answer the question about the preservation of our constitutional authority of the Board of Regents, and appreciate your staff's assistance on that, and certainly all the contributions from this board and the conversation last week, and know that there are other bills, as Helen mentioned, that there's some clarity being sought around the constitutional authority of the Board of Regents. So we're excited to see sort of the progress and the progress updates as some of those things get worked out. So just appreciate the work of you and your team.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate that. Certainly a team. Mr. Chair, what we could do then, maybe we'll tackle one more, the federal side of this. But before we dig into that, I might skip ahead and then we'll skip back to our announcements. Most of you are aware, but there's probably some on this call scattered around the state that don't realize we've asked Helen to take on a new role, and that is, in fact, the Executive Director of Government Relations and Public Affairs. It is a much more encompassing role in that area than we've ever had before. It's new to this office, but I think incredibly important. Helen will be part of our cabinet team and serve in that capacity as a very trusted piece of our person in our senior leadership. And this role will really focus on state, federal relationships, media relationships, communications, overseeing sort of from a system level, that same conversation around our systemness, that how we're communicating, how we're interacting with both the legislature, state, and then our DC partners. And I think it'll be incredibly important. It's not a surprise that we never really take anything off the table either. So Helen still will be available for legal advice when needed. But we're pleased to have her in this role. I think it's going to be a great fit, and I think it's a great need to the overall MUS strategies. Helen's been with us for a number of years purely on the legal side, but we're excited to see her back in this role. For those of you that don't know, Helen has a history with the legislature where she served their legislative services prior to coming to us, and was a clerk at the Montana Supreme Court prior to that. So brings a wealth of knowledge, and I think that experience with the legislature is important in this role too. She understands how that piece works, and very involved in this session. As you point out, Chair Lozar, very appreciative of the team that worked incredibly hard and efficiently during the session to do the best we could for the MUS. Helen's a part of that and will be in this new role at an even more defined level. So welcome, Helen, to that role. And consistent with that, the world is shifting rapidly on the federal front as well. Obviously, the COVID funds have brought infusions of cash, but there's many other things on the forefront, and where the pandemic sort of overshadowed much of what's going on, there's a lot going on. And this new federal administration has many plans as well around community college and other things that are very much in discussion. Pell, some other pieces that I've asked Helen to not only stay informed on, but to inform this board on a regular basis. And so if we could, we'll jump into that update, and then just so everybody's in the loop, maybe after that update, we'll take a quick break and then come back for the portal piece of this. Executive Director Thigpen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Like the Commissioner said, it's a new world. It's somewhat hard to believe, but we are really only 4 months into President Biden's term, and there is a lot of activity to report from the administration and from Capitol Hill, including some regulatory activity at the Department of Education. And I will be a little bit more quick than the last presentation, just because I think we probably should move on in the agenda as well. But I think certainly all eyes have been pretty focused on the various funding pieces that were made available to higher education institutions as a result of the pandemic. We saw this in late December with the passage of the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, which was in addition to what was called the CARES Act funding that was provided back in March of 2020. And then after President Biden took office, we then saw the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, which I know that this board has heard a lot about. That's really the third round of higher education emergency relief funds, which allocated around $40 billion, give or take, additional financial relief to colleges and universities. That was split between funding for students and funding for institutions. And Deputy Commissioner Trevor will probably touch on this a bit more tomorrow, so I won't get into too many of the details about what those funds are used for and where they went. Commissioner Trevor can touch on that tomorrow. But in addition to the COVID relief funds that were provided, there are other budget proposals from the administration that we are tracking right now, along with the rest of the higher education community. Team Biden, without a doubt, has put forward a very ambitious plan for higher education. But of course, we know that Washington is an extremely divided place right now, and it's sort of unclear how some of these proposals will move forward. Most of this is moving forward through what is called the budget reconciliation process, allows some pieces of legislation to pass with a majority vote instead of a higher threshold. But really, I think what I wanted to highlight for the board this morning was that the president's priorities at this point for higher ed really fall into sort of 4 primary areas: support for historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, and minority serving institutions. We did see that reflected in the ARPA funding. The second priority is support to double the amount of the maximum Pell Award, which I believe is currently set around $6,500. The third priority would be student loan forgiveness or some measure of debt relief for federally backed student loan borrowers. And then the fourth is, as the commissioner mentioned, is providing some measure of free attendance for up to 2 years at community colleges. The maximum Pell Award has been, or increasing the maximum Pell Award, excuse me, has been a priority of this administration. The president proposed a $400 increase in what is called the skinny budget, which is sort of the preview budget proposal that was made public back in April. He also is proposing a $1,400 increase to that amount in the American Families Plan. So altogether, if all of those pieces were to be passed, the president is proposing an $1,800 increase to Pell right now. The president's proposal for community college is also reflected in the American Families Plan, and that plan essentially would create about $109 billion federal state partnership to provide 2 years of community college free of charge to all first-time students. So in addition, the Families Plan also proposes a $62 billion grant program to invest in completion and retention activities at institutions that serve high numbers of low-income students, particularly those that are attending community colleges, as well as a $39 billion program to provide 2 years of subsidized tuition for students from families earning less than $125,000 and who are enrolled at the HBCU, tribally controlled campuses, or minority serving institutions. Turning to a budget proposal, which is called the American Jobs Plan. This is also, I guess, what is referred to as a supplemental budget request and is going through that process. This is the president's infrastructure plan and was originally proposed to include substantial funding and investments for research to the tune of around $250 billion, including substantial funding for the National Science Foundation. It sounds like, and the commissioner can certainly jump in or correct me if this is not what he has heard, but that negotiators for the president recently moved some of that proposed support for scientific research out of the American Jobs Plan into other legislative vehicles, sort of in an effort, I think, to get closer to a deal with Republicans on the overall cost of that package. It sounds like they're still pretty far apart. From what I read, that there is some planned action around that before the July recess. I think that's part of the negotiation that's taking place there. Actually, this Friday, just in a couple of days, the president will release his administration's detailed budget. I think based on the skinny budget review, I think we have a pretty good idea of what will be included for higher ed, but we'll take a closer look at it when we see it. That has been delayed. Usually those budgets are released a bit earlier. A lot of people are speculating why it would be released on a Friday before a long holiday weekend. I don't know if that's good news or bad news, but we'll wait to see what comes up on that front. On the regulatory horizon, there are a few pieces that I wanted to point out just real quickly before you take a break. I think that this will pick up once the president has a full sort of slate of his team in place at the Department of Education. I don't believe very many of his team members have been put in place yet. But currently, what we do know is that the department is reviewing existing regulations, guidance, and orders all around Title IX. And if you recall, the Trump administration adopted significant regulations on Title IX last summer. Those regulations were certainly received a lot of attention from the higher education community. So the Biden administration is planning to hold a hearing on as sort of a review of those Title IX rules. from June 7th to June 11th, and we'll have someone on our team here listening into that session just to kind of see what's being discussed. We do expect a number of institutions and higher ed organizations to submit letters and reactions and comments at that hearing. But at this point, the department has said that it's really intending to take action, but right now they're going to hold this listening session and gather some feedback, and then most likely start the process of revising those rules that were adopted by the previous administration. There's also going to be a public hearing later in June to consider feedback on the topic of student loan and the borrower's defense to sort of what many have described as certain misleading loan practices from certain places, and as well as a consideration of student loan cancellation for borrowers in public service. The department has stated that it does not have the authority, the legal authority, to sort of move forward with canceling student loan debt, and then that is something that Congress would have to take up. But I think there's probably a lot of other things that the Biden administration is considering around student loans and maybe forgiving some portion of that. So we'll keep the board updated in the coming months. I think we will have a pretty good idea of where things will stand by next fall, just because as we know, things are moving quickly, but that the midterms are even right around the corner, which is also a little bit hard to believe. But anyway, that's sort of the federal update, and happy to answer any questions about this topic.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Helen. Any questions from members of the board?
I think we could take a break.
Excellent. Thanks again, Helen, for a very thorough review and update of what's happening federally. So we will take a quick 10-minute break, and then all the lines will be muted. We'll meet back around All right. I hope everyone had a good break, and we'll dive back in to the commissioner's report. Commissioner Christian, I know we've got 2 more items left. I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so welcome back, everybody. You know, for the newer members, meeting in Billings about 3 years ago, we really started conversations in earnest around how do we attract a larger percentage of Montanans to higher education? Because ultimately, to meet economic and workforce needs in Montana, well, and across the country for that matter, a lot of the earlier goals around seeing a greater percentage of adult population with some post-secondary credentials is absolutely necessary by every economic standard there is out there. And we can't keep up. And Montana actually exaggerates that, as we're growing an aging state more so than others. We have incredible workforce needs. While not the only solution, one of the things we discussed is, so what does that mean in Montana? And one of the things that we quickly identify is that at least 40% of Montanans weren't going on to any post-secondary education, and probably 20% of Montana high school graduates weren't seeking education in Montana. So what do we do to attract more students and a larger percentage of students into higher education? Obviously, there's more than one tool. We've done a lot with dual enrollment. I think that's a great start on encouraging broader participation. But one of the things that we really felt necessary was this concept around a portal, a central location, a central spot, both to apply, but also to learn more about the MUS, about Montana's workforce shortages, about what our needs are, what you can find where in the system, and then how you can find easy entry, especially for first generation students, especially for that 40% that didn't necessarily see themselves as college going. How do we attract that group? And so we put a lot of effort over the last few years, and frankly, a fair amount of money toward this effort, creating both the common app, something that we kicked off last September to great success. It is meeting our expectations and much, much more. A place where every student in Montana can apply, one spot, every institution for free. But then there's also other things that we've talked about along the way, other things that this central spot can do in terms of identifying what's available in the MUS, and if you follow certain paths, what those paths, where you would land, and what how they tie back to Montana workforce needs. So a multi-year effort underway. We really brought our director Scott Lemon on board to deal with this sort of centralized approach to both applying, but also sort of what do we offer and how do we do that? They've made tremendous progress. But we wanted to showcase some of that today to just kind of get you up to speed on where we're at. We've certainly talked over the last year about the various phases and where we are in the rollout. And so a continuation of what many of you have seen for a few years now, and some new information for our newer members. But I turn it over to Scott and let you walk us through where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's great, as everyone has said, to see you all in person and all in the same room. As the Commissioner said, my name is Scott Lemon. I'm the Director of Admissions and Enrollment Strategy here with the MUS in the Office of the Commissioner. And today we're going to walk through a couple things, two of the largest programs that we've been asked to undertake here for the system itself in the central application that the Commissioner had mentioned just a second ago. And then the Career and College Readiness Portal. We've got a sort of a one-stop shop for all resident students here in Montana to do a variety of things overall. And I want to focus just a minute on purpose, and that is for us to recognize that we're here for resident student access first and foremost. Part of these really large initiatives that we're working on in the Commissioner's office are to remove barriers. We've made the application free in the state of Montana for every resident. That's a huge win for us here in the state and for students and families to remove these barriers for entry overall. Want to create new and streamlined processes that are going to benefit Montanans who are interested in public higher education here with the MUS, but also do a better job in communicating the value here in higher ed overall. We also want to increase efficiency. So these are the larger initiatives that are going to do just those things overall as we get through a little bit of what I'll chat about today. So I want to give a brief overview of that. We'll talk briefly about Apply Montana, who we've really focused our efforts on, what audiences, personas. The process itself, I want to focus some time on the process that we actually have, that we've actually undertaken, that we're currently engaged in with respect to developing this larger front door, if you will, for families to engage overall in the portal itself. So really exciting things. This is Apply Montana. This is a brand new program that we've launched here with the support of the Commissioner and the Board of Regents to be more mindful of these communication plans that we want to roll out for resident students overall. This is entirely new for the MUS itself. And I'm going to try to talk when Jared's working on my computer overall. See how that goes. As we've launched these brand new initiatives to engage in these opportunities to more effectively communicate. Thank you, Jared. What exactly it is that we want to accomplish here. And that's, again, removing these barriers and creating a larger front door here in the state of Montana. So we launched this with some really great creative help in this space to get a brand new program, a brand new brand, if you will, for us to communicate more effectively what exactly it is we're trying to do with Apply Montana. So you guys will see this around if you haven't already. As I mentioned to the board in previous meetings, we did launch an awareness campaign. We had a digital space that we were able to embark on and communicate effectively with the MUS and Apply Montana, what exactly it is with the new free application that we launched. I'll have more information to share in the fall when we have some concrete data on the application numbers themselves, but all things are looking incredibly promising, as the Commissioner mentioned. I'll take just a couple minutes here on the actual portal project scope to focus on what I've highlighted here. You can see how large of a project this is. There's a lot of folks in the room that have undertaken website creation, overhauls, and understand the work that goes into this. The areas that have been really, really impactful for us, I would say, as a team, but also for the board to be privy to, are really the qualitative nature that we embarked on here in the stakeholder groups, interviews and focus groups overall. So we didn't just, sort of interact in the space and creating this resource, thinking we knew everything that residents of Montana wanted to see or hear. We went out and we spoke to them. With our partners, we were able to launch a variety of different focus groups with K through 12 educators, certainly folks here on the commissioner's team to provide feedback, specific stakeholder interviews to get one-on-one feedback from what exactly it is we were missing or we could do better for the state overall. The content has been the largest, chunk of work we've been able to identify. We had a robust content audit on our current site and just really uncovered, I would say, where all the closets of data are here for the MUS and the PDFs and the different documents and things that exist. We did an amazing job getting that information to see where we can better extract what's working really well for us and bring it over to the new site itself. And the search engine optimization audit, we were able to actually look at what's going to be the most effective way for folks to find us, because that's truly what we're trying to do with particularly that 40% that we talk about so much that are on the fence with engaging post-secondary education. We want to do a better job of getting to the top of those search opportunities. I'll talk briefly about the site maps and sort of the x-ray of the site itself, and then we'll get into the art direction and design strategy and where we are today. I'll do my best to give you guys a test run of our first prototype of the website today, so we can show that to the board as well. Overall, design strategy has also been something I'll touch on just a little bit here. It's been an interesting process to get a variety of different feedback in a million different places to try to provide this amazing resource for students and families to engage. But the wireframe sense, this is the x-ray of the site. This is the user experience that we've spent so much time and try to be as mindful as we can. What can we do to get folks not only to this resource that is the resident student access portal, but keep them there, answer their questions effectively, allow them to communicate with the MUS, our staff, as well as the campuses themselves as they have these questions overall. We also know that folks sort of engage in that space of the unknown. They don't know if they want to engage in post-secondary education. How can we answer these questions better, more strategically and more effectively to take, again, to the efficiency point of view? What currently exists is outstanding. We just want to find a better job, a better way to promote these initiatives and value for folks here in the state to do that. And then the design process. This was actually quite fun, but overwhelming at the same time. You can see a variety of different mood boards that are presented here, and really just want to hammer home to the board that this was not something that we just threw a dart at a board on the wall and said we think we're going to go in this direction. We were very mindful and spent months in the design process and strategy trying to encompass what we thought would best serve the largest number of prospective students and families here in the state of Montana to be able to communicate the value again overall. I'll transition briefly to the site itself and go from there. So you can see some of the screens here. Some of you that are familiar with the mus.edu site, the current portal that we launched in December to try to extract and build through exactly what's going on and what we've done. And this is where we are. We've got an amazing resource. Full disclaimer that a lot of these pictures and some of the content you're going to see will change. This is purely the layout and design of what we wanted to capture for our new resident student access portal. Apply Montana brand is front and center here at the top at a very premier place, the top bar. We want to also be able to have students find the application as quickly as possible. So you're going to see apply now at the very top. Contact us is new for us in our approach to provide an outlet for students and families to reach out in the event they have questions immediately. We're going to do our best to build that out as well on the contact us. Search capability is something that will exist as it does on mus.edu now. But we're going to migrate a large amount of content over to the site in the coming months, and we'll provide more updates overall. It's clearly distinctly Montana, certainly with the state front and center. We tried to incorporate as much as we could from east to western Montana, the variety of career fields that exist and the students that we know are going to engage with the MUS overall. This persona piece that I chatted briefly about, this is where we try to distill the user through where they want to be. And so we tried to find 4 different audiences that would engage with our site the most, the 2 of which are standalone and new are parents and guidance counselors. We know that our largest partners in the state typically are parents and guidance counselors, apart from students that know they want to join the MUS, but having an opportunity to have them represented here is a real win for us in the commissioner's office in the MUS to do that. And so we've dedicated time and resources to these 4 distinct personas. We want folks to be able to get here and tell us exactly what information they'd like to get. I'll briefly scroll down here so you can see we're focusing on college, cost, and career are the three main themes you're going to see here on the site overall. We aligned our Montana career pathways here with the career tracks. This is subject to change as well. Overall, you see 3 of 3. We're going to take students through a variety of questions so we can help them sort of see exactly what they want to glean from the site. If it's purely career focused, we're going to provide that information. If it's purely college focused, based on the breadth of the MUS, we're going to allow them to do that as well. So they can select any school. Again, this will light up. This will be in color as the cursor comes over in the final run through. This is really for us just to showcase how large and how amazing the MUS is with the great work that's occurring on our campuses each and every day and the hard work of everybody that's engaged in the space. Down at the bottom, again, we can get them right to the application if they'd like, but to contact us in the program finder that currently exists will come over as well. I'll take you through just a couple more screens and then I'll certainly open it up for questions.
Well, you're getting to that. One of the things we are wanting to focus on is this guidance counselor piece, right? I mean, everybody has had kids or their own experience go through this, but you've got high schools all over the state of Montana with largely understaffed, overworked guidance counselor departments, which has been, one of the primary drivers of that MUS piece. And those counselors need to have the knowledge on how to apply to 16 different institutions, what's available. I think this could be, and our hope is it'll be a tremendous resource for those individuals. And, working with K-12 partners to find that time, even classroom time to start like college application week and those pieces where they can find time to really hone in with a broader sector of Montana students on what's available and what might be available for you, especially those students that have not seen this path as their path.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And that's an excellent point and something that I just want to highlight. I think in the essence of time with guidance counselors, we've heard this from our partners across the state that they oftentimes don't have, turns out, an unlimited amount of time to work with every student as long as they'd want to. As the commissioner said, there's a myriad of hats that they wear and a lot of different demands in their time. And so with the addition of the central application, counselors can actually take a student through one process and allow them to apply to all campuses versus maybe only enough time to show them how to apply to one campus. And so in coaching them through different career tracks and things, they can direct them to this new resource that we're creating that is an amazing opportunity for them to, I would say, amplify the efforts here in the commissioner's office in the MUS and allow us to better communicate, the value of our campuses individually, but also the breadth of the system overall. And so we're incredibly encouraged by that. The career piece is very important to us as well. The second screen I just wanted to highlight briefly is the ability for a student to engage in where they might want to end up as a means of programs they might want to take a look at today. And so these are, again, placeholders and data. I've heard a couple of jokes about folks want to be animal caretakers for a certain salary, and I think that's fantastic.
There's a fisherman on there.
There's a fisherman out here as well. So these aren't actual confirmed numbers. We've just put some data in here. I want to be fully transparent with that. But the user experience here is incredibly important. So students can actually engage with the slider here to look at where they think they might want their salary to be. They can do searches based on how many years of study they would like to engage in. And then we have additional build outs here to occur on these click downs. But as we ask them these questions, do you prefer to work indoors, outdoors? Do you want to work with your hands? Do you want to be in an office? This will start to churn out a variety of different programs tied to DLI and BLS data that we'll be able to highlight in an amazing fashion here through the site, show them the salaries, and actually allow us to, again, amplify the new programs that our campuses are promoting and find one place for students to get this information effectively overall, which we're really excited about. We also want to provide that personal feel to the site and provide bios from our campuses. And so you can see here, if I've selected an agricultural engineer program, I can see that salary, the amount of years I need to study, the 10-year projected growth rate of that. And there is no Chris Hamilton in Billings, Montana. This is, again, a placeholder, but we'll have a student testimonial here for folks to be able to look at, somebody who's done that program. We can tell them what programs to consider, what majors might be available for them, and what campuses they exist in. And so it's an excellent resource for students and parents, frankly, to go through this process and see exactly what is available. Students in high school can also get a head start here and see what helpful high school courses they might want to engage a little bit more thoroughly in if this is a major that interests them overall. But we look at these really fast-paced major creation opportunities at our campuses, and this is an amazing place for us to store that information and highlight, frankly, the great work again that's being done in our campuses overall. So we're laser focused on career outcomes and making sure that we're communicating that effectively through this process overall. I'll share one more, and then I'll briefly show you the mobile version, and so we can look at what this might look like on an iPhone or iPad, and we can take that route.
Incredibly excited about the sort of labor side of this, right? Because Regent Buchanan, to your earlier questions, what do we hear from the legislature and the rest? How are we meeting Montana's workforce needs? And that's what they're investing in their minds. And this notion that, you know, we're creating students for needs in Montana, and students can see those needs and they can get a sense of what, you know, the job opportunities are, what the openings are, what the compensation levels are. I just think it opens up a whole new world for us. I'm very excited about that piece of it.
I do have just a follow-up question, if I may. What is a connection with the Department of Labor? So that there is a credible employer side to this, right? I mean, and I don't mean it's not credible, but it's, you know, you could put up there a, you know, nursing wage or something, and you know, so how is it that an employer can feel confident that the data here accurately depicts what they're going to see in the workforce? And I mean,
It's a great question.
maybe that's not even a reasonable question. I mean,
A good question.
Absolutely.
I think, and Chair Lozar, Regent Dombrowski, Scott might have some more details. I'll give you a quick initial response, which is that, you know, the amount of data the DLI has, both in terms of projected demand, so demand across the state in certain sectors, broken down by region, and then also wage outcomes for students that have already graduated and gone on in those fields. It's really impressive.
Okay.
That's always going to be our starting point, is working with DLI, and Scott and myself and others have ongoing conversations with how to integrate our databases. We also have looked a little bit even beyond some of those core partners to think about new ways in which we can identify skills that are in demand. So not just sort of job fields that we would expect to pop up in South Central Montana, for example, but different types of skill sets that may not be restricted to just one job field, but a student may want to know about. So they'll have as many options as possible when they graduate. And there are some third-party folks that we can work with on that front. But DLI is always our first stop. They've been tremendous partners along the way. Scott, is that about right? I mean, I think that's our thinking. We have to get the data integrated in the right way so this is easy to navigate for students or parents or counselors.
That's absolutely right. And there's a lot of interesting opportunities for us to expand on this as well. So this won't be, you know, input one thing and it'll be finished. This will be an ongoing multi-year process for us to continue to make this better, certainly solicit feedback. And John Thunstrom has done an amazing job actually mapping some of the DLI data to this resource. Hands down, our second largest challenge right now is really making these systems communicate and connect to Brock's point. It's really something we're paying close attention to.
excellent work.
Yeah, and I don't want to overpromise for tomorrow, but that is the long-term vision. And, you know, it ties back to other parallel efforts going on, like the pilot at U of M with Department of Labor a year or two ago on the return to work stuff, where we identify specific needs in a specific community and can tell potential students, you know, what the workforce demands are, what the compensation are by region, by state. I mean, that's the piece that I think will really start to provide incredibly meaningful data for families trying to make decisions about what's next. And, you know, the proverbial question that continues to get asked across the country, is it worth it? And when you dig down, it always is worth it. It really, truly is worth it by almost every comparator you can put out there, from lifetime earnings to social interaction to on and on and on, mental health, physical health. But how do we display that in a little more transparency to the sort of wondering student and the wondering family? And I think this will, like I said, not the only tool, but it'll be a great start. And so we continue to ask those questions about what next generations look like and how integrated can that be. But I think Department of Labor has the information. It's just how integrated can we make these ties?
I guess I want one other question. Can we like tie vaccine in somehow? I don't know.
Regent Nystuen.
Director Lemon, great job on this. One of the things I recall from my days being on the board of Flathead Valley Community College was, I asked President Karras one day, I said, so if there's a will, is there a way you could get a student in? Look, I have no financial resources. And she said, yes, we will find a way to make sure we get any student that's of mind enrolled and find the dollars for them through grants, work study, foundations, scholarships, and things like that. Are we looking at trying to weave into the portal the financial aspects of this down the line as you relate to how do you do it? You know, Jane would say it's their failure to plan for life and college is what the biggest obstacle for seeing some of the students, especially on the two-year campuses, to become proficient at college. Is there some ways that we might be able to enhance this even more? I know you still have a lot of work left to do. Great job. Keep going. Don't take your foot off that gas pedal. But are there some next iterations you're looking at to move forward, especially with regards to financials and planning for college?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brock, do you want to go?
No, you got it.
So if, Jared, could you bring my screen up again, pretty please? So right here on the same high school screen, this is where that student would be able to get down to your question, region high student, and exactly that navigating financial aid and how we merge these in the prepare, pay, and apply piece. And so we're really doing the cost comparisons will exist in the portal. We've got some models in place here for students to actually look at that. And I believe it's right here in the cost comparison. So a lot of the great tools that we have, students will be able to align through the portal itself. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of this great information and these resources exist currently. We just haven't had a single place to really house them overall. And to your, I think, larger question, absolutely. Our mission is to make this probably the most seamless transition for students in that how do we pay for college? We know that's the single greatest barrier for students in higher ed overall, but it does exist right now on the portal, and this will be something that will never take shape fully. This will always be evolving overall. So we're very encouraged by this, and again, the great work that's occurring, but also that mapping to the campuses where we put them in touch with specific opportunities in the state. And I don't know, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, did I miss anything?
Yeah, just a broader statement. Chair Lozar, Regent High student. It's important to sort of reiterate that one of our primary goals is affordability and access, and especially if you look at our two-year system and the way the portal will be able to highlight two-year opportunities, say for that student who doesn't have any financial resources. If you look at the numbers, and the portal will show this, for that student, whether it's through Pell Grant and some additional aid or other programs based at the institution, you really can get through a two-year program at little to no cost at all. And so this will highlight that opportunity for students so that a student or parent with no resources doesn't say, well, gosh, my choice is no college, or I've got 4 years all the way across the state, all of this cost of attendance. No, actually, there might be something close to home or online that will basically, cost them little or nothing. So I think that's part of the goal we have in mind with the portal.
Absolutely.
And just to be clear, that's an immediate goal.
Yeah.
The financial aid piece is part of this initial design. That's not even a down the road. That's something that we think is central to helping. And Helen and I were talking, still a lot of work to be done here, but the major redesign of FAFSA happening at the federal level. And, we'll need to integrate those pieces. Yeah, no, actually, that's part of the Lamar Alexander piece is to get it down to, or 23, I thought. Questions, but from a multi-page document down to a few and very specific, and there again, linked with other IRS data and stuff that's out there. And those changes, that's been approved. Now it's just kind of working through the implementation of it at a staff level in DC. So the financial piece will get a little more simple, hopefully. And we'll be on top of that. I think that's key to it, especially as we talk about the 40%, is knowing what's available, but also can I go and can I afford to go? And the answer is yes, for most of those students. But how do we help with that?
Thank you. To Region High students, example at FECC, will the portal be able to, certainly we've been talking about federal aid and FAFSA, but will it be able to get down to sort of the grant opportunities that are available at each institution that are very specific to that institution or that are, being provided through that institution's foundation or something like that? Will they be able to see those opportunities once they identify the college that they have an interest in?
Sure, those are members of the board, absolutely, and that is our immediate focus. As the commissioner had pointed out, that they'll have an access either to a central repository here on the portal itself, or will link directly to the sites themselves, the campuses and their financial aid sites will be able to list that. So what we're hoping to find is that college search piece on this. And again, have that search functionality for folks to input different cells, and we'll be able to provide an output of what's available at the campus level to them here in the state of Montana. So certainly want to highlight the opportunities here in the state as well as the federal opportunities themselves. Great question. On the high school side, I'll just close with a couple quick things. On the high school side, again, as we're integrating with dual enrollment, and we know how incredibly important this is. This is something for a high school student to click through here to be able to communicate. Behind these containers, if you will, are a large amount of standalone pages themselves. So again, this is just the main, maybe one click for our student. If you went to a guidance counselor persona, if you identified as a parent, you have a totally separate set of information and containers to display as we build this out. So we know the content is a large challenge. We've got a lot of it, but we need to create a lot of this to get this to where we want it to be. But we know we placed a special emphasis on dual enrollment. We know how incredibly important that is, and increasing that efficiency in what we're doing today. So I'll close with ask a counselor on the walkthrough here. Again, this is new for the MUS and what we're trying to do, and anticipating some of the questions that students might have, and provide a contact us component here to be able to let them engage with the MUS and OCHI, and have an opportunity for us to really assist any way we can some of the initial questions that students, parents, and educators might have as this continues to get built out. It's very exciting. I'll briefly show you, because the question does come up, how does this going to look on mobile? And you can see the difference here on an iPad, for example. It does orient. So if a student turns their iPad or iPhone, as you would on most sites, it will adjust how content is stacked. And then on what appears to be maybe an iPhone 1, I don't know what model exactly, but you look at the dimensions from the screen, overall, you can see where it will adjust slightly. Instead of maybe a 2x2, you're going to see a 4-block stack, and so on and so forth. So the site will be exactly the same, but to be able to get through everything I showed you on the mobile version as well through this process.
Job, Scott.
I'll close with just a special thanks to Amy, Jared, Marlis, and Edwina for allowing the technology to share this today. I know it was a large lift on their end, and they did a lot of work to get me to this place. And this is not just my work. There's a lot of folks that are engaged in this space. There's a core team established here in the commissioner's office to work on this. I thank all of them for their work, and the campuses themselves have provided a ton of input for us to get to this place. So I really thank all the folks that have been involved to get us to this place. We're very excited. Mr. Commissioner, that's the last of my remarks. I'm happy to take questions to the board.
Scott. Regent Sexton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lozar. Dr. Lemon, I just wanted to tell you, I love this like so much. I'm just jealous that this wasn't here 4 years ago when I started school. It basically includes everything that I spent a great deal of time and resources and phone calls and emails to compile myself. So this is amazing. And I think it really showcases why we organize as a system, because it does reduce those information costs for students. It really does create efficiencies. So I'm just kind of wanting to give a little bit of feedback as to next steps. And I assume you've probably already thought of these things. Would you be putting in connections with employers that are, in Montana, in the fields that those students are looking at? Would there be even some potential for internship information as well? Because I know for some people, again, I'm non-traditional, internships are really important. You might want to be working while you go to school. So it would really be helpful to know which degrees already have those built-in work components. And I also just had a question too. How do we know that this is reaching students that weren't otherwise thinking of higher education? I mean, this is great for people, again, who are like, I want to go to college, and now this is making it so much easier. But for people who aren't thinking about it and don't know this, how are we connecting with them?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Sexton, this is a great question. And I think a big part of our focus is going to be looking at initially overall enrollment, obviously, is something we're going to be paying close attention to. We can monitor, and we're going to get reports and analytics on the actual site traffic and sort of how students are engaging in the space. Certainly, I think the adult and transfer populations and looking at those opportunities for us to report out those specific numbers of those populations and demographics will be a key indicator for us to say, okay, likely based on what we have in front of us, we can make some strong correlations that these are new populations embarking on. I didn't get a chance to show you this, but we have a standalone persona and content side of the website for first generation students, for Native American students. We've got some amazing opportunities for veterans to get standalone information. So you could find this information historically on our site and on our campus's site, but we've got really front and center standalone information for these populations as well. And so the short of it is we've got to look at some of the traditional data points that we have and see where those are going to be. But Brock, do you want to add?
Chair Lozar and Regent Sexton, I do just quickly, your question about work-based learning, internships, apprenticeships, actually another point of connection with the Department of Labor and Industry. They've been working hard on a project they call Workforce Connections, which is actually, to call it a job board isn't enough, but it's a really great user interface and it lets students browse work-based learning opportunities that are connected to specific employers. And there's actually a link there, how to apply and whatnot. I think we can connect to that quite easily, and that'll help address your first question. The second question about how do we know we're reaching the 40%? That'll be partly done through data analysis. And I think, Scott, you and I have talked about this. It's a down the road a bit, but I'd like to see us, in some respects, pursue what you might think of as gamification of the portal so that we can encourage students to connect really early and incentivize them to come back. So they might visit, if they visit their 8th grade year or their first year in high school and they enter their information and they ask to receive updates, maybe they get some points or credit or even micro scholarships or something like that, get them coming back. And I think if we pursue that kind of strategy, we'll actually be able to reach new students. And then importantly, we won't have students come to the portal for the first time when it's time to apply. They'll know the portal, they'll feel comfortable there. And actually the application will be sort of the culmination of a long-term relationship. And I don't want to, that's easier said than done, but I think that's kind of our joint long-term vision for how to make this really move the needle for that 40% of students.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I think that there's a lot of potential too. I mean, I know there's an option for guidance counselors, parents, and then obviously potential students. You might think about adding one for employers as well, just especially given the apprenticeship credits that exist. The house bill we just talked about, there's credits there for employers to pay for part of the education of their employees. They might be more willing to take on employees with less skills if they know that they can work with them and educate them and, get some of that cost reimbursed.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Norman had a question. Yeah, Regent Bell. Chair Lozo, Director. I guess I'm new to this. So one question I have, are we modeling this after a success in some other part of the country? And the next part of my question is a little bit was discussed, but what does success look like? Because effectively you have 6 months from late junior year to early senior year, where a lot of these kids make that decision. So I would argue that, and the enrollment numbers is way too much of a laggard. So how do we monitor the traffic on the site after launch to make sure that it's relevant and we have the kind of traffic that is going to drive engagement?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Bob, that's an excellent question. And I think we've got some strategies in place on the analytics side to do that. And so part of this analytic tracking is certainly not my area. I'm not an expert in analytics and how the site's going to be monitored. We will have some reporting capabilities to show what the traffic is and the engagement, as you said. We're going to be able to report out on that effectively. I do think we can look at application growth initially as an indicator for how successful the site is based on historical data. We've got plenty of that from the MUS, from how many applications have we generated overall. This is the first year we've had Apply Montana. We're seeing some really strong indicators that application number data is positive to that. So we want to make those connections and ask really hard questions about that. But I think initially it is app data, and it is looking at, are we up in applications? Did those students actually start in the fall? And did we find an opportunity for us to map those to the portal itself and what layers of engagement they do? The levels of tracking we'll have will be, getting through the site. Do they end up applying? Do they end up submitting their application and completing? So more traditional indicators that you would see with different application systems and frankly, different universities across the country would have these metrics readily available. To your first question, I do think that there's a lot of states doing some amazing things. Idaho would be one. I would say we've got some partners in the region that have similar models set up in place. Indiana's another state that has a really amazing college resource, student access portal like this. And so we have done, and Deputy Commissioner Tessman's team has done, long before I got here, a very deep dive on what states are doing some things exceptionally well. So there are some success stories there with how do we drive that content. To Brock's earlier point, I think it really is getting earlier in the cycle. We do need to worry about this year. We do need to worry about next year in a very urgent manner in trying to find ways to communicate more effectively and drive applications and interest to the site and the resources that we have to offer. But the longer term, as you mentioned, is what Deputy Commissioner Tessman pointed out. How do we plant these seeds a little bit earlier in the cycle for the students overall? We're well aware of the enrollment data, the application projections and high school graduates that are coming down. So we've got to be mindful of that. But I do think the real win is going to be communicating a little bit earlier to these populations overall.
Yeah, Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure you've thought of this, but the dual enrollment students, the thousands of students involved in that, that's a target-rich environment that you'd almost want them to have to click through the portal before they could get anywhere, that they could become so familiar. I say that tongue in cheek. You can't do that, but.
Yeah, we can't.
Mr. Chair, Regent Nystuen, yes, we've that's a very good point, and we are working diligently. I don't want to speak for Director Treaster, who's doing some amazing work with Dan Corrales, who will speak to you, I believe, tomorrow. But I've got some really large goals for dual enrollment to intersect at the portal. And I've shared these with the senior leadership team on just how we can maybe increase efficiency and provide some coupling of dual enrollment. And the application itself, we would love students to go and engage in dual enrollment and have to do that through Apply Montana. So they know exactly where to go back to apply for college. They've been there, they've seen that process, they understand exactly what we're doing. There's some technical questions, obviously, but rest assured that we are working on making that, bridging that gap as quickly as possible.
And it also really helps expose individual students to the entirety of the MUS. If there's a central repository for those, instead of now just what's available for dual enrollment at the high school next to me, what's available in Montana. And I think that'll open some doors too, but it comes from the centralized piece of it, where that's an access point where you can find out what are classes I can take all over Montana.
Thank you.
Yeah, Regent Rogers.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair Lozar, and thank you, Director Lemon. Wow, this is so vital. University system. I mean, this is everything for long-term competitiveness. So thank you for your work. I do some website work for some of my clients, and I am blown away at the amount of content that you're dealing with. I'm glad to hear that you have potentially some automations of that content so that you're not updating each of these pages individually. And I was really excited to see some of the features that Ask the Counselor feature. Reminds me of that Georgia Tech app a little bit. It's exciting to see us moving in that direction to be a little bit more responsive in real time to student needs and be able to get them engaged continuously. Along Regent Bow's line of thought, also I'm excited from an analytics standpoint to have all of this in one place instead of disparate across the system, so that we can really potentially take advantage of it. And I think that those outcomes and opportunities will sort of arise as the data comes in. But I'm excited to see how that works out. My question is, when you're looking at these other best practice institutions across the country, and knowing that, you know, resources are always thoughtfully utilized in the system, is there some great feature or some best practice that you haven't yet on this project that in a perfect world you'd be able to?
Chair Lozar, Regent Rogers, that's an excellent question. And the short of it is no, there is no enormous, I think, capability or technical aspect that we haven't been able to engage with. I think we certainly have tried to take on as much as we possibly can to get this off the ground in the first year. And I honestly cannot think of a thing that we are lacking in this initial launch of the site overall. And if anything, I think we've tried to fit 5 or 6 more things into the initial to make it as it's very exciting. So I think the more we talk to folks, there's a lot that we get incredibly excited about in addition to the launch of the site. But there's nothing that's glaring that I think we're missing here in this first launch particularly. There's a lot of great ideas we have overall. And go ahead, Rep.
I think, Chair Lozar, Regent Rogers, that the career exploration tool looks really good. And I think it's as good as anything we've seen. Regent Bow, the other best practices or states with best practices that we initially looked at, I think we are them now. I wouldn't now look around based on the work Scott's done and say, gosh, we're still way behind Louisiana or Indiana or any of these places. But that career exploration tool, I think that's one that's really tricky because it's hard to build a kind of tool that lets a student who's brand new to this process just enter a little bit of information, because you don't want a 30-question survey, a little bit of information, give them useful kind of feedback and projections, and then to turn around and really quickly tie that to the programs we have available around the state. I think hitting all of that seems like the frontier work that you're doing. And I think we're in a really good spot right now, but I would imagine that's going to be something we continue to develop. And I mean, the sky's the limit there in terms of how complicated that could get in terms of sort of behind the scenes engineering of the site. I mean, I don't know, and Scott's the guy to ask on that, but that's the part where I really feel like he's pushing the limits on it.
That's Chair Lozar and Regent Rogers, that's a great point, Brock, and I think that's the biggest piece for us to look from a student perspective too. And so all these amazing majors that, you know, students are often trying to communicate to their parents what they're going to do with these majors and these programs. And so that career exploration piece for us to highlight front and center, you know, if you want to be a craft brewer, we've got programs for that. And we've got this amazing opportunity for you to, you know, go home and show your folks exactly what that might look like here in the EMS, what a career might be built around that. So that work will never stop. And I think you're absolutely correct in that, Brock, that it's just going to be an ongoing challenge. And we're excited about that. There's a lot to be done. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, Regent Bell.
Chair Lozar, Director Lemon, thank you. This is new to me, so I forgive me if some of these questions are kind of have already been addressed by previous boards. So, you know, what does the program look like to get guidance counselors on board? I mean, this could be an effective tool for helping high school guidance counselors do their job, but do we have their buy-in? How are we incentivizing them to participate? How do we make them realize it's a win-win for them? You know, I think juniors are unlikely to go to a website without a little prompting, right? And so how do we, is that part of where are we in that stage of the development actually?
Chair Lozar, Regent Bell, it's an excellent question. And we haven't really delved too far into that in previous board meetings. I'd say overall, we have launched multiple campaigns to communicate. I briefly mentioned the awareness campaign. So we had a digital campaign here in the state to just talk about Apply Montana, what exactly it is. Part of that space was dedicated to counselors. There was a direct mail campaign from Angela McLean's team to actually get out to every single high school in the state of Montana. We have a core coordinator essentially at every high school that facilitates the variety of programming that Director McLean sort of oversees in this space. So they've received collateral materials, print materials on Apply Montana. We have communicated in a variety of mediums to them. Given the pandemic, we haven't been able to be in person as much, obviously, as we would like. But our team manages the variety of newsletters and various communication pieces about Apply Montana. As I mentioned earlier, we also facilitated a focus group dedicated to the K through 12 space to increase awareness there. I presented a MOPSOC earlier in the year on Apply Montana itself. We've done breakout sessions dedicated to nothing but this from that audience. Could I say it's 100%? You know, as far as no, absolutely not. There's plenty of work to do, and we're excited to be out and about a lot more and communicating that itself. Overall, I feel like the buy-in is there. We don't have a dedicated standalone program for that. I know we recognize them in our Schools of Excellence program. We've got a variety of things that we do in that space, but there's plenty of opportunity for us to do more in that space overall.
Particular Chair Lozar, Regent Bowd, we have a college access team here in the Commissioner's office. Scott exists kind of at the nexus of the college access and college success team. But that college access team really directs across the entire state our college application week in the fall. And I could imagine our success in this realm will look like students across the state of Montana during college application week, walking in, perhaps during the school day, perhaps at night, to their school's library to meet with their guidance counselor. And the guidance counselor has pulled up the portal and they have some training behind that. And they're able to just start with that and walk the student through what it means to pay for college, what program might be right for them. So I think that would be a really successful first step. And then after a year or two of that, I think that just generally this should make our school's guidance counselors' jobs much easier, right? I mean, this is everything in one place.
And I'll just
that started some with college
It has,
application.
yeah.
That process of hands-on, taking them to the site to apply.
Absolutely.
So, Chair Lozar, thank you, Director Lemon. I think that's right. I mean, I think my question revolves around what does success look like outside of increased enrollment? I think, you know, I'll be asking that question a year from now. What kind of feedback are we getting from guidance counselors and how long are kids spending on the site? I think the kind of metrics that we're asking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Lozar, I just have one follow-up question. When I think about healthcare, we sort of think we know what those people who aren't accessing healthcare want. And we were challenged in a sort of an embarrassing way. And so I was thinking that 40%, is anyone talking to the 40? I mean, can you get to those 40% to sort of say, what do you need, rather than presume that we can get them? I mean, I love this. This is really great. But I'm just thinking down the road, how do we really know we're getting to those people, whoever the people? That if, I mean.
Sure, those are Regent Dombrowski. Not quite, cement hasn't dried on this idea, but we are in the process of finalizing with external funding from the Lumina Foundation, a kind of value of higher education survey in Montana that will be sent out not just to alumni, not just to MEUS affiliated individuals, but actually throughout the state. And again, still working on finalizing some of the questions, but really asking what it is that people perceive as the current value of the MEUS, what they'd like to see different in terms of program offerings, online versus in person. And look, it'll still be hard to get all of the data that we want, but I think that this could be our best effort to really reach folks who are not otherwise connected to the MEUS. And Christine Miller, Joe Teal, Dan Corrales in our office are kind of heading that effort. I think in September, we'll have some results to share with this board.
That's fair. Thank you.
Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Director Lemon, I had one follow-up question. Can you walk me through a little bit about how this portal benefits transfer students and maybe even more specifically transfer students within the system? I know there's been some conversation, at least during my time on the board, that there's been a lot of progress made for helping make that transition a lot more smooth. But how will this help them to see, if you're starting off in a community college and you're buying into the 2+2 programs, can you really see like, okay, once I get these credits here, this is what I can do with them? And how can that help even improve efficiency with advising on specific campuses?
Chair Lozar, members of the board, Regent Sexton, that's a great question. Yes, the short answer is yes. There's a lot of opportunity for us to do that. Transfer students will have a dedicated space that we communicate nothing but the value of being a transfer student, what that means here in the MEUS. We're working on some of the transfer pathways through some of the work that's occurring on Deputy Commissioner Tessman's team now, and having an opportunity to explore that further with a really amazing opportunity to showcase what's occurring here on the transfer side. So that's another piece. The transmittal process, so we talk about efficiency and a variety of opportunities for us to get better for our students. And what we're exploring now is opportunities for us to take a largely paper-based process in transferring within the MEUS and bringing that online. If you've been a part of that process, you can understand that faxing documents and different things that occur with students across the state gets a little frustrating. And so with the portal and with some of the I think the operational efficiencies we built into the central application, we're hopeful that we can provide an opportunity for transfer students to complete that process online. And so we're looking to do that, obviously connect to the portal and communicate to that population specifically with that. So there's a lot of things in the works to that. And I think if I had maybe an hour to get through every, click through on this side, I think we certainly, I'll spare you that. But there's a lot of opportunity to show, I think, just how deep the site map itself goes with where we're trying to get the content overall. So
fantastic. Thank
great
you.
question. Thank you.
Yeah, Regent Buchanan.
Thanks, Chair Lozar. Just kind of an observation, and I want to reiterate the questioning or the solicitation for the strategy that Regent Bao asked. This career pathway piece, the goal is to get people thinking about what the value of the input to education is. We want you to have a map as to what you get for your investment, right? At School District 2 in Billings, at least, that's starting at the 8th grade level. They're now running kids through career pathway modeling. They have very few electives, but they're saying if you have these interests, they're working with the Department of Labor. And to your point, I think Deputy Commissioner Tessman, that to program these kids to be using these as resources as early at the point where they're being asked and required. So as a parent, we were in this initial cohort pilot to go through it when they launched it last year, when my son was an 8th grader. And it penetrated these kids. They were talking and they had required follow-ups associated with curricular progression during their 8th grade. And if we can be a partner in that career pathway piece, I think you've got some low-hanging fruit to capture their attention with familiarizing themselves with that. I think this is really exciting. Good work, Dr. Lynn.
Any additional questions from the board?
More to follow. Yeah, that's incredible work that's been done. I just say thanks to Scott, his team, and as you heard throughout the conversation, a lot of people at Ncaa and frankly, a lot of people around the campus is working on this effort. People ask me often, board members ask me what keeps me up at night. There's a short list of that, but this is what gets me excited in the day. And the chance for us to help both as a board and as a system, campuses, help students, help Montana, I think it really holds some promise. And so we appreciate all of your ongoing support in this endeavor, giving us the the ability to get Scott here has really taken it from an idea that everybody was sort of bootstrapping together to a plan, and we're moving on through the phases, and really pleased with how it's going. So I appreciate everybody's help on that.
Exciting.
Mr. Chair, we can move to the next item. The next item is an important one. You know, we started a while ago with a very meaningful tradition of recognizing classified staff members in the MUS for excellence in public service. We employ almost 3,000 classified staff members across the system, and I think our students, faculty, staff at every corner would tell you that they simply couldn't do their work without the dedicated and highly effective and talented individuals that make up our classified staff group. Every year we get nominees from MUSA, which is the Montana University System Staff Association, and to recognize an individual from those group of recommendations. Myself and our senior leadership team vets those candidates, and we ultimately select a recipient. Some of you may recall last year's was Jody Todd at the University of Montana. I'm incredibly honored to announce that this year's Regents Award for Excellence goes to Darla Tyler McSherry at MSU Billings. We recognize her for her contributions to health and wellness of the MUS student, faculty, staff, and countless residents of Montana. Darla has served as the Director of Student Health Services at MSUB. Been there almost 20 years, and you'll be happy to know that she's also a product of the MUS, both for undergraduate and graduate education. You know, I don't suppose I have to remind anybody that caring for the student health services in a normal year is quite a challenge. But doing it in a pandemic year is sort of over the top. And Darla certainly rose to that challenge. She's been part of the executive leadership team on COVID Incident Command at Billings, but also part of the MUS team. She attended the weekly meetings with our COVID response team for the MUS, been active in helping to sponsor testing clinics, flu shot clinics for faculty, staff, as well as stand up new testing facilities in the student health services area. Darla participated in weekly MUS strategic calls and has just been a breath of assistance for us across the system. Locally, she's a member of the Mental Health Task Force in Billings, Suicide Prevention Coalition of Yellowstone Valley, and the Yellowstone County DUI Task Force. And near and dear to Darla's heart is her work on the suicide prevention across the state. She's the founder and visionary for Ask in Earnest, which is a program to help suicide prevention in farm and ranch populations across the state. So this special recognition is certainly a tribute to Darla, but I think it speaks volumes that it is nominated from her peers amongst the 3,000 classified staff, and it is just our great pleasure to award her this recognition. Mr. Chair, members of the board, to Darla Tyler McSherry and her family and coworkers, I express our deepest gratitude and congratulations to Darla. Unfortunately, we don't have her here in person, but we can virtually applaud her accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Darla. So a few others were kind of at that next steps on the agenda. Of course, the campus reports are always of great value. You somewhat new to the board, there's a host of information under that link for you to read. We used to read them to the board. We decided that you could read yourself. So we don't do that, but I don't want to diminish their importance by that statement. There's a lot of value there, and it'll let you know what's going on across the MUS. We have a few introductions and acknowledgements, certainly the Helen piece I have shared. But I want to start with those that report to me or in my team with Mike Reed, who has been newly appointed to the Chancellor at MSU Western. Mike's certainly not new to the MUS. Been here in various roles for a number of years, and certainly not new to higher education. Spent almost 20 years in some form or another, working a lot on the financial side, but went through a competitive search process and clearly rose to the top as the community favorite, the campus favorite, and certainly is a great pick for for us. So we welcome Mike to that role. I think he brings a unique set to this time and place for Western. He's enthused about the role, but part of what you saw this morning, there's about $15 million of campus improvements that will happen there. And that's a lot of the work that Mike's helped oversee on other campuses in the MUS. Just a great fit, and we're excited about his new time there. So welcome to Mike Reed, Chancellor, MSU Western. Western, geez, we just caused a merger there. Western, sorry. And also on our list, welcome Margaret Wallace to our team. Margaret has come on board as a similar position, but newly titled Director of Assurance and Enterprise Risk. Goes back to conversations we've had around audit, and we ultimately had lots of good that has been happened with Deidre here, Deidre Murray, over the last couple of years. Deidre's moved home to her hometown with her family, and so we've wished her well there, but we were just incredibly fortunate to find Margaret that can really expand on what started as kind of an audit role and take to the sort of next generations. Regent Nystuen, you've spoken about a number of times, sort of around risk management. So we welcome her to this new position. Her charge is pretty broad, help to identify risks, implement ways to triage those as best we can, and then ultimately we'll have a reporting line through audit and oversee audit across the system, and a reporting line to you all as board members through the audit committee. So we welcome her to this important position. And then last but not least on my list, want to say a quick farewell to Susan Whitty. Susan has spent at least 4 decades in some form of benefits management as an attorney, as a PR person, all sorts of different aspects. And she's done a great job over the last 9 years helping us manage the benefits plan, something that is doing incredibly well and is in good shape. She's been a key component of that. And she is approaching that sweet spot our Regent Nystuen found in retirement. And we wish her well in that endeavor. We have a few other announcements across the system. I see some faces showing up here. President Cruzado, if we could, we'd start with you.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, and good morning, Regents. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Before I start with my 4 introductions, one more time, I just want to thank Susan Wolfe for 9 exceptional years of service. That video that you saw there summarizing some of the most important accomplishments of Great Falls College, anything and everything from the 8-week advantage to the wonderful and much needed renovation and expansion of the dental clinic. That's thanks to Susan. She has always been very happy to shower her team with all the credit, as she should, because this is an amazing team. But I just needed to tell you that working with Susan Wolfe has been truly a pleasure. And I just want to thank her for believing in the power of the One MSU mantra. And she just pushed that to new frontiers. And I'm sure that Greg Kegel and Stephanie Hickswa and I will be missing you. And we just wish you the best on behalf of the entire One MSU team. I would like to introduce, first of all, Dr. Stephanie Erdman. Susan talked a little bit about her. Dr. Stephanie Erdman, here that you can see her, has worked in higher education for more than 20 years with private, tribal, and technical colleges in Wisconsin and Montana. Dr. Erdman was most recently served as the Vice President of Academic Affairs at Wisconsin Indian Head Technical College. For 12 years prior, she worked for the College of Menominee Nation. She also worked for Rocky Mountain College in Billings. She's a lifelong learner who began her educational journey at Spokane Falls Community College and transferred to the University of Montana to earn a Bachelor of Arts in Interpersonal Communication. 10 years later, she earned a Master of Science in Administrative Science with a project management emphasis from the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay. In 2015, Dr. Erdman completed her doctoral program with a PhD in business management from North Central University. Her research on American Indian entrepreneurship is often cited by the University of Wisconsin Extension Department. As a Montana native, Dr. Erdman is excited to return to her home state. She desires to excel as a team player within Montana State University and with the Montana University system. She's looking forward to rekindling friendships, entertaining her family in her new home in Great Falls, and building upon the good work already happening at Great Falls College. And as you saw, as an avid fly fisher, she will likely wet her line along the way. So we welcome Dr. Erdman. Dr. Erdman, if you just please wave for the Regents. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Ive Itzerda as our new Dean of the College of Letters and Science after a year of service, I should add. Dr. Ive Itzerda joined the ranks of the faculty at Montana State University in August of 2000. After working for the Department of Defense at the Naval Research Laboratory in Washington, D.C. for 17 years, where he started as a research scientist and became the head for artificially structured materials and nonlinear physics section. Having graduated with 2 Bachelor of Science degrees from Washington University in St. Louis in physics and in electrical engineering, and later a PhD in physics from the University of Maryland, Dr. Itzerda came to MSU to teach the next generation of scientists and leaders. After earning the rank of professor, he became the head of the Department of Physics and enjoyed leading such an august group of faculty, staff, and students. Dr. Itzerda has taught at all levels from introductory physics to advanced graduate students and has published nearly 200 publications, which have been cited in over 8,000, cited over 8,000 times. In 2020, Dr. Itzerda became the Dean of the MSU College of Letters and Science after a national search. And Mr. Commissioner and Deans and Regents, I cannot tell you how much we enjoy working with Dean Itzerda. So Dean Itzerda, if you just please wave for the Regents so that they can get to know you. Thank you so much, Ives. The third introduction today is Dr. Dan Miller. He's our new interim dean of the Jake Japps College of Business and Entrepreneurship. Dr. Dan Miller has served in higher education at both MSU and the U.S. Air Force Academy, totaling more than 20 years. After growing up in Libby, Montana, Dr. Miller attended MSU, where he received a degree in mechanical engineering. He was then commissioned into the U.S. Air Force and served 21 years in active duty as an Air Force officer in the research, development, test, academia, and engineering fields. During his military career, Dr. Miller had many exciting positions, including 2 tours on the faculty at the Air Force Academy. His Air Force career culminated with his selection as a test squadron commander at Arnold Air Force Base in Tennessee, one of 3 developmental ground test squadrons in the Air Force. In 2008, he was selected as a faculty member in civil engineering at MSU. In 2014, after a national search, Dr. Miller was selected as the department head for mechanical and industrial engineering. In that position, Dr. Miller provided leadership, vision, and oversight to MSU's largest engineering department, with over 1,400 students in 4 undergraduate majors and a robust graduate program with 75 students, with nearly half in PhD programs. Dr. Miller also served as the director of the Applied Research Lab, and his experience in classified programs, government relations, and academia equipped him to bring this nationally relevant Montana capability online. And Dan, we are absolutely honored that you have accepted this wonderful opportunity. And we're very grateful to the faculty of the J. Japps College of Business and Entrepreneurship for welcoming Dan to his new responsibilities. Thank you, Dan. And last but not least, Dr. Ryan Knudsen. He is our new Vice President for Information Technology and Chief Information Officer. I want to start by thanking Michael Trotter for his wonderful service over the last almost 2 years as interim. Dr. Ryan Knudsen was the CIO, Senior Director for Information Technology at the Sioux Falls School District. The Sioux Falls School District serves 24,000 students and over 3,000 teachers and staff. Before serving at the school district, he spent 9 years as the Assistant Vice President for Technology for South Dakota State University. SDSU is a land-grant public research university that serves 12,600 students and over 3,000 faculty and staff. So we're happy to learn that Dr. Knudsen has the land-grant mission in his DNA. As Assistant Vice President at SDSU, he led numerous technology efforts, including constructing and operating the State of South Dakota Board of Regents Security Operations Center for all 6 public universities. Dr. Knudsen holds a doctorate in education, a master's of information systems, and a bachelor's in economics. He's a graduate of the University of California, Berkeley, and he has had experience in the executive leadership academic and served as mayor of Lend, Minnesota. So we are eagerly waiting to welcome Ryan, his wife, and their wonderful 2 children to Montana. Thank you for accepting this opportunity, Ryan. Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, President Cruzado. We appreciate it. Welcome to all the new hires across the MUS. Welcome aboard. Mr. Chair, with almost 30 seconds to go, I believe we are at the end of our remarks in the commissioner's report. It was the longest ever possibly, but lots to cover there. So appreciate everybody's patience. And Mr. Chair, with that, we'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and certainly thank you for spending time to walk through very critical reports and updates that impact the university system and our citizens. Before we transition, I too wanted to congratulate Darla Tyler McSherry for this year's Regents Award for Excellence. It's just exciting to see that the board is elevating and the commissioner is elevating the type of service that Darla's brought to the system and really showcasing the excellence by our classified staff. So again, congratulations to Darla. Again, welcome to the system, all those that were introduced, and congratulations to Susan Woody on her retirement. What we'll do is we'll transition right now over to remarks by Dylan Clapmeyer from Governor Gianforte's office. Dylan, it's exciting to have you join us, I think for the first time at a Board of Regents meeting. We really look forward to getting to know you and working alongside you and Governor Gianforte. So we'll turn it over to you to provide some remarks on behalf of the governor.
Thank you, Chair Lozar and Regents. I appreciate it. My name is Dylan Clapmeyer, and I was recently hired this month to serve as Governor Gianforte's Education and Workforce Policy Advisor. So in addition to the educational work with all of you, I'll be closely working with the Departments of Labor and Commerce, and I know that the Commissioner's Office and OPI and other education partners are working pretty closely to align workforce and education needs as well. I know many of you from my time at OPI when I was Communications Director at OPI, so I'm very excited to be in this new role and back in the education world and working with all of you again. My update today I don't want to repeat a bunch of what has already been said about the legislative update and all of the things that came out of that. I think that's everyone's primary focus with the legislature recently adjourning. But I will go through a few bills that were of importance to the governor's office in higher education. I want to start off by just saying that I had a great meeting last week with Angela McLean. We had a good conversation about a lot of the efforts that the higher education system in Montana is working on, and that the governor's office would be excited to support and work alongside all of you to accomplish. It was really great to see the college access and other portals that are being developed right now. I think it can be a huge asset to students not only in Montana but around the country who are looking to access our fantastic campuses across the state. So some updates outside of the legislature. Just wanted to let you know right now, I'm working with the budget office on the second round of the GEAR funds, or the governor's emergency education relief funds. As you know, the first round of GEAR funding, there was about $6.5 million that went towards the 1-2-3 program. So the commissioner's office, I'll be sure and send you the solicitation for proposals once that's available. There's slightly less funding in Gear 2 than there was in Gear 1, but there is about $3.9 million available with proposals that are going to be focused. We're going to be seeking proposals that are focused largely on broadband or technology needs, as well as workforce development. Kind of those two areas for the Gear funds. Another good conversation that I had with Angela was on the efforts that you're making towards the university system transfer credits and working with the tribal colleges on a streamlined system of credit transfers. That's pretty exciting and will be a huge asset to students across the state. And then some of the work with beefing up the digital academy. As we've seen, over the past years, education has been one of the most impacted sectors by COVID, and it's kind of changed the way that we offer a hybrid model of education with both in-person and digital learning. So I think it's been a real opportunity for both K-12 and post-secondary to look at how we can blend those models. One final thing before I jump into the legislative updates would just be Governor Gianforte is looking forward to attending a Regents meeting this year and getting to know all of you in person. So at one of the upcoming in-person on-campus meetings, the governor will look forward to attending one of those. And I'm working closely with Amy Unsworth, as well as the Board of Public Ed and OPI to get a joint Regents Board of Public Ed, OPI and Governor's Office Board of Education meeting that we're required to have a couple of times a year. So I'll work with your staff on that. So some of the bills that I want to highlight, House Bill 143 is represented in the state budget, and that was a priority for the governor's comeback plan. It incentivizes increasing starting teacher pay, which will be a huge asset as our educator prep programs on the college campuses try and seek highly qualified candidates to be the next generation of K-12 teachers. That is huge for ensuring that Montana is competitive with teacher pay. The Grow Your Own model, House Bill 403, another bill that the governor recently signed, that's going to be really helpful for educator recruitment and retention. And then I think the university system saw a lot of good projects come out of the various infrastructure House bills that were passed that will help with some of the physical infrastructure on our campuses, as well as just the general funding support for both K-12 and higher education. I think that there were a lot of good things that came financially out of the legislative session for our campuses as well as our K-12 schools. Talking a little bit about the ARPA funds in House Bill 632. Like I said, $250 million of that was dedicated to broadband infrastructure. And so a common theme here is really broadband and technology, making sure that our campuses across the state and our K-12 institutions across remote learning models. That was a big priority in House Bill 632 in the budget office. I'm working with Nancy Hall in the budget office. There's various committees being set up for how these funding silos are going to be distributed out, and that's made up of officials in the executive agencies as well as legislators. So I'll be working closely with the budget office on the education piece of that, and of course, I'm happy to update your staff as we do that. The Montana Trades Education Tax Credit was another big win for secondary and post-secondary opportunities to get high schoolers and college students connected with in-demand careers that are here in the state. And beyond that, I don't have a whole lot else to add beyond what has already been said by all of the great staff at OCHE, but I just want to say that Governor Gianforte and myself, we look forward to working with all the education partners in the state, really focusing in on common areas that we can work together on, such as recruiting and retaining high quality educators. And the college prep programs are going to be a big part of that. And then strengthening career and technical education opportunities and expanding individualized learning. So with that, Chair Lozar, I'm happy to answer any questions that the Regents might have.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Dylan. Thank you for taking the time to provide an update and a report on behalf of Governor Gianforte. We certainly appreciate your and Governor Gianforte's commitment to not only higher education, but just education across the state of Montana. And certainly look forward to getting to know you, Dylan, and we really look forward to Governor Gianforte joining us at one of our upcoming Board of Regents meetings. I guess I'd take a minute to see if there are any questions from members of the boards, members of the board. Seeing no questions, thanks again, Dylan, and we look forward to working with you over the course of the next few years.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I think we are going to take a break. We've had a pretty busy morning. We're going to pause for lunch. We're going to have a working lunch with Musa. So I think, Amy, do you have the Musa meeting teed up? And
we'll transition to that now. So if people join to the board meeting, they can just mute themselves, enjoy a break. We will reconvene following Musa lunch.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll probably reconvene around 1 o'clock. All right, well, welcome back to the first day of the Board of Regents May meeting. I hope everyone had a nice break and a nice lunch. We had a great opportunity to speak with Musa leadership, and we want to extend our gratitude to all the staff in the Montana University system for going above and beyond over the past 15 months during the pandemic to assist our campus community and our students to help all of those students who were able to walk across the stage over the last couple of weeks. And a big part of that is the contributions of our staff. So thank you again to Musa. Thank you again to all the staff across the Montana University system. We're going to transition to our first committee meeting, the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Rogers.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lozar, and good afternoon, everyone. So on the agenda today, you'll see that we've removed action item A. When the agenda was published, the board was still considering whether to pursue judicial review to clarify the constitutional role of the board and whether HB 102 impermissibly encroached upon the board's authority. We met as a board last Wednesday to authorize judicial review. And a petition for declaratory relief on original jurisdiction was filed with the Montana Supreme Court on May 20th. We also requested that the court stay implementation of the law until a decision could be issued. The Montana Supreme Court has not yet ruled on our petition or request. In light of the board's decision last week to seek judicial review and the fact that we are awaiting a final ruling on the constitutionality of HB 102, it is my recommendation as chair of the ARSA committee that we delay any revisions to the current policy governing security and law enforcement operations. Although it would be premature for the board to act on any changes to BOR policy 1006 at this time, I want to acknowledge the unprecedented level of public participation that the board has received on this topic. To date, we have received more than 5,700 written comments and have had over 900 people who joined our ARSA committee listening session on May 12th, including verbal public comment from over 70 people that day. I know I speak for the board when I say that we take the public comment process very seriously, and hearing from the public has helped to inform our decisions. I would also like to note, while the overwhelming majority of the testimony was in support of the board's constitutional responsibility to supervise, manage, coordinate, and control Montana's university system, and expressed concern about the presence of firearms in sensitive areas like classrooms and dorms, the board has not undertaken a review of the security and law enforcement operations policy since 2012. It is my recommendation that in the ordinary course of the board's duty and obligation to determine board policy procedures for the university system, and given the level of public interest and engagement on this topic, that we delay consideration of changes to BOR policy 1006 and undertake a review of the policy in coordination with all of our campuses to determine what, if any, changes may be appropriate. Review to understand how the policy has been implemented and whether complaints have been made will allow the board to consider what, if any, changes are necessary. I am deeply aware that this recommendation creates an urgent need for clear and frequent communications between OCHE and the campuses to ensure that they have the direction and tools they need to respond to situations as they may arise on campuses. In this spirit, I've spoken with Deputy Commissioner Tessman to request that communications planning begin upon conclusion of board deliberation to ensure we provide our campus communities with the information and structure they require to navigate the path ahead. I would now like to open this for discussion. Any comments from fellow regents? Thank you all. Great, so we'll move on to our second item on the action agenda. So this is item B, a request for approval to revise policies on admission testing requirements for four-year institutions. I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Thanks, Chair Rogers and members of the board. My pleasure to bring this item in front of you today. You might think of this item as our test optional item. A little over a year ago, April 2020, the Board of Regents pressed pause on our requirement that students submit standardized test scores as part of their application for four-year campuses. And the reasoning for the pause at that moment was primarily the difficulty students were having in accessing standardized testing during the initial months of the COVID-19 pandemic. That pause has been in effect now for a little bit over a year, and the item in front of you moves to make that pause permanent. In other words, we would be altering our admissions requirements to no longer require standardized test scores to be submitted. I'll just run through, if you will allow me, a series of points about this shift from a pause to a permanent change. The first thing I would say is that this does not require any change of any students. Students who wish to continue submitting ACT or SAT scores can continue to do so, and they can demonstrate their proficiency, the scores for placement, and as part of their overall application. The second point I'd make is that this opens new avenues for students to demonstrate proficiency and to place without using ACT or SAT scores. You'll see as part of the item, there's now an avenue for students to use performance in sort of key gateway courses in math and English to demonstrate their college readiness. The third point is that we'll continue to offer access to the ACT exam for all high school juniors for free. This is through Director Travis Anderson of our Gear Up program here at the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed, and in collaboration with our partners in the Office of Public Instruction. So no change in terms of this, I think, terrific program we've been running across the state for the last several years, which is to provide the ACT for free. The fourth point I'd make is that we will still require standardized tests as part of our MUS honors scholarship program and for a series of merit-based scholarships. That's been an important part of the kind of calculus in deciding who's made these scholarship, who's given these scholarship awards, and it will continue to be part of that calculus. Again, we feel good about that because we're still offering the ACT at no cost to all high school juniors. The fifth point, the initial pause may have been driven primarily by the COVID-19 pandemic, but there has been a national trend around movement towards test optional because of concerns related to equity. Without getting too far into the weeds, we know through now just a bevy of research that standardized tests tend to benefit students who already have a lot of existing advantages. In other words, if you look at a student's GPA and then you look at their standardized test score, students who tend to outperform on standardized tests tend to have a lot of other socioeconomic and additional advantages. Conversely, students who tend to underperform on standardized tests typically come from a background that exhibits fewer of the kind of college readiness and preparedness advantages that we would identify. So a lot of first-generation students or lower income students may not, for example, have the resources or wherewithal to have ACT tutoring from a specialized agency or tutor along the way. So there's been a movement nationally to consider equity as part of this transition towards test optional status. As of today, we have over 900 institutions across the country who've moved towards test optional. So I would assure the board that we are not out there on a limb on our own at all. Seventh point, I feel like I'm getting up there in my number of points, but seventh point, there's a Dr. Strangelove scene that relates to this. But at any rate, my seventh point is that for our admissions directors and for students and parents and counselors, moving to a permanent shift gives them some stability, consistency. They can understand what's to come for them in the years ahead. This one-year pause has been the right move, no doubt, but there's a lot of uncertainty around the system. So this, I think, signals a kind of consistent approach moving forward. On our to-do list, if in fact the board votes to approve this item, on our to-do list is to think specifically about how we'll work with campuses on different types of placement exams. The ACT, the SAT are not the only ways at all, in fact, in which institutions have sort of decided on placement for incoming students, but they have been part of the recipe. So we're working with our campuses to make sure that they have different avenues for placement. Students know what types of courses to take their first year in college. And the second thing that's on our to-do list is to engage in a thorough assessment of what this change means for the Montana University system. What effect might it have on applications, admissions decisions, balance between 2-year and 4-year institutions? And ultimately, I brought up equity earlier. We want to see if this has an impact on student success and break that down by income, by first-generation status, by geographic origin in Montana. So we have our work cut out for us, but I would like to recommend that this shift to permanent test optional is something that you all consider and support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Tessman. Any questions or comments? Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, does prior learning assessments kind of weave into this as well, as far as admissions and so forth? Does that weigh at all on the various campuses, as far as somebody coming out of the military that's well-skilled in cybersecurity or EMT, those types of things? Is that a factor with admissions or not?
Chair Rogers and Regent Nystuen, it's not a factor in admissions specifically, but the spirit of what you described kind of runs parallel to the spirit of this item. And that is that we want to reduce barriers for students, and we want to give them as much of a running start into college as possible. Prior learning assessment, whether it's military experience or otherwise, it allows students, oftentimes adult learners who are coming back to college, to say, look, I've been serving as an accountant for the last 30 years, or I gained these 7 skill sets in the military. Why should I have to restart and take an introductory course in that area? They can get college credit. They can be on an accelerated path toward completion. So all of it is in the name of reducing barriers and promoting student success, but prior learning assessment is not specifically tied to our admissions.
I understand. I didn't expect it, but it seems to me that ought to be part of the conversation. So, thank you.
Great question. Regent Dombrowski.
Madam Chair, thank you. So what if everyone's sort of doing this, and not everyone, but we're not out there ourselves. What are the markers of impact? And I don't want to say necessarily success, but one could postulate that if you didn't take the ACT and you sort of came at it. I mean, I feel like we've got a lot of support and try to weed the barriers out, but will we really be able to? And it's just one more piece that we're not doing that somehow has an unintended consequence. So I don't really know if I mean, maybe it is, what are the metrics of success? How will we know if this has made any difference, taken down any barriers, or is it just, was it just sort of a barrier to begin with? That should have never, I know I'm kind of speaking in ambiguities, but I just really want to understand what we should be looking for in the next year.
Sure. Chair Rogers and Regent Dombrowski, I'd offer two areas in which we could look at for change. One area would be around students who in prior years would have scored fairly low on the ACT or the SAT for whatever reason. It may have taken that as a message that they weren't college material, even if their GPA suggested that they were, or their class rank suggested that they were. If you score really low on this exam and you're already on the fence about whether college is for you, maybe you don't have a lot of family or friend role models, that's kind of a blow. I think nationally, that message has we've come to understand that as a barrier. And earlier on with our discussion with the portal, we thought a lot about messaging to those students who were in the quote unquote 40%. And there are lots of ways I think we need to reach them more clearly. But one thing we don't want to do is to discourage them unintentionally from thinking that there's a college program for them. The second item is around placement. And I'm not a placement expert. There are others who could speak more authoritatively here. But student success depends a lot on getting into the right class when you start out, the right level math or the right level English. And there is some evidence to suggest that the SAT and the ACT in scoring in certain areas on those tests was not a great placement mechanism. And instead, you should look at academic performance in high school or even self-placement. It's really interesting. There's a movement towards just asking students with some questions. You kind of let them suss out where they should start on their own. And that's been shown to promote student success. So I think not only would we look for change in our ability to reach that 40%, we would look for some bump up in terms of the first year success rate of students who are coming in using new forms of placement, not the ACT or this.
Oh, that's terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner.
I just want to add support to this. Honestly, I don't do this very often, but I think this is an important issue. And I really think it's a sort of artificial barrier that's been created in an enterprise around it that's been created that offers little correlation to success, to be honest. There's some markers, but guess what? It identifies students that we already knew were going to be successful, and it probably discourages those that probably need encouragement. So I really think this is a good path for us. When we did this a year ago, there were already conversations underway about whether that was the right move. The pandemic was a perfectly good excuse to try it, but I think we've shown, and yeah, we're only a year in, but I think we've shown that it adds benefit with little harm and produces another track for students. So I would encourage you to consider this move.
Thank you. Regent Bao.
Chair Lozer, I think that, the committee and Bree did a particularly good job of covering a lot of bases. Our discussion at committees revolved around the fact, what are the unintended consequences, which you guys worked on. I think we see there's a pretty good pathway here for open access and more approachability. And the one issue that came up was placement exams. That probably the universities would be doing more placement exams on their own. But I think that as we got answers to whether the campuses were concerned about that, it wasn't a burden that they felt couldn't be addressed or couldn't be handled, and would probably give them a little bit more information with more specificity. So we very much on the committee came to the conclusion that this is a very big opening the door to more students, in particular. Avoiding that unintentional one day, a few hour result that may impact a student's future rather negatively. So I think we're very supportive. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. This question is mostly for Deputy Commissioner Tessman, and I recognize before I even say this is a very extreme hypothetical example. But I like it though, because I want to think about these things and about how I might potentially address them. So you brought up a hypothetical situation in which a student might take the ACT, become discouraged and not go to college. What about students who, again, might be in that position where they're like, I don't need to take it. I'm not in the running for these scholarships. I'm not going to do it. It's an additional cost, time. And they might have possibly qualified for one of those scholarships or to attend a higher quality institution, or maybe attend a more rigorous program. How do you make sure that, or at least attempt to mitigate that and try to prevent that from happening? Do you do that through better advising or through, anyway, just something that came to mind.
Chair Rogers, Regent Sexton, we did consider that possibility. I'll return to a point I made during my initial presentation, and it's an important one. We've had a great number of discussions over the last 6 months or so with our partners at the Office of Public Instruction. And for the coming year, and we anticipate it's likely for years beyond that, they will continue to use, as far as we understand, the ACT as their statewide assessment, which means that students during their junior year at no cost because of support from this office will still take the ACT as part of their statewide assessment efforts. And I think that would capture the group of students that you're concerned about. Now, for students who might score low on that exam, I think that, again, our hope is to reassure them that, gosh, that's not how you define your college readiness. You define your college readiness in any number of ways, and we've listed them out here. So hopefully we still allow those hidden gems to shine. If they have a great day and they have a really high score and sort of their talent comes out, good. If it doesn't work out that day, we've now said, look, that's just one method of judging your college readiness. We have all of these other opportunities as well. So we're trying to cover both ends of the spectrum.
Thank you. And I want to mention, I actually really support this. I know a number of students who are extremely talented and bright, and they really, really struggle with test anxiety. And so I really support it. I just want to be conscious and aware of any potential, we've been talking about unintended consequences this whole time, and that's one of them I was concerned about. So thanks.
Great question. Any other questions? Oh, Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. So I too support this for a number of different reasons that have already been said. I'm just kind of curious, just in terms of, Brock, what you mentioned, what's on your to-do list is really better understanding placement assessment and sort of building out those mechanisms across the system. And certainly we have the benefit of having this pause on this policy over the last 2 months or whatever it's been. But I'm just curious, are we getting out ahead of ourselves with not having the placement assessments sort of robustly built out in the system at this point in time? And is there any disadvantage for us to not move forward with taking action today until we build out our placement strategy in a more effective way?
Chair Rogers, Chair Lozar, I think normally I might hedge my response there. I would say, no, I'm not worried about that. And I apologize if earlier on I wasn't as clear as I would have liked to have been. I think for some time now, there have been a multitude of placement strategies and assessments on our campuses. They've ranged all the way from using sort of 30 math and English placement tests. ALEX, it's a math placement test comes to mind. Performance in key courses, Algebra 2 or 11th grade English, for example, and ACT and SAT were part of the recipe. So I think it may shift the overall balance. If we kind of move the standardized tests, ACT and SAT, out of the equation, we may add some more widespread use of self-placement, but there's a whole middle ground in there that has been in use, will continue to be in use. And so I don't sense it being like a seismic shift in placement. I do think Regent Bao, it will require us to certainly continue to convene our campuses and to make sure that we have some framework in place, even though we allow campuses to pursue some slightly different approaches. So I'm not concerned about us getting out ahead of ourselves in terms of placement.
Any other questions or comments on this topic?
I think we're having.
Was President Cruzado on?
Yeah, she was. Might be having a little weather because the internet's been coming and going. There we go.
President Cruzado.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Well, thank you so much for these questions. And this was a topic that I had an opportunity to touch briefly a few weeks ago to Regent Bao, and he asked me whether I was concerned about not including or not requiring this admission test. And my answer is no, right? We know now that these exams are not a predictors of the student's potential in the future or the future accomplishment. All they tell us for the most part is, where does the student come from? And what has the student accomplished up until this moment? With Hilleman Scholars, we have been able to show that students will go as far as the institution will allow them and help them to go to. And quite honestly, we were supposed to graduate 50 students from Hilleman Scholars 2 years ago. And in that first cohort, we graduated 3 students in 3.5 years. These were students who were not at the top of their classes, but certainly had the potential. If I also say a second thing is, and I'm blanking out. I have so many things to tell you. So it's not a predictor of the future. There is no problem with us getting ready for placement. Placement themselves need to be examined, right? When we talk about course requirements, etc., sometimes it's important for us to go back and check that those pre-requirements are certainly doing what they are intending to do. Thirdly, I think it's important for the regions to continue moving ahead an agenda that's consistent in and of itself. Earlier today, we were talking about the 40% of students who were not coming to any of the campuses of the Montana University system. Well, you know what? For the most part, the 40% that we're talking about is those students that will not be ranked very highly in those admission tests. And last but not least, I think that the right way to frame this is that admission tests are optional. And therefore, if there are some students that still would like to take that test to qualify for programs, scholarships, they are welcome to do that. But the most important result that you will see, answering to Regent Dombrowski's question, what is it that you're going to see? You're going to see a huge removal of a big barrier that starts with just placing a lot of emphasis of what a student is able to do in a few hours on a single day, rather than what a student has been able to accomplish in 12 years before coming here. And more importantly for us in higher education, what that student is going to be able to do if we support them adequately during the college years and then during their professional life. So I really support the regions moving in this direction.
Thank you so much, President Cruzado. We really appreciate you sharing those remarks with us. Wonderful. Well, I think that's good news for the item. Appreciate this discussion today. This was really helpful for me personally, and I think it was a good service to everyone in Montana to help understand why we're moving in this direction. Great. So we'll move on to our third item in our action agenda, our request to plan proposals. Deputy Commissioner Tessman, do you have any framing remarks before we go in? Great. So I think we'll have Provost Ncaa begin with our first item from Montana State University.
Coming up now, sorry.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Welcome, Provost Ncaa.
Thank you, Chair Rogers and Regents, and good afternoon. So the first item from Montana State University is request a plan for psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner across the lifespan certificate. A little background behind what drove us to advance this request. As we know, there's a critical shortage of psychiatric mental health providers in the state of Montana and across the United States. This program will allow current advanced practitioner nurses to shift or expand their focus to include care of persons experiencing acute chronic mental illness. So at Montana State University, we currently provide a Doctor of Nurse Practitioner degree with two options, one being psychiatric mental health and the other being a family nurse practitioner. The purpose of this certificate is to provide advanced nurse practitioners who do not have a background or a specialty in psychiatric mental health to acquire the additional training, both didactic courses as well as clinical training, so that they're able to provide mental health treatments in a variety of areas to the state and into other areas of the country. Because we currently offer an option in psychiatric mental health, we have all the courses available, and we have clinical areas set up, clinical training programs set up for students in our DNP program. So we don't need to provide any additional courses. We'll allow as many students as we have that we can fit in the courses, given the existing course caps, and then the capacity of our clinical preceptors. So that's the high points of this program. Happy to address any questions.
Thank you so much, Provost Makwa. Regent Dabrowski.
Thank you, Provost Makwa. Chair Rogers, I just have to make a comment on an endorsement of this. The dearth of appropriate mental health professionals in this state, and really probably relates to the mental health conversation we'll have later, is astounding. This particular opportunity allows, and it's not just because I'm a Bobcat nurse. However, the prescriptive authority by the Board of Nursing in the state of Montana allows these individuals with this doctorate, really even a graduate degree, prescriptive authority. Drugs are really not always what's necessary, but if you have mental health professionals who really are limited to just counseling, they just don't have the full array of skills. And we do know that there's psychiatry, MD needs, but those are long and drawn out. To me, this is the critical missing link for our system to provide mental health care. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Very helpful. Any other questions or comments from the regents? Wonderful. Thank you so much, Provost Makwa. It's exciting to have additional investments in this area, especially coming out of the pandemic when we know workforce needs in this area are going to be substantial. So exciting to move forward. Let's go ahead. Would you like to take next the three different options for the Master of Engineering?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rogers. And thank you, Regent Dabrowski, for those additional comments. I appreciate that. So we have three additional requests to plans, and they're all similar. So I'll describe them as a package, and then we can unpackage that as much as you'd like. About 10 years ago, Montana State University put forward and began offering a Master's of Engineering program. The Master's of Engineering program complements our Masters of Science in Engineering programs in several different disciplines. The Master of Engineering program is a course-based only program, in contrast to our Masters of Science program that involves research that may include a professional paper or a dissertation. Over the last 10 years, we have put forward several options, and they've been approved by the board in Masters of Engineering programs. One in bioengineering, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering. Today, we have in front of you three more programs that will complete our offerings and complement all of our Masters of Science programs. And these would be a Master of Engineering with civil engineering option, a Master of Engineering with manufacturing engineering option, and a Master of Engineering with the environmental engineering option. So with the civil and the environmental engineering options, we have all the coursework available because of our Masters of Science program. With the Masters of Manufacturing engineering option, this was brought forward at the request of industry across the state to meet the demands of both small and large manufacturing operations. We will be combining course offerings that we have in the Mechanical Engineering Department, the Mechanical Engineering Technology Department, and the Industrial Engineering and Systems Management Department. The purpose of this program is to provide students a very streamlined pathway to obtain additional specific education in these different discipline areas. Many of our professional societies and the ABET Engineering Accreditation Board have indicated for almost 2 decades now that there's a need for additional coursework after the baccalaureate degree. And so this packages these 30 credits of additional coursework that our existing students could take on perhaps a 4+1 program, but also practitioners who would like to retool or to get more state of the practice education in their area of practice. So those are the highlights of these three programs. Happy to address any questions, Chair Rogers, from you or the regents.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost Makwa. Any questions from the regents? Well, we had a really nice committee discussion about this. I think that we had a lot of excitement around the interest from the industry and also the ability to really tool people up and not only serve existing students as well. So I think it's going to be an exciting new offering at the university. Thank you. Let's move on to your final PhD option, Provost Makwa.
Thanks, Amy.
Thanks, Amy.
Having a little thunder and hail. Apparently. Is that what-
Yeah. You're back, Provost Makwa.
Okay, thank you. Thankfully, Emma here in our Zoom room has 4 computers and she's been switching back and forth. What we do without. So this is our Montana State University's last request to plan proposal for today. This is a request authorization to establish a PhD in Indigenous and Rural Health. To provide you a little bit of background behind this program, PhD trained health scientists are needed to solve intractable health disparities that our state faces. This includes the 18-year and median age death difference between whites and American Indians in the state, one of the highest per capita suicide rates in the nation, and an average household income that consistently trends about $7,000 or more below the national average with housing, food, and healthcare costs. The Montana Healthcare Workforce Advisory Committee's statewide strategic plan cites a need to transform the workforce to meet the state's unique health-related challenges through academic degree programs tailored to meet demonstrated state and regional needs. They cite the need for research, policy, and health systems development that will address existing health disparities in the state of Montana. These needs can be directly addressed by graduates of this program. In fact, that just describes the core essence of this program. 2 of our faculty members, Suzanne Held and Vanessa Simons, have worked over 2 years on this program. It's truly a multidisciplinary program that touches 5 colleges at Montana State University and involves dozens of faculty members. This program we initially proposed about 2 years ago back in the old system of intent to plan. But because of the complexity of the interdisciplinary nature and building a variety of tracks that include faculty from across the university, it's taken some time to bring us to this point. So we are resubmitting through the newer process with this request to plan. By leveraging the interdisciplinary knowledge across the university, the program will prepare professionals to lead the development, implementation, and evaluation of health systems, programs, and policies, direct research programs, and educate and train the next generation of health professionals. This program will be available both at distance and on-site in Bozeman. There will be no changes to existing programs. Faculty from various colleges will be affiliated with and teaching courses in the program. So our faculty have already put together some sample curriculums that involve a large variety of courses that we currently offer. One of the strengths of providing this program at Montana State University is the infrastructure and the traction that we've already developed in the research areas that I've described. We have two research centers and several very large, in the millions and tens of millions of dollars grants from NIH. And it's ready, we're at a point now where we're ready to merge the educational and research opportunities that these grants provide for the benefit of our students and ultimately the benefit of the state of Montana. So I'll pause here, Chair Rogers, to see if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, Provost Makwa. Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I just want to note my support of this PhD program. This is, I know it's been in the works. At least the vision has been in the works for way more than 2 years. And I know a lot of folks have been working on the ground, particularly in our native populations across across the state and in some cases across the country, and understanding sort of indigenous research methods, ensuring that research is done in partnership with tribal communities and rural communities. And I think now is absolutely the right time to be able to move forward this PhD program. I see this as an incredible opportunity, not only for the state of Montana, but for the country. American Indian Health is oftentimes Native Americans are on the wrong side of health statistics. And I think this program is really creating the practitioners that can assist in addressing some of those disparities that we see in our tribal communities. So I'm certainly in support of this, and I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and all those that have worked in this area in meaningful ways with our tribal communities over the past several years. So thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you, Casey. Any other questions or comments from the regions? Wonderful. Well, I'll just reiterate, I mean, the complexity to bring this degree program forward is such a human's effort, and please give our gratitude to the team that did succeed this time in bringing it forward once again. I also really appreciate the research component and then the blended modality. I think the opportunity to offer this to rural areas, to folks outside of the state of Montana, I think it's a really exciting growth opportunity for us. Thank you so much, Provost Makwa. Appreciate all the presentations.
All right, thank you, Chair Rogers. Thank you, and Regents, for your support for this program and all the programs.
Wonderful. I think that our next presenter from the University of Montana is going to be Dr. Nathan Lindsay. Hi, Dr. Lindsay.
Hello, Chair Rogers and members of the board. We are excited to be proposing this online undergraduate business degree that will be done in conjunction with Wiley, an online project management company. Wiley provides support across a number of areas, including marketing to help us scale the program, also recruitment and enrollment management, instructional design, and advising student support. The curriculum will be very similar to the current curriculum for BS degrees in the College of Business. In other words, there will be very few, if any, new courses. Most of the credits, 69 out of the 120, will come from the College of Business, and then the others will be spread across mostly the College of Humanities and Sciences for general education credits. This program follows the trajectory of other master's programs within the College of Business, the MBA and MSBA that have gone online in the last 4 years, both of which have been successful. And it also responds to market demands that have been identified by us, as well as by Ruffalo Noel Levitz and Wiley. A couple of other details about the program. Just with the scaling of enrollments, we would need to hire a few new faculty members that would be covered by the projected increase in student enrollments. And this program also is important as it aligns with our desires to create more accessible and flexible learning pathways, more online programs in line with the accessibility that was discussed earlier in this meeting. So those are the general details of the program. I'm also happy to have Klaus Uhlenbrook, our Associate Dean of the College of Business, with me today, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lindsay. Any questions or comments from the regents? Wonderful. We had a really thorough committee discussion about this. Both Regent Buchanan and Regent Bao brought up a number of great questions about value propositions, the types of students that will be targeted, and a measurement of success. And I feel like we got very positive answers. I'm so excited about the online component. I really do think that it allows our rural and underserved areas to have a better access to a really high quality program. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Lindsay.
Thank you.
Great. And our final request to plan proposal comes to us from the University of Montana Western. And I believe we'll have interim Provost McNulty joining us.
I'll be starting here just in 1 second.
Thanks, Amy.
You in Western, your Zoom room? There we go. Perfect.
Welcome.
Very flowery today.
Well, hello, Regent. As you can see, I'm not Jenny McNulty. In fact, she is in New York City, so I don't know what the plan was for this. But I encourage you to approve.
Deputy Commissioner.
Chair Rogers and members of the board and Nicole, thanks for jumping in. But I, of course, can't really do this item justice. But this proposal is for Health and Human Performance Associates of Applied Science. And we did have also some good discussion around this item during the committee call. I remember Regent Dombrowski, I believe, asked a question or two about this. Seen not as sort of a terminal degree in itself, but more a way for individuals who may be already engaged in work in this area or who want some specific skill sets to do so in fairly short order. I think a standout aspect of this proposal is that Western did a great job with their sort of demand analysis and noted that there is an increasing demand for workers with some credentials in this area, but maybe not a full bachelor's or graduate degree. So again, I can't do it justice, but I do think it was thoroughly vetted, and I remember a fairly positive review during the ARSA committee call.
Yep. I agree with that review. Yeah. Any other additional questions? Thank you so much, Nicole. Sorry to put you on the spot there.
Thank you. It was fun to get to see you all and talk to you.
Good stuff right there.
With that, we'll conclude our action agenda and move on to our information items, and I'll let Deputy Commissioner Tessner take.
Sure, Chair Rogers and members of the committee, I'm a bit more prepared for this one. The next item on your agenda is just a brief item. Our academic memo includes items where the board has delegated authority either to campuses or to OCHI with respect to approval. So these are things like minor additions of areas of study or additions of minors where there's an existing major, certain programs that are being put into moratorium, and then certain approval of sort of small short-term certificates. Typically, I just highlight the fact that these items are available online. They're always live on our website. I think that I can't quite see, but there are 100 and some odd pages usually with these memos. So I'm happy to dive in if there are any particular questions, but happy to move on as well unless the board would like to do otherwise.
Any questions from Regents?
Thanks for doing the work we gave you.
Yeah. Thank you, Brock.
Okay.
Please, yeah, let's get into the next.
All right. So I believe we have the Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force update next. And Christine Miller, who is our Director of Student Affairs and Student Engagement, is here to present, as is Betsy Asserson from Montana State University. This topic is been, I think, front and center for us now for well over a year and a half, 2 years. Of course, predates that, but particularly during the pandemic, we've been thinking very much about mental health and suicide prevention. I think Director Miller and Betsy will talk a bit about the connections between mental health and academic performance, talk about the multifaceted challenges that we face in this area, and I hope talk a little bit about the path ahead. So I won't take up any more time. Christine, I think you're going to kick things off, right?
Yeah, thanks, Brock. Chair Rogers, members of the committee, as Deputy Commissioner said, I'm Christine Miller, and I'm the Director of Student Affairs and Student Engagement here at Ncaa. And I'm going to share with you an update on a topic that I know is top of mind for everybody right now, student mental health. There's a lot to talk about in this area, certainly, but today we're just going to focus in on two things. The first is student mental health and the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the second is just an update and kind of a forward look on some of the ongoing work of the MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force. To join me, as Deputy Commissioner Tessman mentioned, I have Dr. Betsy Asterson here, who's the Director of Counseling and Psychological Services at MSU and a very active member and leader of the task force. Next slide, please. So before I turn it over to Dr. Asterson, I did just want to kind of note a couple of things. So first, today you're going to get a really small slice of a peek into some of the tremendous work that campuses do to support student mental health. But today we're really going to focus on the task force. And that task force was formed in 2015 at the direction of Commissioner Christian. And its work really aims at the system level and is one of the key components of our systems approach and our office's work on student success. So we're not really talking about kind of direct services here. We're talking about system level things like how do we build infrastructure? How do we have good data, big data sets? How do we do policy that supports student mental health? How do we build system-wide communities of practice? That's really the scope of the task force, that system level piece. So the second thing is that the task force understands student mental health needs and therefore our approach to be on a continuum. So we're ranging from things like general well-being, belonging, community, all the way to those moments of crises and suicide prevention efforts. So what this means is that our interventions as a task force kind of fall into these three broad categories that hit on that continuum: education, clinical services, and promoting cultures of care. And I think that you'll see this kind of model reflected in what we talk about here today. So with that, Betsy, I'll turn it over to you.
Christine, and next slide, please. So yeah, thank you. I'm very grateful to be with you all today to share a little bit about the impact of COVID-19 on college mental health, but also some about the MSU response in terms of providing clinical services, and then looking ahead, next steps as we continue to move through the pandemic. So just to start, I think recognizing that we've all been impacted with regard to our mental health and well-being as a result of the pandemic and some of the public health measures that we all participated in. And I think as we're considering college students in particular, there are a few points we wanna keep in mind. That developmentally, our traditional age students certainly are experiencing those milestones of wanting to be involved socially, connecting with others, having new experiences. And because of that, they were really significantly impacted in the past year and a half. Lots of college students, you can see here, have reported some significant areas of their lives were negatively impacted. We know the generation of our traditional age college students had worse mental health symptoms than other generations during this pandemic. And we know that some students who are in that 18 to 24-year-old range maybe experienced increased suicidal ideation in general. We also know that college is a protective factor against suicidal ideation. And so we really are being thoughtful about how the services we provide on our campuses really do help promote student mental health and well-being and help them reach their goals when they're with us. Next slide, please. So a little bit about what we've done here at MSU and throughout the pandemic. But before I dive into that, I want to step back and set the context a little bit. Prior to the pandemic, where were we with mental health on our campuses? And what we know is that the demand for mental health services had been increasing anyway, especially in the last 5 to 7 years. That was a national trend, but also evident on all of our campuses within the state of Montana. In my whole time here at MSU, the past 20 years as a mental health practitioner, I've seen that demand for services grow and it outpaces enrollment. And so when I hear that and when I think about that, I really think of that as a good news story, because it means that students are accessing care and they're reaching out for help, which is what we've asked them to do if they're struggling to get that help through various opportunities on different campuses. Here at MSU, we saw in the last year and a half, about a third of our clients coming to the counseling center were doing so specifically because of their response to the pandemic. So we know that there have been some students who are specifically seeking care as a result of that. We also provided some other opportunities for students to connect with each other and to access services in different pathways throughout the pandemic. So we offered some virtual connection spaces where students could drop in and connect with each other as well as a counselor and get that support, learn some different ways of coping. These are two examples of those spaces that we offered: a quarantine connection space as well as a racial connection and healing space. At MSU, we also offer a Let's Talk program, which is another way for students to access a mental health professional without starting formal counseling. So they can drop in and just have a consultation, ask some questions, and gain support of a counselor in a less formal way. Again, thinking about ways that we can decrease barriers to accessing care. And then lastly, in terms of our response here at MSU, I really wanted to highlight the pandemic impact on university staff and faculty. None of us were immune from being impacted and living through this. So we know our faculty and staff were kind of dealing with their own personal reactions to this. And we've certainly wanted to provide support for them, but also help them consider how they might be able to support students who were struggling and identify those students and get them the help that they might need. Next slide, please. So as we think about how students are affected by COVID since the pandemic, how their lives has been impacted, here at CPS, Counseling and Psychological Services, we've been investigating that, I would say, since last spring, where we're asking students about ways that their lives have been negatively impacted. This has been something that's been done at counseling centers across the country. And what we have found is remarkable consistency in the areas where people, our students, are feeling their lives have been impacted. So those top 5 areas over on the right, we see mental health, academics, loneliness and isolation, decreased motivation or focus, and missed experiences or opportunities. That's important for us to know. So as campus clinicians, we can think about how do we tailor our treatment interventions, how do we educate our campus partners, and how do we ultimately support student success, knowing that these are factors that are really negatively impacting them uniquely during this time of COVID-19. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we're really thinking about as we maybe transition to the next stage of the pandemic response and what that looks like as we move to more opening is we've been thinking about it in terms of disaster mental health research and models. And so this is a nice model that I think comes from SAMHSA, but helps us understand how mental health might be impacted as people move through a disaster. On the y-axis, you can see emotional highs and emotional lows and how that changes over the course of a disaster response. So in the middle there, you can see that heroic or honeymoon stage where maybe there are those emotional highs. And I think of that example of everyone rallying around first responders, healthcare workers. Early on in the pandemic, the howls for healthcare workers that took place here in Bozeman, I know those happened elsewhere as well, really illustrated that sense of community cohesion, how we all came together. But then you see how the emotional lows start to come in and people really go, start to experience that more prominently. And that disillusionment stage really is unique in the pandemic, in that we sort of have waves of that phase. So we continue to see the emotional lows and the emotional impacts and the mental health concerns as we continue to have those waves of the pandemic. Even as we're maybe starting to come out of that in terms of that reconstruction or more of a healing phase, we certainly know that that's when we'll really start to see people entering that grieving process and start to try to make sense of what they've been through. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, as we're thinking about what does this mean for next steps, certainly we know here that we're, how do we support people as we're kind of moving through this pandemic in the next stages? That for some, there's this rush to normalcy and go all the way back to where we were, but for others, that increased anxiety and those mental health responses will continue to emerge. We know that different groups might move towards recovery differently, and so tailoring our campus responses to how we respond to them. And then lastly, really considering the increased demand that might be out there for mental health treatment. Certainly we need to attend to the clinical services side of that and how we have treatment available, but also as Christine is going to show, I think at the task force level, we're also expanding that to think about how do our campuses create that supportive environment where we're also helping students in all the different ways they may interact with us. So I'll hand it back over to you, Christine.
Thanks so much, Betsy. So Betsy shared a little bit about, from a clinical perspective, what is happening with students because of the pandemic. I'm going to talk a little bit about just campus response and the task force response, and then share some of the ongoing work of the task force. So next slide, please. So due to the dynamic and ever-changing nature of the pandemic, response has really focused on the urgent needs of the moment. As many of you have probably seen and know, this really looked like building supportive communities for campus, for students. Betsy mentioned that in her the virtual session example. Helping students to cope with social isolation and just the general disruption of the pandemic all the way, over the last 16 months. And really, and I think this is super important, elevating the conversation and attention to mental health and just being able to understand and know that it's going on and really learn how it's impacting students. So you'll see these themes kind of reflected here in the examples from campuses of their response, whether it's the MSU Billings Heroes Peer Wellness Program, the social media campaign at Miles Community College that helped give students some language and some tools to be able to talk to each other about their mental health, or the Mindful Minutes program at that were like little mini lessons on mental health issues that students might experience and strategies for responding to those and dealing with them. These are just a couple small examples. There's many, many more across the system. You'll also see some of those themes that I mentioned earlier in our task force's response. So early on, the task force came together to just kind of be a space to problem solve, inform me and our office about the mental health pulse of our campuses and students, and really to share strategies and resources. This was especially important when most campuses transitioned their clinical services and some programming to be virtual. There was a lot of sharing of resources and just kind of tackling that like immediate, urgent, really quick transition. The task force also, in preparation for return to fall, they put together a curated toolkit of mental health resources for students, faculty and staff, administrators, providers, and we've continued to update that as new resources emerge and as the pandemic has kind of posed new challenges, and we're drawing from best practices all across the country and in our state. So that's been a really great resources for campuses to have. Next slide, please. So when it became apparent that the pandemic would stretch on for far more than just a few weeks or a few months, we really started to understand that this would last far beyond any kind of crisis moment. And that, in fact, as Dr. Esterson said, that we'll be dealing with this kind of, far into the future. So the task force turned its attention to providing resources to campuses that are in line with that kind of holistic, comprehensive model that I mentioned, and that help students cope with and help campuses respond to these challenges in ways that don't exacerbate the public health risk during the pandemic. So in November, Governor Bullock allocated CARES Act funds to support student mental health. With those funds, the task force got these 3 services that you see here. Every single one of them is available virtually to every single student and every single employee at every single campus in the MUS for at least the next 3 years. These resources, I'll explain them just a bit. Cognito is a virtual suicide prevention and mental health literacy training. It's available for students. There's a training for students and a training for faculty and staff, and it helps give people the tools to recognize students in distress and to know how to respond. Thriving Campus is a virtual referral platform that connects students to providers and specialists in their home community or in their campus community, wherever in the state or out of state that may be. Ncaa College is an app that provides students with information, strategies, resources, kind of personalized, curated content that just helps students learn and practice some of those kind of basic wellness, mental health and wellness self-care types of things. Next slide, please. So even though a lot of the work of the task force was dedicated over the past year or so to responding to the pandemic, the group also really continued on with much of its usual work. Recently, this has focused on a review of the original set of recommendations proposed by the task force in 2016 under the leadership of Director Ron Muffick. Since then, the task force has worked with our office to do periodic reviews of this set of 11 kind of best practices that you see reflected in brief here in this little wheel. In our most recent review, which took place over the past couple of months, we didn't really focus on whether campuses have implemented these or not implemented these. That work really happened in almost without exception in the first year after this set of recommendations was proposed. But what our goal with this review is to highlight successful strategies so that we can kind of continue to build those communities of practice and share, to pinpoint persistent challenges to either implementing recommendations or sustaining them over the long term, and to identify new areas of student mental health, wellness, and suicide prevention needs on our campuses. So next slide. So from that review, there are some findings that are probably not too surprising, but that I think are really important to sort of highlight here. We'll share a report from that review that will be released here shortly that will kind of elaborate on these, but just in brief right now, the review reflected what we already know about clinical services and what Dr. Asterson said. There's an increased need that doesn't, even outside of the pandemic, that exceeds enrollment, that again is a good sign, but that we also need to continue to work to build capacity to be able to meet that need that we see for clinical services. The second thing is that we heard from campuses and the task force that building communities of practice to share education strategies, connect, share resources, collaborate, is really vital to the maintenance of strong system level work on student mental health. And that doing that also has tangible benefits and impacts for students and campuses. And the final thing I'll say here is that the recommendations review also emphasized that reducing access to lethal means continues to be kind of an evidence-based cornerstone of sound suicide prevention strategies on campuses. And so that's something that we will continue to pay attention to. Next slide. So as we emerge out of this phase of the pandemic, knowing that, as Dr. Asterson noted, there will be significant mental health impacts for a while to come, and following on the heels of this review of that set of recommendations, the task force is working on these 4 key priority activities. We'll continue with the launch of You Matter, that package of services that we've got to respond to the pandemic that I mentioned, the suicide prevention training, the referral platform, and the app. And I will call on all of you and everybody listening in our task force and our campus leaders to really promote that and to be champions of those and to get students and employees to use them. They're really great resources and will have really positive impacts for our students. The second thing is that we'll continue implementation of a system-wide suicide surveillance tracking. Doing this will really help us understand the landscape across the state and across the system and help us build better and support better prevention strategies. The third thing is that we know that good data is really important in informing our activities and understanding our students. this year and last year, many campuses across the system have fielded a survey called the National College Health Assessment Survey. It's a survey of student health and behaviors, and it asks about things like mental health, wellness, impact of those things on academic and student life. This version of the survey asked about the impact of COVID-19 on student experiences. So all of our campuses have completed that survey. We will do an analysis and summary of all of the results from that over the summer and be able to drive some work to meet whatever needs we're seeing show up from that. And the fourth thing, and finally, before I close, we'll do an assessment called the Clinical Load Index that will really help us better understand clinical staffing and the strain the increased demand has placed on our clinical services, as well as the need of our student populations that we're trying to serve. So that's what the task force is up to. And finally, before I close, I really just want to say thank you to that task force and the members. They're a great group of people and have really done so much during this time and always, and have just done really amazing work under great strain. So thanks to that group. And with that, Regent Rogers, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Director Miller and Dr. Asserson. Do we have any questions from the regents? I'll start off. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I'll echo that. Thanks to the task force. I mean, what a huge body of work you all have put together, and appreciate you working on this on top of everything else that everyone went through during the pandemic. I really like the opportunity that the clinical load assessment is potentially presenting. And it just sparks in my mind a question, and sorry to put you on the spot, Dr. Asserson, but you know, from your clinical perspective, are there national best practices that Montana has been slow to adopt or doesn't have the resources or infrastructures to adopt?
Thank you, Chair Rogers. That's a great question. I think that the clinical load index will actually be a useful tool for us to understand what that looks like in Montana. We are unique in terms of our diversity of our campuses and the different services that are offered there. I would say there still is variability among our campuses in terms of what types of services are being provided on campus. And this assessment, I think, will help us understand what that looks like. And help us understand sort of the access to care and mental health resources on these different campuses. One of the programs that Director Miller highlighted was the Thriving Campus, which is an online referral resource. That's great in that it will help people who maybe don't have access to services on their campus be able to connect with a provider and see in real time what providers might have availability. But I think it was actually in an earlier discussion when Regent Dombrowski talked about the dearth of mental health professionals in our state. And that's a real struggle. And I think that's something that campuses can do, is having those services available on site for students is really critical. So I think our next steps are going to give us more information on that. But I would say that what I hear from my colleagues across the state is just that continued attention to the opportunity to provide those services on campus.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions? Yeah, Regent Dombrowski.
Thanks, Chair Rogers. Great presentation. I'm all about prevention on the mental health side. And so it's probably more of an affirmation that if we can put in the appropriate resources for the students on the campus, it really puts, I would say, the entire health system in a better spot, because we're not really having to triage, and we're not really having to do it in probably really the worst of times in an emergency department. And so it's that whole population health way of thinking and being. And I think this is, we know this is a vulnerable population for suicide, and whatever we can do to reach out, peer support, counseling, what apps, I don't think any stone should go unturned. And I really appreciate the focus, Brock and this team has put on it. It's essential. It's really essential for sort of our health and, the health of kind of the state of Montana in general. So thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Rogers. I would echo that. I mean, this is beefed up from what I understand in response to COVID, but these are issues that, I mean, frankly, we heard through public comment in the last few weeks that are keen to everyone, whether the pandemic's here or not. And so not knowing the financial investment that we've made, it certainly is an investment I don't think we cannot continue to make. And it's important to do it. But to you all that have led this, Dr. Asserson and Christine Miller, thank you so much. And please pass on to your colleagues just how much we appreciate the professionalism and thoroughness of the work that helped put together this report. Thanks for the work.
Yeah. Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. And thanks again for the presentation for all those that worked on the task force over the last year and those who have been involved since 2015. I think I go back to the first report out from the task force, maybe back in 2016. And one of the things I remember from that discussion was from the board members and from the task force individuals as it relates to the recommendations is, are we investing enough in mental health? Are we investing enough to bring on the appropriate number of mental health counselors into our system? And I think at the time that was a kind of a top priority for the task force. And I'm curious, obviously we're doing a lot now and certainly are learning a lot. The clinical load index will probably have assist us in better understanding where the investments are needed. But I'm just curious as a system, are we truly investing what we need to be investing on those who are the front lines assisting directly with the clinical services around mental health? And I don't know if anyone has that answer, but I think it should be a top priority. Tomorrow we're gonna talk about the budget and we'll approve a budget in September. And I really hope that as the campuses are really looking at their priorities, that investments in mental health is a top priority and actually dedicating resources to the folks that are really engaging sort of day to day with those in need, both our students, staff, and our faculty. So I don't know if there's anyone that can answer that question. I think I just want to underscore that was an issue 5 years ago. I kind of see it in the recommendations here as potentially an issue. And I really like our campuses to reflect on your findings, reflect on the findings from the assessment, and really make the appropriate investments into this place. This has been a priority for the board for a number of years. It was an absolute priority for the Healthy Fall Task Force. So I really look forward to seeing more resources going to the teams of individuals providing these resources in our campus communities.
Yeah, well put. Thank you so much. And thanks for that historical perspective too. I think it's, always important, but now more than ever with the pandemic and the increase in rates that we're seeing across the nation and in our own campus communities. So I'm excited that we have such great infrastructure with your guys' good work and with the work across our campuses to provide that, backbone that we can grow out from. And also excited about all the online opportunities. I think that it's speaking to the younger generations that are much more comfortable with approaching their mental health from a destigmatized, continuous perspective, which is exciting and potentially sets them up for a lifetime of being able to manage their health, their whole health. Good. Yeah. Deputy Commissioner Tessman.
Chair Rogers and Chair Lozar, if I might, I just want to revisit the point you made because it reminds me of it's the next step in an ongoing and kind of evolving conversation around student well-being, of course, but how that channels back into student success. So I don't know, 5 or 10 years ago, we might have been here talking about, well, we need to invest more in academic advisors. And part of that is just simply because of registration and, you want students to sort of have a clear path in terms of what courses they're signing up for. But we came to understand that also there's a rebound effect and that gets students into better classes. It gets them to graduation faster. It helps retention and persistence. So there's actually a budget bottom line and there's a big return on investment when you think about, pouring money into something like academic advising. Well, here we're talking about counseling resources, mental health resources. Absolutely. First and foremost, this is about the wellness of students and employees for that matter. But I don't think we should discount the extent to which that has a rebound effect and actually helps their academic success, their likelihood to stick around, their ability to enter Montana's workforce ready to go. And so it is a return on investment there. It's not just kind of a sponge that soaks up resources. And again, I don't mean to diminish, the goal is mental health and wellness, but there is that business side of things that comes into play as well.
Yeah, Regent Sexton.
Oh, thank you, Chair Rogers. Yeah, actually, Deputy Commissioner Tessman very eloquently and very nicely was able to introduce the topic because I wanted to talk about the fact that this saves a lot of money. And I mean, I know you all talked very wonderfully about just why we should be doing it aside from financial reasons, but it does save money and it's probably one of the least costly ways to deliver mental health services. I mean, if they're ending up in a hospital or a behavioral health clinic, that's going to be so much more expensive in dollar terms. But if you think about the lost opportunities for students to finish their education and to take on class loads that they can manage, yeah, and I wholeheartedly agree. So I think it's a great investment, even from a financial perspective.
Great point.
Regent Rogers, I don't want to jump in here, but just to, kind of reiterate that point. So when I think of the question that Chair Lozar raised, I mean, I think of a few things. Like one, which is that student mental health for the sake of student well-being and mental health is really important and valid. And it's not something that we should ask ourselves, is this inside or outside of our scope? It is at our doorstep. It affects every single person on our campuses, our student bodies every single day. So that's not really a question. Like it is in our scope to do. And I think that there are some ways, I mean, I don't have a good answer, though I'm really excited for the invitation to kind of talk more about this and dig into this more. The questions that I ask around, are we investing? It's things like the clinical load index that will tell us a little bit about that. It's also things like understanding what actually is the mental health and wellness experience of students on our campuses. We know that from clinical data, we know that from some surveys, we know it anecdotally, but that's part of the reason why we're doing this National College Health Assessment system-wide, is really to understand the picture and to really understand the nature of the challenge and the nature of the need that we're facing, so that we're better able to answer that question. What would adequate care and adequate programming and adequate services look like? And then I guess the third thing that I'll say is that we know that this has that negative mental health experiences among students has a tremendous impact on their academic performance, and that's very costly to students and to institutions. And it's especially true for students who are already marginalized in some ways, right? So I think of an example of that is our Montana 10 students. And I think we're learning in this first year of the pilot program just how significant those mental health experiences and impacts are on students' academic performance and their retention and their ability to stay in and complete their degrees. So I think this particular issue has ripple effects far beyond, though it's important, far beyond just student well-being, and that we have some really good data and emerging data and some good metrics to be able to understand what it would mean to have adequate care, to have adequate programming and adequate clinical services. And I'm really excited to dig into that with the task force and with our office, and to share more updates on that in the months to come.
Thank you so much, Director Miller. Very, very helpful. Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you, Dr. Asson. Thank you, Director Miller. We so appreciate the presentation today.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, let's move on to our final information item.
Chair Rogers, members of the committee, I think we have our Director of Academic Policy and Research, Joe Teal, here. Talk about successes on the research front. And this has been unquestionably a bright spot over the past year. And so, Joe, I'll hand it over to you for what I think is going to be a brief update, right? And we'll have a deeper dive probably sometime in the fall, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Tessman, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Really excited to be here today and give you what really is kind of an interim update on research in the MUS. As Brock mentioned, we'll come back in the fall with more of a strategic update in terms of our directions. But we thought it'd be worthwhile to come and bring to your attention and really celebrate some of the amazing work that's happened in the past year. Next slide, please. And that's because it's been a really, really big year for Montana research. And in fact, it's been a big 5 years. What's happened in Montana on the research front in the past 5 years has been remarkable. The growth in our research enterprise puts us almost without peer in the nation, just in terms of how quickly it's changing, how much new activity we're attracting. Now, want to spend just a little while highlighting the ways in which that's happening. One is that North Dakota for many years has led really rural states around the nation in research, and this year, for the first time in more than a decade, we surpassed them in research expenditures. Montana State University, again, for the first time in more than a decade, is the largest research university by R&D in our 5-state region. The University of Montana is really one of the fastest growing research universities in the nation. They've grown 90% in terms of their expenditures over 5 years. And all of that, more and more, is translating into innovations that are leaving our campuses and showing up in terms of companies, businesses, types of economic activity in Montana. Next slide, please. What you can see on this slide is the overall growth in research expenditures as reported to the National Science Foundation. I said we're nearly without peer in the nation. We've grown more than 60% on this measure in 5 years. That means that relative to 5 years ago, we are spending more than $100 million a year more in terms of research activities on our campuses. I just want to unpack that for a second, because you hear expenditures and you think, great, we're spending more money, but you don't think about the activities that go into attracting these funds to Montana. What that means is our faculty are more competitive on the national stage in competing against their peers all across the country for grants and contracts that primarily come from the federal government and from businesses. And in doing so, they're bringing cutting edge research into Montana. And that's just a massive accomplishment for our state that has all sorts of spillover benefits that I'm hoping to walk through. Next slide, please. Just to kind of put that in context, Montana, like a lot of rural states, has for a long time been below the national average in terms of participating in basic science and federal research. In 2014, we were pretty well below in terms of our ability to attract this type of activity. And we've jumped more than any other state in this metric in terms of the number of slots we're climbing in the 5 years hence. And if you can go to the next slide, what that means, even comparing to national growth in R&D activity, it means that we're able to attract and support $50 million more per year in terms of these types of activities. And if you can go to the next slide. The last piece of good news on the numbers front is that growth is likely to continue. So our key kind of leading indicator of future research expenditure growth is award volume. And both MSU and collectively have grown by more than a quarter year over year on that measure. Next slide. So what does that all mean? What's the impact of expanding our research enterprise on our campuses? And really, I'd like to group it into 3 categories. Growth in Montana research means that there's new types of economic opportunities in Montana. It means that our campuses are creating new forms of how they make community impact. And then really importantly, I think something we don't talk about enough is the ways in which having cutting edge science occur on our campuses enables us to offer excellent educational opportunities. Next slide. So to start, let's talk about economic opportunity for a while. And here I'd like to harken back to the Montana Research and Economic Development Initiative. This was funded by the legislature in 2015, and it was driven by an idea that wasn't new to MReady, but I think was accelerated by MReady. And that idea is that if we can orient the activities of our researchers towards commercializing science, towards being really integrated with kind of new firms and new business activities in the state, that both enhances their competitiveness in landing basic research and getting grants from the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Health, while also maximizing the impact that they have on the state and the state's economy. And kind of, I think, accelerated by MReady were the activities of a lot of different campus programs that tried to support not just our faculty, not just our students, but really folks across the state to take scientific innovations from the lab to the storefront. If you can go to the next slide, there's really good evidence that that investment and those organizations that we've built in our campuses are accelerating the pace with which we're commercializing, we're spinning out companies. So this just gives you a brief snapshot of only some of the companies that have spun out from university research. And they range from the small, so Success Prints is a company that's spun out of Tricia Seifert at Montana State University's research on student success and tries to gamify the experience of being a first-year college student to help inform students about the types of supports that are available to them. To the medium, Virus Detection Systems, Blocky, 2 new spinouts from Montana State University, both of which attracted more than $1 million in venture capital funding in the past year, to really kind of anchor companies in our community. Here I'd cite Inimmune. Inimmune is a firm that in Missoula that focuses on virology, works closely with the Center for Translational Medicine at the University of Montana, and last year had a $22 million Series A venture capital round. On to the next slide. And these firms that come out of the Montana University system, that come out of our research, they're really anchor firms in terms of new industries being built in Montana. A lot of you know the story of optics in Bozeman, starting with the Spectrum Lab, several companies coming out, and over time that making Bozeman one of the most attractive places in the country to start an optics or photonics company. I think we have a similar opportunity right now in terms of the growth of biotech in Montana, in Hamilton, in Great Falls, in Billings, in Missoula, in Bozeman. We have a larger agglomeration of biotech companies. We have vastly expanding academic biosciences work happening on our campuses. And there's signs that we can do something similar to what we've seen in the optics industry and make Montana a location where more and more of these firms want to establish and grow. And if you can go to the next slide. This is just kind of the last point on economic opportunity. Those agglomerations that are created by university research aligning with business activity in the community, it's over time attracting all new forms of investment and capital to Montana. So this just shows venture capital investment in Montana over the last 25 years. And in the last 5 years, we've attracted 3 times more than we attracted in the 20 years prior. So it's really I think, a sea shift in terms of how our universities are linking to building Montana's new economy, all sorts of new opportunities, new businesses, new types of industry siting in our state. Next slide. And kind of similarly, expanded research also means expanded community impact. And the coronavirus pandemic kind of uniquely brought this into view, with our campuses doing all sorts of work to provide the expertise, to provide the resources to support our state's response to the pandemic. One example coming out of MSU Bozeman and the lab of Dr. Blake Wiedenheft was wastewater monitoring. Dr. Wiedenheft was one of the first in the nation to publish on how wastewater could be monitored to provide early warning signs as to the spread of COVID in communities. And because of his work and the work of some of his colleagues, Bozeman was one of the first communities on the planet, really, to be able to use this tool to monitor the spread of the pandemic. Next slide. Similarly, at the University of Montana, the Center for Translational Medicine does amazing work in terms of developing tools for all new types of vaccines. And their work landed them and the University of Montana on a list of the top 10 best universities for solving the coronavirus pandemic. Next slide. And last but not least, there was an amazing effort, started at MSU and then expanded to the University of Montana, where our researchers in some labs set aside, some of their research portfolios, retooled their labs, tasked their graduate students in order to support the state in offering COVID-19 tests. And I think those folks, all of you, should be so proud that your universities provided more than 200,000 COVID-19 tests in partnership with the state in the past year. And just to put that into context, that's about 1 in 7 COVID-19 tests that were conducted in Montana last year. Next slide. And finally, I want to focus on how research supports excellence in education. That's very clear, I think, at the graduate education level. You need to have good research opportunities available on campus to have a quality graduate degree experience. And this expansion in research that we've seen means that there's more financial support for graduate students, means that there's better teaching and research opportunities for our graduate students, and is enabling the MUS to offer new types of graduate programming over time. Next slide. It also greatly supports the undergraduate experience, and Montana kind of uniquely supports the undergraduate experience because we have so much research activity and many institutions that are primarily undergraduate. And here I'm just going to highlight a couple of stories from MSU Billings. There's a companion report that's linked to your agenda that goes through some items for all campuses that I would really encourage you to take a look at because they're all, I think, inspiring and remarkable. But here, on the left, you'll see an example of MSU Billings marketing students working with their professor to launch a statewide Montana Together Again campaign to encourage folks to get the COVID-19 vaccine. And on the right, and really worth celebrating, MSU Billings junior James Ncaa won the Barry Goldwater Scholarship this past year. The Goldwater Scholarship is really the predominant best award given to undergraduate researchers who have, I think, the capacity to go on and really change a field. And it's very unusual for regional universities to earn Goldwater scholarships. And so a major accomplishment for MSU Billings, for James, and for his professors. Next slide. And to close, I just want to, give you a bit of a preview for September in terms of some of the risks and some of the priorities that we're thinking about, that me, the research officers on your campuses, the folks who are working on this day in and day out, we're thinking about what are our next steps in terms of sustaining and expanding tech transfer and commercialization. How are we continuing to build on the progress that we've made to align what's happening on our universities and with what's happening in our business communities and to maximize the impact that can have. And then second, a new focus on how we recruit and retain highly productive junior faculty, graduate students, and postdocs. And just to give you some understanding of why that second focus is worthwhile, if you can go on to the next slide. It's good to walk through what the life cycle of a research faculty member is. So for our research faculty members, particularly in some of the scientific disciplines, when they are hired, they're often hired and negotiate a startup package. This is a package that's meant to help them gather preliminary data, buy the equipment they need, buy lab space, hire research assistants so that they can start up in a competitive research agenda. And that can be a pretty significant expense for our institutions, but it's an expense that over time they more than recoup when those faculty get grants and contracts, those grants and contracts support facilities, help to buy new equipment for the university, support graduate students, support the startup packages of other faculty that we might want to hire. And so over time, it's an excellent investment on the part of the institution. The challenge, if you can go on to the next slide, is what happens if those faculty members leave at this point in their careers, leave early on before the institutions really participate in the benefit of those future grants that they bring to the institution. And in that case, it's expensive not only because the institution's not kind of recouping their investment, but also because as we earn a national profile in Montana, we're competing with more and more institutions for these top-notch faculty. And very likely the faculty member that we'll have to hire to replace them will require a larger startup package or a higher salary to come to our institution. So it's much more cost effective over time to try and retain these faculty members so that they want to stay here for their entire careers and really put the most productive part of their research lives into our institutions. And last slide. So I'll just close by saying it's been, I think, a year that you all can be proud of in terms of where Montana sits on the national stage, the impact that that's having on the ground, both for our communities and for our students. Our faculty researchers, our student researchers are doing incredible work in something that's very much worthy of celebration. And with that, Regent Rogers, I'll turn it back to you for questions.
Thank you so much, Director Teal. Thank you for that presentation, and thank you all for joining in that. I just think it's so important to showcase the connection between this research activity that occurs in Montana's vibrant economy, but then also the incredible world-class opportunities that it affords our students. I appreciate that we have a second dip at this topic this year. I think that the tech transfer I've seen across the state, but I mean, obviously a lot in Bozeman, where you have research activities that spin off into businesses that employ students, not only from an internship perspective, but then actually for a paycheck after they graduate, and then create this more diverse economy. I think that there's so many opportunities as we continue to work on this, and I just appreciate bringing it forward as a topic today. Do we have any other discussion or comments? Yeah, Regent Buchanan.
Director Teal, thank you. What an exciting report. And you're making quite a case for economic impact with the data you shared. I'd ask, as we get to dig into this further in September, to Chair Rogers' perspective, and if we could quantify the number of those businesses and the people that they're employing, get a feel for how many jobs that's created, just a further way to really stamp the validity of economic development on this project. And then I had a question. As we look at MSU's research expenditures, does that include the extension and the research centers? I just stopped in at the Huntley Research Center and saw Director Kephart and his crew, and just so enthusiastic about what they're doing, and wondering if that's lumped in with those research expenditures. And if it's not, I mean, what's the economic investment return that's related to that effort? Because those are certainly active and vibrant around our state. And it might be fair that it sounds like we're meeting again in September on this. So if those are not really easy to answer, we can get back to that then. But fantastic report. Very exciting to see how vibrant this is.
Yeah, Regent Buchanan, I can share a little bit on both fronts. Some components of extension expenditures are included in the National Science Foundation definition and are included there, as are the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology for Montana Tech. In terms of really quantifying that impact, we did work with the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at UM to really try and take a comprehensive look at employment. And I don't have the figures off the top of my head, but I can share the report and bring some of those back to you in September.
Thank you so much. Great report again.
Regent Bell.
Chair Rogers and Director Teal. Kind of looking at the other side of the question, how many departments and professors are driving those research dollars? So if you look at the growth for the U of M, which is pretty significant percentage-wise, where it'd be nice, again, in September, not today, to get a better sense of which departments and how are those dollars, where are they coming from and where are they being allocated to? Similarly with MSU, just to get a sense of how we can continue to drive that number upward.
Regent Bowie, I think that's a great comment and question, data that we can probably get back to you in September. The one thing that I will share in terms of across the country, and I think Montana's experience as well, as to what's been important in this growth. A lot of it is around who we hire and retain, and the alignment between, university system hires and evolving state and federal priorities where there's funding opportunities. And we've done really well in that over time, in large part because of the work of programs like NSF, EPSCoR, NASA, EPSCoR, Montana, INBRE. These are programs that have a stable set of federal dollars and have been, I think, really strategic in helping our campuses to seed new faculty in areas where we can get a critical mass to be competitive on that national scale. So that'd be an area that I think is worth future conversation.
I look forward to learning more in September. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments from the Regents? Oh, that concludes the business of the RC committee. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Lozar. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Great RC committee meeting. Appreciate all the advance work leading up to today's RC meeting. And then your leadership, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, leading your team through all these task force presentations and all the work that you're doing in this space. We appreciate that. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's let's meet back up at 2:50, and then we'll dive into the 2-year and community college committee. 10-minute break. Well, welcome back to the board meeting. Let's dive right in. We'll turn it over to Chair Nystuen of the 2-year and Community College Committee. Chair Nystuen.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. This afternoon, the 2-year Education Community College Committee has two items, just information this afternoon. First item will be Great Falls College 8-week advantage. We heard from Dean Wolfe this morning. She gave us a quick snippet about that. We've got some representatives from Great Falls joining us, and then really interesting study update on as far as dual enrollment goes. So with that, I'd like to throw it over to Deputy Commissioner Tessman to kind of queue up the Great Falls College 8-week advantage and our friends from Great Falls. Thank you.
Chair Nystuen and members of the committee, really excited to get this update on the Great Falls College 8-week advantage, and also really to get a deeper dive into dual enrollment. The first item from Great Falls College is about innovation. We've been talking a lot about that today, and this is one of the most significant points of innovation we've had in the Montana University system, I think, over the last several years, particularly on the 2-year side. So excited to hear that report. And then the dual enrollment report really is a follow-up to a request, I think, from Regents to dive into ways we can continue to grow our dual enrollment effort, even in light of the significant growth we've seen over the last 5 years. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Leanne Frost, and I think, and team. I see you all seated there. But Dr. Frost, I imagine you'll kick us off, and looking forward to your presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon. I'm here. I'm Dr. Leanne Frost. I'm the Executive Director of Instruction for Great Falls College. And with me, I have Dr. Eleazar Ortega, who is our institutional researcher, and also Mr. Troy Stoddard, who is our Director of Advising and the Career Services. So we would like to present some information about our 8-week advantage. Several years ago, representatives from our college accompanied President Cruzado to what is now known as Gutman Community College. And what they went there with the purpose of finding some research-based best practices to increase persistence and retention and completion. So they brought back some ideas from that visit, and we ran a pilot and then implemented what we call the 8-week advantage. And basically what we've done is we've taken our classes and we offer them in 2 8-week blocks within 1 16-week semester. So we'll show you some preliminary data. We implemented the program in fall of 2018. It's been a gradual implementation, which we'll show you. And we know that this data is preliminary, but it is promising. But first, let's take a look at why we implemented the 8-week advantage. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, our goal in implementing the 8-week advantage and the 8-week block schedule was to increase student retention and completion. And there were several things that the research showed would be beneficial to students. One of them was greater immersion in the course material. It is a quicker pace in the 8-week blocks, but the students are also taking fewer classes. So perhaps in a regular semester, a student might be taking 5 classes. Within the 8-week block, they're only taking 2 or 3 at one time. And we'll look at a sample schedule here in a minute. So the students are able to increase their focus on the material in those fewer classes. The other thing that they're able to do is sort of manage their time a little bit better. So if you think about a typical student, when they're taking 5 classes at a time, that's 5 sets of deadlines, 5 different sets of homework, 5 different types of material, 5 different relationships to manage with instructors. And it just becomes simpler and they're able to focus better when they only have 2 or 3 sets of classes instead of all 5. The other thing that we were interested in implementing the 8-week advantage because of was a faster completion to the meeting the prerequisite requirements. This played in very well to the move to accelerate developmental education and to get students into and completing their first college level math and writing within their first 30 credits. And we also wanted to help students achieve on-time completion. So for example, whether they're working through an anatomy and physiology series or whether they're working through a math series, when we can speed that up, it helps them with on-time completion of their degree. We also wanted to make it easier for students to recover when there were outside factors that affected their schooling. So a lot of our students, which is typical of a two-year college, a lot of our students are managing multiple responsibilities. They have families, they work, they might also have some life issues. They have a lot of outside factors that affect their ability to succeed in school. And so when a student is in that 16 weeks, if something happens at the beginning of the semester, what would happen, it would wipe out the rest of their classes and they would withdraw from the whole semester and not have any credits for the full 16 weeks. Or conversely, maybe the beginning of the semester went really well, but then something happened in the last half of the semester. And again, it would cause them to withdraw. And so they would lose credit for any of the work that they had done and for any of the classes that maybe they had gone 3/4 of the way through. So they were ending up with no credit out of those 16 weeks. With the 8-week blocks, they're able to recover. If something happens in that first 8-week blocks, they can withdraw, they can take care of what they need to do, and then come back for the second 8-week blocks and complete those courses and be able to earn those credits. Or again, conversely, if something happens in the second 8-week blocks and they withdraw, they still retain their credits from the first 8-week block classes that they completed. So that has been a big advantage for our students. The other thing that enables students to do is also to start their schooling later in the semester. And Eleazar will present some data about that in a minute. But think about a student who comes, let's say the beginning of February. Classes have started in January, but they decide that they're ready to go to college. They come to college the beginning of February, and typically we say, that's great, we're so glad that you're ready to start college. You can take some summer classes or wait till August and enroll in the fall. Well, a lot can happen in a prospective student's life between February and August. So instead, we're now able to say, that's great that you want to start classes. Let's help you get ready, and you can start our second block in March. And so we're able to get students into schooling quicker as well. The other thing that we wanted to do with the 8-week advantage, which has shown to be true, is that students are able to take more credits. So this helps support the 15 to Finish initiative that we have happening throughout the MUS, and be able to help students again with that on-time completion. But we have a lot of part-time students, so they might only be able to manage 2 classes at one time, again, because of all those other responsibilities that they have. So in the past, they were taking 2 classes a semester. Well, now they can still manage perhaps only 2 classes at one time, but they get to do that twice. They can take 2 classes in the first block and 2 classes in the second block, and again, be able to complete their schooling quicker that way by still taking only 2 classes, but managing it throughout a whole semester. So let's go ahead and take a look at the next slide. And this is just a visual showing how the 8-week blocks work. So again, it's 2 8-week blocks, still within that 16-week semester. We do have a 1-week break between the blocks, and that is necessary for students and for faculty to reset for the second block, but also really important for our student central staff. Every time we do one of these blocks, we are starting and stopping a term. And so you imagine all the processes and paperwork that happen when we're enrolling and registering students, and then when we're also closing a term. So we need that time to be able to make sure that that paperwork can get done and those types of processes happen. We did have a gradual implementation of the 8-week blocks. We started in fall of 2018 with all of the general studies classes, except for math and sciences and the business and technology classes. And the reason we held off a little bit on math and sciences is because the faculty needed a little bit more time to figure out how to restructure their classes into an 8-week block. The amount of contact time remains the same from a 16-week course to an 8-week course, but how we approach and meet our learning outcomes had to change a little bit, and how we delivered that content. So they needed a little more time. In fall of 2019, all general studies came on board, business, technology, and the trades. Biology still need a little more time, particularly because they had some labs that they had to figure out. And then in fall of 2020, all of the general studies, business, technology, and trades classes moved into the 8-week block format. The only classes that are not part of the 8-week block format are our courses associated with our competitive entry cohort programs. And most of those are in the health sciences, and it just wasn't possible to meet the number of required clinical hours within an 8-week block. So those classes have remained in the 16-week block. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at a sample student schedule. As mentioned, the students are able to still take 15 credits and in some cases increase the number of credits they're taking to 15. And this is what it looks like between Fall A and Fall B in a block. If you'll notice down at the last line, there's a class there listed as M095 Intermediate Algebra. That's a developmental or preparatory math class to help students prepare for their college level class. Normally, the students would take 16 weeks, complete the developmental course, and then in the next semester, complete their college level course. Or if they place lower than that, they might have a couple developmental math classes before they're able to reach their college level math. In this case, they can complete their developmental coursework much quicker in a block and then move into their college level course the next block. Or even if it's two, then it's the second semester. It moves them through much quicker. You'll also notice on the first line that we have our RIT 101 college writing class. So again, this helps us with one of our benchmarks that we know helps students be successful and stay on time to completion is being able to complete their first college level math or writing class within their first 30 credits. And Dr. Ortega will show how we have been able to help accomplish that through this 8-week block schedule. Now, we know that the 8-week blocks are just one contributing factor to some of the success markers that we've seen, but it's still very positive. We're going to continue to monitor and we're going to continue to analyze the data as we move forward. We don't have the data yet from the semester so we don't have the data yet completely for academic year 2020 and 2021, but we'll be happy to share with you what we do have. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Ortega and she'll share the data with you.
Thanks, Leanne. Next slide, please. So we want to share some of the data from a few of our institutional reports that we've been looking at to compare what our students have been doing since we've implemented the 8-week advantage compared to before. So this first slide here shows our retention and completion rates 1 year and 2 year. So these data are for students from the fall cohorts between 2014 and 2019. And the cohorts include our first-time, full-time degree or certificate seeking students. So we can see the blue line above, we can see that there was an increase to about 68%. And that's the 1 year retention and completion rate of the fall 2018 cohort of students. And I'll note that each cohort of students represents a different group. For our fall 2019 cohort, the 1 year retention and completion rate was about 59%. And this was above what we had seen the previous 4 fall cohorts. So prior to the 8-week advantage, we were seeing between 43 and 56% of the retention rate for 1 year. But since we've offered the 8-week advantage, that's been 68 and 59%. The orange line represents our 2-year retention and completion rate. So far we only have one data point since implementing the 8-week advantage, and that's for the fall 2018 cohort of students. And for that group of students, 52% were retained 2 years. So this means that 52% of the students from the fall 2018 cohort were either still enrolled at Great Falls College or had completed a credential by fall 2020 as of census date. Next slide, please. So here, reviewing the proportion of attempted credits that were earned by semester. So only looking at our matriculated students. So this excludes our dual enrollment high school students. We're looking at how many of the credits that a student attempted, so what they signed up for in a semester, compared to what they earned. And these are data from a student's transcript that they can then see at the end of the semester of how many credits they've earned compared to what they signed up for. The blue line represents the data for our fall semesters. So prior to fall 2018, we see that the range was between 80 and 83%. So students during those terms were completing about 80 to 83% of the credits that they signed up for. Since the 8-week advantage, so 2018 to 2020, those fall semesters, we see an increase. So the range between 85 to 86% compared to what we had seen before. The orange line is our data for the spring semesters. So prior to the 8-week advantage, we were seeing a range between 81, 82%. Since the 8-week advantage beginning in spring 2019, we saw 82 to 87%. I will note that the spring 2020 data, that of 82%, we know that students were impacted by COVID during that term, as students were indicating on drop cards that COVID was their reason for dropping courses. But even with that impact, it was still between the ranges that we had seen prior to the 8-week advantage. And at the time that we created this slide, we didn't have our spring 2021 end of term data available, but we have since seen with that available now that for spring 2021, students, matriculated students during the term completed an average of 89% of the credits that they attempted. Next slide. And this graph shows some data that we track for another specific cohort of students. So beginning with the 2016 cohort, these groups of students include our first time, both part-time and full-time students who are seeking a degree or certificate that requires a college level math and writing course. So of these groups of students, the first line in dark orange above represents the proportion of students from each of those cohorts who had completed a college level writing within 1 year. So we can see that the general trend between the students who began at Great Falls College in summer or fall of 2016 increased as we see from the fall or summer 2019 cohort of students. So that fall 2016 cohort was about 42% of those students had completed a college level writing within 1 year, compared to the fall 2019 cohort, which was about 72%. The next line in blue shows the proportion of each of those cohort students who completed a college level math course within 1 year. So again, we see the general trend moving upwards, comparing the fall 2016 cohort of 20% to the fall 2019 cohort of about 48%. That third line represents students from those cohorts who completed 30 or more college level credits within 1 year. So again, a general trend moving upwards over time between these four cohorts. The fall 2016 cohort, 11% of them had earned 30 or more college level credits within 1 year, compared to the 2019 cohort where 27% of them had. And then that fourth line in yellow represents students from each of those cohorts who had completed all three benchmarks. So within 1 year that they had completed a college level writing course, a college level math course, and 30 or more college level credits. So again, the general trend upward. The 2016 cohort, almost 8% of those students had completed all three benchmarks within 1 year, compared to the 2019 cohort where about 20% had. Next slide, please. And this graph here, excuse me, shows the proportion of course enrollments at Great Falls College that resulted in a passing grade. So these data exclude any sections that we have of concurrent dual enrollment courses that are offered through a partnership with our high schools. On the left is the data for the fall semester, so that orange line. So we can see that from fall 2015 to fall 2017, the proportions were about 77 to 79% of the course enrollments during each of those terms that resulted in a passing grade. And I'll mention that the data source for this indicates a passing grade is a C- or higher, or a P if the course is pass or no pass. Since offering the 8-week advantage in fall 2018, we see then that the trend increased. So in fall 2018, 83%, fall 2019, 84%, and fall 2020 also 84%. The green line represents data for our spring terms. So those percentages, the range prior to the 8-week advantage was about 79 to 80% of course enrollments that resulted in a passing grade. In spring 2019, which was the first term of offering the 8-week advantage, 85%. In spring 2020, we see that decline. So we know that COVID had an impact. But for spring 2021, it increased back to 87%. Next slide. And so, like Leanne mentioned earlier, one of the benefits to offering the 8-week advantage is that students are able to enroll after the first date of the semester rather than having to wait until the next semester begins. And so in fall 2020, we saw that 70 students who were not enrolled at the beginning of the semester were enrolled afterward. And for spring 2021, 54 students were able to take advantage of enrolling after the semester began. These enrollments then lead to our campus seeing higher headcount and FTE between census and end of term. And in fall 2020, we saw a net increase of 62 students, or headcount, from census date to the end of term, which was for an increase of 12 FTE. In spring 2021, we saw a net increase of 43 students. So again, comparing census and May 17th, but these were the final end of term numbers. And so we had an increase of 5 FTE. And now I'll let Troy talk to you a little bit about what some of our students are saying about the 8-week advantage.
You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So these are some quotes from some of our students on their thoughts on the 8-week advantage, on how it benefited them. We're also noticing some other trends that I'll share. One thing we're seeing is students are able to get through their prereqs classes for programs a lot faster. For example, the way classes are sequenced, many students have multiple classes they need to complete before they can get into competitive entry programs like nursing or surgical tech or some of those other healthcare programs that we have. And they typically have 3 biology classes that they have to take. That means under a 16-week schedule that it's at least 3 semesters. And so that typically means students are taking 2 years to complete their prereqs. However, under the 8 weeks, they can get those 3 classes done in 2 semesters instead. And so now they're applying to their competitive entry programs a year sooner than they previously were. So they're graduating in the long run a year sooner than they would, just because they can get all of their classes done in a shorter amount of time. We also have found something really interesting that was a little unexpected, in that many students, it's less about the number of credits that they're taking and more about the number of classes. We've seen some part-time students who take 2 classes at a time. They continue to take 2 classes at a time, but they're doing now 2 in the first 8 weeks, 2 in the second 8 weeks. And so now they're a full-time student. And so they're able to, again, complete their programs much faster. That's obviously not always the case, but it is a trend, something that we are seeing. Another thing that we're seeing is students are able to adjust their schedules more easily with the 8 weeks based on the rigor of their classes. Sometimes when they're taking a more rigorous class, such as anatomy or many students math, they can take that class by itself in 1 8 weeks, while taking more classes in the next 8 weeks. So they're able to focus more on that more rigorous course and do better in it and not be as overwhelmed while they're doing other classes at the same time. We've even found that with the push to 15 to finish, a lot of our full-time students are actually able to do closer to 18, because a student who can do 3 classes each 8 weeks typically can be taking 18 or 19 credits a semester. So even those students who are already taking a lot more classes are now taking even more. A great example of this is our 1+3 engineering students. These are our students who stay with us for 1 year, primarily focusing on calculus and their introductory science classes that they need for engineering. And then they transfer either to MSU or to Montana Tech. And previously when they were with us, they were transferring and they weren't earning any credentials. And it was always interesting to me that these students, despite doing exactly what we wanted them to do, they always hurt our retention and completion rates because we weren't retaining them and they weren't completing anything with us. However, now what we see many of these students doing is by taking 3 classes in each 8 weeks, they're completing their MUS core certificate before they transfer. They're taking like 20 credits a semester to do it, but that ends up only being 3 classes each 8 weeks. And so it's much more manageable, where 20 credits a semester would usually be really overwhelming for most of these students. If you go to the next slide. So that's what we're seeing with our 8-week advantage. We are seeing how it's benefiting students with this preliminary data. And if there's any questions, we're happy to answer those at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard, Drs. Ortega and Frost for your presentation. Questions from the regents? Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Nice. I just remember vividly Dr. George Dennison sharing when talking about experience 1 that, you know, this creativity and delivery of curriculum is not the only solution, but it's a new tool in the quiver. And to see the success that's already being demonstrated is so great, and it's exciting to see us adopt it and look forward to see how it further rolls out. But thank you for the great report and for the congratulations on the data that you're getting.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Well, a tip of the hat to Dr. Cruzado and Dr. Wolfe for being the pioneers on this. We'll soon watch for additional information about this, and it'll be interesting to see if other campuses might migrate in this direction as well. So, Dr. Tessman, any other final comments on this?
No, Chair Nystuen, I just would add my own commendations, and I think among her many accomplishments, this will be one big part of Dean Wolfe's legacy at Great Falls College. Really impressed with the assessment strategy already in place, and so I think we'll have a great sense of how things go moving forward. So thanks to Dr. Frost and team.
Okay. Second item for the 2-year Community College Committee is the dual enrollment analysis and strategy. So Dr. Tessman, you want to cue that up for us?
Chair Nystuen, members of the committee, absolutely. We've spent some good time on dual enrollment over the last year at these meetings. And I think that said, we have a step further here today. We have our Director of Career and Technical Education and Dual Enrollment, Jackie Treaster, available. But primarily, I think we'll hear from Dr. Dan Corrales. And he has, I think, responded to the ask he heard from this board in March for a bit more analysis with respect to our current dual enrollment efforts, and I think some strategic recommendations or ideas that he'll put forth. So Dan, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Brock, and thank you, Chair Nystuen. Thank you, Regents, and thank you everyone else for tuning in. It's great to be back. Always happy to talk about dual enrollment, bring some more attention to it. The report today is dual enrollment : analysis and strategy. And I'll go over the game plan and then we'll get into it. So first I'll do a quick primer or a review of dual enrollment terminology. This will really be a review, but I think it's important so that we're all on the same page. Then I'll talk a little bit about why dual enrollment is a good opportunity for students. And highlight some of the success stats related to that. And then third, we'll go into the deep dive portion of the presentation and explore the data that we have, focusing on how and where students access dual enrollment. And then we'll wrap up with strategies and ways to strengthen dual enrollment programs in Montana. That's where I will give you a break from listening to me and ask Director Treaster to talk about some of the programs that she's taking the lead on. So if we go to the next slide, please. This is the easiest slide to put together in the presentation, and that's because I put it in the presentation I gave in March. And this just goes over all the different terms that I'll use today. Dual enrollment in general, when we talk about it, we refer to high school students taking college courses. And then from there, it kind of splits into two paths. Concurrent enrollment would be courses taught by a high school teacher and delivered in a high school classroom. And so this would be taught by a qualified high school teacher, meaning that that teacher not only has a teaching license from the Office of Public Instruction, but also meets the qualifications to teach college. And I know everyone has it memorized, but that is Board of Regents Policy 730, which generally outlines that high school teachers to teach a dual enrollment course need to have their master's degree in a subject that they want to teach, or their master's in a related subject plus 9 credit hours in the subject they want to teach. So for example, I have a graduate degree in history. So if I had my OPI license, I could teach a dual enrollment course in history. I could probably also teach one in geography, since I think I have 9 credits, graduate credits in geography. So students taking any of those concurrent enrollment courses can earn credit in high school and college all at the same time through one course. The other path we call early college. These would be courses that students take on campus or online, delivered by college faculty. And for the most part, these courses, students receive college credit only. But if the college faculty have an OPI license and students get school district approval, those students can get dual credit for those courses. And college faculty can have your standard class 1 or class 2 teaching license, a class 4 license, which is for CTE courses, or there is a class 8 dual enrollment teaching license specifically for these college instructors. So we're all speaking the same terms now. We will go to the next slide and ask the question, why dual enrollment? Kind of poor grammar there, but we ask why dual enrollment, and using my language, it's because it's a pretty sweet deal for students, and it gives students a lot of great benefits. So students save time to degree by earning college courses before they are fully enrolled in college. Students save actual time, particularly through concurrent enrollment, where they can satisfy a high school requirement at the same time they can earn college credit. Students save money through our 1-2 free program, which gives where students can take 2 courses or up to 6 credits with free tuition and pay no fees other than course fees. And then after that, any courses students take after those 6 credits, they pay just 50% of of resident tuition for those courses. So it's a big money saver. And then students do better in college. Dual enrollment students tend to do better in college. According to the national research and the national literature, all says that all things equal, students that take dual enrollment are more likely to go to college. They're more likely to stay in college. They are more likely to do well in college, and they're more likely to graduate from college. If we go to the next slide now, we can see that our data backs up that national narrative. This information I also presented back in March. This slide was not quite as easy as the other one. I had to edit it a little bit to fit, but you can see that 60%, or we estimated about 60% of students that take dual enrollment through the MUS end up enrolling in college in the MUS within a couple of years. And then once they get there, they have higher GPAs, higher retention rates, and higher graduation rates than the overall student population. So then the question is, how many students take advantage of these dual enrollment opportunities? And so if we go to the next slide, we can see, at least by our estimates, it's about 28% of eligible public high school students participate in dual enrollment. That is a little bit below the national average of about 34%. And, but let me at least note a few things here. First, this number is for the 2019-20 school year. This participation rate has been on the rise here in Montana. So before the 1-2-free program, that rate was down around 20%. And then the year before that, which I think was 2016, 2017, it was at 17%. So we've seen a pretty substantial increase in using this same calculation for how many students participate in dual enrollment. Also note here that this is looking at just public high school students and eligible public high school students, meaning juniors and seniors. So if you think back to maybe your elementary school math, which I've been doing a lot this year, a lot of quality control in my household for elementary school math. The numerator here in our equation is the number of dual enrollment students, and the denominator is the number of eligible students. And the number of eligible students is juniors plus seniors. So that's where all those percentages come from. And then you can see some variations based on school class size. And then it's also important to note here, I think, that a lot of students in Montana are at our AA schools, which are 15 schools in, I think, 8 cities, make up about half the junior and senior population, and almost half of all the students that are taking dual enrollment. So now, some of the data that we do have is about all these students that take dual enrollment through the MUS. So we can explore that, and I think we can learn a little bit of something based on how and where the students access dual enrollment. So for that, we go to the next slide. So these are numbers about dual enrollment students by delivery and class size. So as you're looking across here and taking it in, the number that stands out, and hopefully it stands out because it's much bigger and it's on the left side of the screen for you, is that 83% of dual enrollment students in our public high schools, again, they do their dual enrollment through concurrent enrollment. So they do it in their schools, or they take those courses in their schools. Only about 57% of our schools offer dual enrollment, but you can see some pretty big variation there between the larger AA schools and the C schools. And then you notice some differences there in terms of the percent at those schools that take dual enrollment, that take concurrent enrollment, versus on campus or online. And quick additional note here, also related to math, is you may see that those percentages add up to more than 100%. That is because those 3 columns on the right they're not exclusive. So we have students that take dual enrollment courses in their schools and also on campus and also online. And so they get counted multiple times. And so that's why those percentages add up to over 100. And so we'll move on to the next slide and look at, you're going to see some similar trends here, only this goes by region. So these 5 regions in Montana, Northwest, North Central, Southwest, South Central, and East, are the same regions that I believe the Department of Labor and Industry uses and some other Montana government agencies use. What we can see here, generally you need a little backup knowledge of Montana here, but the more rural areas in the East, in the South Central, and the North Central, more students take dual enrollment courses online, and fewer students take dual enrollment courses concurrently in their high schools in those same areas. So this is where all this trend starts to play out. So now when we go to the next slide, this is where we take a collective breath, because we're going to dive even deeper into the data and look at just early college students. So these are just students that are taking dual enrollment courses either on campus or online, and filter them out by school class size and by region. And this trend between kind of larger schools and maybe more urban areas and smaller schools and more rural areas becomes more apparent. Like for example, if you look at the percent of students in Class C schools that take their early college courses online, that's pretty high. You know, that's a lot of students. That 288 number of online students is more than all the early college students in Class A schools. So that's a pretty big difference. We can see that these more urban, because Montana, the word urban is maybe not totally true here, but the more urban and more populated areas, students have a lot of access to concurrent enrollment, and they tend to go that direction. Where students may not have access to concurrent enrollment, they tend to go online for their dual enrollment opportunities. So now we can go to the next slide. And we can look at this from at least one other perspective. And this is the last big numerical data slide I have for you. But these are the dual enrollment courses from 2019-20 with the highest enrollment. I think it's the top 15. You see that most of them are general education courses. There's a couple of CTE courses in there. I think that allied health medical support class is a medical terminology class. We have a welding class there. Big shout out to American history. That's the direction that I would go. But I have highlighted in green there 3 courses that are a little bit different because those courses are predominantly taken by students online. All the other courses tend to be filled with students taking dual enrollment concurrently through their high schools. So that is, you know, psychology, communications, and sociology are probably likely courses that are less common in high schools, and we likely have fewer teachers in the state that are qualified to teach those as dual enrollment. So that's probably why that happens. But kind of trying to hammer home the point here that concurrent enrollment is super popular. So we go to the next slide, and we can come up with some basic conclusions and really just confirm some assumptions that we probably already know about Montana. Most importantly, most students take dual enrollment in their schools through concurrent enrollment. The larger schools and the more urban areas, we see more students taking in-person classes than online. Smaller schools and more rural areas, we see more students taking online courses rather than in-person. And then finally, our smaller schools, particularly our Class Cs, have fewer of those schools have concurrent enrollment, which means they likely do not have the instructors that have the qualifications to teach those. And excuse me while I lose my voice here. So one other type of some other data points that we need to consider are include the expertise that we get from our dual enrollment staff in our campuses. So for that, we can look to the next slide, please. And this fancy title, DE Leadership Qualitative Data, is just my fancy way of saying these are the things that come up most in discussions and conversations and from input from all the dual enrollment coordinators and dual enrollment directors and staff on our campuses. They're the experts. They're the ones that do this every day and have all the hands-on experience. And really the most common thing that comes up when we're talking about dual enrollment is a need for more instructors with the master's degree qualification, more instructors in the high schools to be able to teach dual enrollment. And that really would then kind of connect to the second point on the screen, which is increasing access to dual enrollment. So if we get more instructors qualified, students will have that most popular way of doing dual enrollment connected, accessible in their schools. I put a few other points up here. We also talk about just the constant need and the constant push to create more awareness for dual enrollment for students. This is just make them aware that it exists, give them some awareness of 1-2 free and how it's so awesome, and give them awareness of college programs, anything from like 1-year credentialing programs up to 4-year degrees, and how dual enrollment can fit into those programs and give them that push that they need get into college and complete college. And all of that really connects to that final point on the screen, which is student support. We talk a lot about helping students get ready for college, making students feel that they are, that they are able to enter college and take college courses, which kind of, I think, is an important point. I talk a lot about, there are a lot of numbers in this presentation, there are a lot of percentages, but one of the other, we do it a little in the marketing as we talk about dual enrollment as a way to ease in to college and giving students the support they need so that they can try out a college course, maybe try a couple things before they really start putting in the dollars for college is a really important aspect to consider for dual enrollment. So then we get to the next slide, which is what I like to call the so what slide. So what are we going to do? What's our plan? How can we, not only increase participation, but keep dual enrollment courses as quality courses for students? How can we get more access to dual enrollment for the students across the state? And really, when you think of all the data points, both the numbers and the qualitative points, kind of even more general conclusions that I would draw is that in-person courses are preferred. There's less concurrent access in small schools, yet most of our students are in the large schools. And wherever we don't have concurrent enrollment, students do have access to online. So we have a lot of kind of competing priorities to address. So it's best probably to have some sort of multifaceted combo platter approach, which is all these terms and things you see up on the screen there. The low-hanging fruit part of the platter would be just continuing to have good communication with schools, having a consistent message. The 1-2 free program being in place for 3 years in a row has been really big. I mean, the participation rate has gone up pretty significantly during that time. And there are a couple of policy things that we could consider. Things like, again, pointing to national literature and reports that come out, there are discussions of expanding eligibility to include more students. Obviously, that would then bring in a whole pool of students that we have to reach, but in terms of Montana, it would give students more time to use their 1-2 free credits. It may give them more time to take courses that are not offered every single term. So it might be a way to reach more students that way. We could also consider looking at some of the license requirements for like college dual enrollment instructors. The Class 8 license is not that difficult, but it can be a barrier for some faculty to get to. So there's ways we could either support them by investing in them. We could look at changing that license requirement. And then there are a bunch of things that we're doing program-wise right now and things that we're planning to do. And for that, I'm going to give myself a break to get a drink of water, and I will let Director Treaster talk about that portion.
Thank you, Dan, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So Dan and I work really closely with our dual enrollment coordinators on the campuses, as well as state partners and other agencies, work with schools, and then work with some of our national partners as well. And we're seeing a lot of innovation with some of the way that we're delivering dual enrollment. I'll highlight a couple of things that I know Missoula College is doing, and a couple of other colleges I know are doing similar things, but one is Missoula College offers a 2-week job ready course for students interested in construction trades, and it's available to students who are 16 and older, so juniors and seniors in high school. They can take the course. It's a 2-week course. They can take it for dual enrollment credit, and those credits can translate into both their high school, and they can carry on if they're interested in getting a certificate or an associate's degree at another college, if they're still interested in pursuing those courses. We're also seeing, I believe that this is going to be something new that will be pursued by Missoula College. I know that there are some really standout faculty that are starting to work really closely with some of the high schools in the area and working on a co-teaching model. So the instructor on record for the dual enrollment courses will have a master's degree, and those course credits will translate into college credit. But they're working with a high school instructor who then will receive some professional development and some mentorship with that faculty member, and will help co-teach the course for those students. And we can really, offer some of those courses a lot more broadly when we look at a co-teaching model. And that's something that I believe that Missoula College will be working on, producing some best practices materials that we can then hopefully translate into some other courses. We're also looking at ways, I think this is a next step that makes a lot of sense for Montana. We're looking at ways that we can package dual enrollment courses so they end up in CTE credentials for students who are graduating from high school. So I know that some of our colleges are already doing this, and I think that we can just be a little bit more intentional with marketing and reaching some other high schools that maybe are unaware of the opportunity. And we can package some, certain things make a little bit more sense than others. I know IT can be nicely packaged into some IT credentials that are industry recognized. Construction trades, again, is another one where there's a fairly easy opportunity to get some credentials under those students' belts. And so we're looking at ways that students will be graduating from high school. They have a credential, they have something they can put on their resume, and a lot of them will then use those credentials to help earn some money while they are still pursuing some sort of post-secondary certificate or degree. And it also helps them, get interested in those programs and those careers so that they can figure out exactly what they'd like to pursue. And so those are a few of the kind of, broader things that we're looking at and working with our coordinators on, and hoping to start moving toward making some innovation and, getting some new exciting things going for dual enrollment. So I will be around for questions. I'll let Dan go ahead and wrap up. Thanks, Dan.
Awesome. Thank you, Jackie. To add one more thing that has just kind of happened within the last few weeks is there's I helped a instructor at MSU and Gallatin College has a freshman research symposium course that is being offered as dual enrollment. And they are now this year expanding that to include live stream. And they're setting up viewing areas at a bunch of the extension buildings across the state. So students can get like an introductory course to the types of research they can do in college. And I think that's a really good way to reach maybe students that, might have some reservations about going to college, or just might not necessarily know what they want to do in college. And it's just a good introductory effort. And it fits with a lot of the literature out there that suggests types of courses and options that help students get into college, not necessarily like a math requirement or an English requirement, but introducing them to what college is like. So I think that's just something that's pretty cool happening right now. Last thing to mention here is just, it's kind of the obvious one, but further investment is another way that we can expand dual enrollment opportunities for students. And that would be looking at ways to invest in getting teachers their credentials, making it easier for high school teachers to get their master's degrees, or for those teachers that have a master's degree, giving them some incentives to get 9 additional credits in a subject like geography so they can teach another dual enrollment course. And so with that, we can go to the final slide, which is the most amazing slide, which is that we have a website and I have contact information, and now I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Corrales and Director Treaster. Questions or comments from the board? Regent Dombrowski.
Just a couple, thank you, Regent Nyson. Just a couple of questions. Is this on the portal? I don't know, I was thinking about the 8th grader, you know, kind of looking, and if there was be something that would kind of entice them to think about this.
Sure.
This might be another messaging. And from the flip side, I have a lot of colleagues looking to retire. This isn't for you, Regent Nyson.
I couldn't. That's the admission.
Sort of looking for a way to serve, and I wonder if there's an opportunity to try to figure out how to get them exposed to those 9 credits or whatever that credential is, because they have all commented about really maybe wanting to teach. And so it just sort of feels like there might be a pool of people who could participate, you know, to get at that. Anyway, I know enough to be dangerous, but those were just a couple thoughts.
Chair Nyson, Regent Dombrowski, our intention is absolutely to have this as part of the portal. Our goal would be to ultimately have a single kind of clearinghouse of all dual enrollment opportunities across the state, some of which would be available for online sign up, some of which would just indicate where the courses are being offered. And ideally, for data tracking purposes and for ease on the student end, a single application. Just sign up here, and actually that takes care of the college credit side of things. Second question, yeah, we have some campuses that have been pretty innovative on those 9 credit hours. A couple things we need to do. We need to make sure that as much as possible, we don't require students to be fully enrolled in a master's degree program in order to enroll for some graduate credit. If all they want is that 9 credit hours, they don't want to go back and get another degree. We need an opportunity there, and then certainly some online and summer offerings so that they can make progress towards those 9 credits as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
So another hand. Thank you, Joyce. Another hand. Other questions, comments? Regent Bob.
Chair Nyson, Dr. Cross, thank you. A really excellent presentation, excellent information. I'm really, I think that the way you presented it is super helpful for me as a new regent. What I think our chairman mentioned something earlier today, you know, about durable innovations that we should have learned through the crisis that we're keeping. And so my first part of my question is, you know, what are those durable innovations, and how much more online can we do, you know, as we think about keeping growing percentages among the Class C schools where it's already clearly basically only happening online. And then secondly, is there anything again on the accreditation process and the Class A? I mean, it's, you know, I think it's easy to probably talk about those teacher certification issues as being you know, it's important to make sure we're getting the right quality of instruction happening in the classroom, but I know effectively it becomes an obstacle for teachers who are struggling to make it on their salaries. Like, you know, what's a possible solution, or what kind of solution could we provide as the system on that specific item?
Thank you, Regent Bao, for that question. And I think I can try to answer some of that. In terms of durable innovations, I think one thing that has maybe come out of the pandemic is there is a shift towards more online, and there's a shift towards live stream courses. So I believe Dawson Community College is one of our campuses that is doing a bunch of that work, and so there's definitely room for that. You know, another possible solution around technology is to kind of partner with multiple high schools to see if high schools are willing to partner with each other to offer their, you know, to share resources to offer their courses. I think of that idea because a long time ago, when I was in high school, I had a Russian language course that was, the instructor taught it to me in my high school, and part of the time, and then part of the time he went to a high school on the other side of town. And they like did it, this is early internet days, so it wasn't live stream like Zoom, but there was a big bulky television that he appeared on, and he taught the course that way. So high schools can kind of cooperate with each other if we're willing, if we can make it work. And I think we could be a partner there to help make it happen. In terms of getting to the other question, in terms of getting high school instructors their master's degrees or other credentials, we have tried something in the past. I want to say the dates are somewhere around 2014 to 2016. I was not in the state of Montana at that time, so I probably can't confirm. But we had a credit for credit program where instructors that taught dual enrollment could then earn credits that they could take, that they could use to take courses either for themselves or for family members. And I think, feedback I have received from campus staff related to that is a little bit mixed, but there were some good things that came out of it. I think more instructors were interested in teaching dual enrollment, and they could, as long as they get in a program, they can get a waiver to start teaching dual enrollment right away, as long as they have a plan to complete that program. So if an instructor has a plan to complete their 9 credits, they can start teaching dual enrollment and then complete those 9 credits later within that plan. And so they could even use some of that credit for credit incentive to reach those credentials. So I think, investing in that or offering those types of incentives could be a way to increase that, particularly in our smaller schools.
Thank you. Any other final questions or comments? Director Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Nice tune. Thank you both so much for your presentation. I was really interested in slide 11 and specifically about the student support data. I was wondering if it's telling you anything interesting, especially along the lines of retention that we could potentially carry over past the dual enrollment coursework. Are most of these students pretty self-motivated and they find dual enrollment on their own and get through it, or what does that student support data look like?
All right, I can try to answer that one too. Thank you for the question, Regent Rogers. So that data is, if I'm remembering this slide correctly, that's the anecdotal data I provide. So that's word of mouth stuff from talking to our campus coordinators. I don't know that offhand, but I can find that out. And part of this report, part of the plan for building on this report today is to produce a written report that, or at least another oral report that we can deliver later this summer or this fall. And so I am writing down, I have my paper to prove it, to writing down to make a note of that. But in general, when we are talking about students, a lot of students that are doing dual enrollment are your high achieving students in the first place. But we do talk quite a bit about, hey, I have this one student and they're on the fence about something, and this course really helped them. And so our campus coordinators share that info, and it gives them ideas about what types of programs they can implement. So I'll try to get some more information about that for you.
Thank you.
Chair Lozar.
Thanks, Chair Nystuen. So it's exciting to see the growth, certainly, over the years of students taking advantage of dual enrollment. And we're at 28%, national average is 34%. And I know one of our primary challenges is around qualified instructors to be able to teach. So I'm just curious sort of how Montana's licensure or credentials to teach dual enrollment in Montana, how does that pair with some of the other states that have a higher uptake of eligible students participating? Is there anything that we can learn about differences in credentials that we may be thinking different? I mean, I think we're looking at it from a Montana perspective, and you're coming up with lots of different, there may be other things, other standards in other states that we can learn from to try to boost the number of qualified instructors for dual enrollment.
Thanks for that question, Regent Lozar or Chair Lozar. I'm not certain of what I'm supposed to say there. For the answer to that question is Montana is right in line with most of the other states. There are good resources online. There are good resources online that outline the different requirements for dual enrollment state by state. One difference with Montana is with our college instructor requirements. So in Montana, we have so students that take courses on campus or online. If they want to receive dual credit, those courses are supposed to be taught by college instructors that have a Office of Public Instruction license. In most other states, actually, I think Montana is the only state that have that requirement. So most other states where students take a course on campus or online, like taught at the college or by a college instructor, those instructors don't need that requirement for students to get dual credit. Likely those students still have to get school district approval for the credit. So there's a little bit of a hurdle there, but in terms of our high school teacher qualifications, the master's degree and the additional graduate credits are pretty much in line with all the other states.
Richard Bow. To follow up on Chair Lozar's point, like Chair Ncaa, how do we get rid of that requirement? It doesn't sound like we need it.
Yeah, Dan, I can Chair Lozar and Regent Bow, Dan, I can take that. I mean, I think the takeaway point there is that the credentialing on our end is in line with national standards. We do have an additional credentialing requirement on the side of the OPI. And I guess maybe even, I won't bounce it over to Commissioner Christian, but I think there's a history there in terms of some concerns regarding labor being supplanted and sort of college level instructors may be supplanting labor that would otherwise be provided by secondary instructors. I'm not sure that concern is warranted. And I think that probably in order to make a change, we would have to demonstrate that convincingly, that allowing college instructors to give coursework that generates high school credit would not somehow cost jobs at the secondary level. I think that's the crux of the matter.
Yeah. Regent Bow, I might also say, so that came at sort of the end of a long negotiation with labor. I think there's some other criteria, and I get the online piece, but originally that license was created around some background checks and other things that were required at the K-12 level. And so we kind of got to a spot there after a series of negotiations a few years back, and it's better than it was. I'm not saying it's perfect. Certainly something we can always revisit as times change, things change, and maybe there's more flexibility there. But it's been sort of a long road to get where we're at, and it's much improved from where we started. Still not perfect. There is a hurdle, but it's a much smaller hurdle than we had when this journey began. And we wouldn't want to undo the hurdle. Wouldn't want to move us back, but questions we can always have with OPI and with labor.
Well, I would encourage us keep that conversation going because times have changed. You know, there's a shortage of teachers in the state at small schools in particular. So an artificial barrier to protect labor seems like that's something that we can reflect on and rework.
I would agree. And I think that perhaps a venue for where we surface this as a question is the Board of Public Ed, our partners at OPI. And that's an agenda that's drafted by the governor's office, I believe. And I think I would concur. I mean, if this is one barrier that we have that our peers do not, and they're exceeding outcomes, let's ask the question. I don't know if that's the right venue, but I certainly think the question deserves to be asked.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Chair, the 2-year Community College Committee agenda is adjourned. Just on a personal note, tomorrow I won't be in this seat. I can zoom in for the first couple hours tomorrow to the meeting, but then I have an important family commitment thereafter. So with that, I wish you good success for getting across the finish line tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow morning. So thank you. That, Casey, it's yours.
Thank you, Regent Nystuen. Thanks for a great committee meeting. Two really good presentations. We're at the point on the agenda we can where we'll take some public comments, and I'll turn it over to Amy to kind of walk through logistics of public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Just as he noted, this meeting is indeed open to the public electronically. Anyone who's wishing to provide public comment is certainly encouraged to do so. As you can see on the screen through YouTube all over, we do have the information posted. If anyone's interested in dialing in, please do so now. Press *9 to raise your hand. For anyone joined via Zoom, please go ahead and use the raise your hand button now to indicate that you wish to give public comment. We will lower hands in order and prompt you to unmute your line. Once you are unmuted, please state your full name for the record and then proceed with your comment. A friendly reminder that written comments can be sent to me via email at aunsworth@montana.edu. Comments will be shared with the board members and included as part of our official public record. And we'll just give it a moment to let some hands go up, if that's all right. I see one already. Hello.
Hello, MUS Regents. Thank you for taking my comments. I am Dr. Lori Bajewski, the Dean of the College of the Arts and Media at the University of Montana. I am offering public comment regarding the University of Montana's proposed $25 per student arts and culture fee, which was sent to OCHI in this last session. And while I understand that no mandatory fees were forwarded for this cycle, I would still like to issue comment as public record. As context, currently neither the university nor the MUS system provides operating support towards producing any of our music, theater, dance, visual arts shows, or journalism events, nor are these current fees in place to do so. And there's no centrally funded means to provide fiscal support for students to attend and participate in any cultural activity on our campus, with the exception of marching band waivers. All cultural productions are self-supporting. They're paid for out of box office receipts, basically bake sales, concessions, or private donations. And what this does is it creates a sales and service model at the University of Montana where we literally have to charge our own students to attend our cultural events. And this severely limits who can attend, who can participate, and what we can produce and deliver to our students. The goal of this new proposal and this proposed fee is to keep events accessible and inexpensive. This is a way to keep costs affordable to every student and to encourage participation through broad access to all performing arts and all cultural events. This $25 per student arts and culture fee would spread the cost to all students, and it would make it affordable to everyone. This allows and encourages our students to attend everything and not to worry about coming up with the ticket cost. The current model of charging students anywhere between $5 and $20 per ticket ensures that we will have, and we will continue to have, a self-selected audience for our non-subscribed shows. And honestly, ticketing events is a barrier and it's a deterrent. On the other hand, free access to the arts encourages, what does it encourage? Gathering, cultural participation, experimentation, trying out new things, meeting new people outside of a student's major. Basically, it encourages community. Arts and culture is part of the identity at the University of Montana, and it's part of reopening our campus fully. So regarding the data, across the nation, this kind of fee to support arts and culture on campuses is really not uncommon. It's becoming more and more common. In doing a field scan, many of our peer schools either charge an arts and culture fee outright, and these range anywhere between $5 to $37.50 per student per semester. Or they charge a blanket student activity fee, which ranges anywhere between $250 upwards to $1,000 per semester per student, with a portion of that student activity fee earmarked explicitly to provide free entry to all campus arts and cultural events. And just to share a little bit of peer institutional data, the University of California system charges $376 per quarter with the support earmarked within this fee. The University of Washington charges $438 per year as a student activity fee with the arts funding earmarked. University of Utah, $23.12 per semester. Lehigh University, $250, and a percentage goes explicitly towards free tickets to all students. The University of Iowa, they have an arts and activity fee at $17 per semester per student. And University of Northern Illinois has an interesting model. They tag on a $1 per student credit hour fee for all, which goes directly to the arts. This spring, this request of $25
Dr. Vajewski, just to honor the others that are in the queue, just in terms of keeping public comment to a couple minutes. If you could wrap up, and I would just mention too, it sounds like you've done a lot of research. Please feel free to write to send your written public comment to aunsworth@montana.edu. So if you'd like to wrap up.
Yeah, in closing, I'll just say that this past spring, our students, the student government, ASUM, they unanimously approved this fee. And this was taken to the entire student body in spring 2021. It was approved 74% majority. That is a 3-to-1 mandate to unlock the arts for everyone. And I'll just end by saying this is a very small fee, but it is a linchpin in creating a connected curriculum and a campus community, and in delivering a world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vajewski. Is there any additional public comment?
There is. Wendy, you should be unmuted if you'd like to give your comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lozar and board members. My name is Wendy Fawns, W-E-N-D-I, F as in Frank, A-W-N, S as in Sam, and I'm the Education Director of Valley Oak Education Resource Center, a nonprofit providing college and career guidance to high school and college students across Montana. Under the theme of building bridges to the future, Valley Oak provides services Monday through Saturday, free. In March, I addressed the Regents and asked you to consider 3 actions involving more nonprofits in college and career programming, expanding dual enrollment funding, and supporting academic and financial advising outside of traditional barriers. I am here to report on 2 of these. When done on a college campus or online, dual enrollment positively impacts purpose and belonging to the student population, thereby increasing retention and recruitment. Depending on how you define eligible populations, it's about 20 to 28% of eligible students currently participating, but only 5% of those took courses in a true college format, gaining the full college experience. Unfortunately, many college courses taught in the high school are stretched and given a false time management view. Students are not required to fill out applications and can drop and add under very different requirements than they would on a college campus. However, we believe Montanans are ready, capable, deserving, and the incredible new student portal, which was showcased this morning by Scott, will make the process much easier. Nonprofits are ready to help, and we suggest that aiming for 50% is more reasonable. PEO and Seroptimus, whose mission is to improve education for women, Rotary and Kiwanians, who award college scholarships, and American Legion, who engage students in career exploration, are already assisting students prepare for college and careers. Additionally, nonprofits like Valley Oak and PEO can meet with students at 8 p.m. after sports and work, showing them how medical terminology is offered at several campuses at different times under different instructors, how those courses are applicable to college choices, and walk them through the actual dual enrollment application. Dual enrollment provides opportunities that produce competitive and competent college career-ready citizens and reduce the negative fallout. However, the bottleneck to dual enrollment engagement is advising, which in high schools and college is excessive, restrictive, and general population awareness. In an effort to improve awareness of valuable underused resources, Valley Oak sent out over 300 communications to K-12 staff, community members, and our partners to promote summer and dual enrollment resources. Our goal was not to promote a particular campus or funding source, but to build awareness of overall resource availability. It was a huge success, as evidenced by the number of conversations we had with individuals who were simply unaware of dual enrollment eligibility and availability. We spoke to students and parents about the value in education by design, with them as the builders. Should a student take a course from a professor whose research is in Costa Rica on turtles, or a professor whose research is in Yellowstone on deer? Should a student take a medical terminology course from a professor who's a pharmacist, or from a professor who was a former ER nurse? How does a Native American art history course fit into their high school transcript or make them competitive for future college scholarships? Greater students and college gains can be seen when there is coordination of college and career services among nonprofits and educational institutions. We thank the Regents and Scott Lemon's team for their effort in developing the one-stop shop student portal. However, as Regents already have mentioned, we have to work on getting students to those resources. Nonprofits can help in preparing for and transitioning students to post-secondary education and indeed the career setting. They have access to students differently, more frequently, and often greater engagement. And their missions often directly align to K-12 and post-secondary workforce agency missions. In closing, Valley Oak will continue to provide college and career programming, but believe many nonprofits could help to improve the outcomes of educational institutions with more collaboration in program design, implementation, and training. We further believe that dual enrollment funding paradigm currently creates barriers to many students and would benefit from a revision. Lastly, we have strong evidence that shows that the benefits in academic and financial aid advising outside of the traditional framework, and we encourage programming and funding efforts within this area. Again, I thank you for letting me speak and encourage you to continue to explore more options on the dual enrollment platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you for your public comment. Is there any additional public comment? No additional public comments. All right, we will close the meeting for the day, and then we will reconvene in the morning. So thank you for a great day.
Thank you.
Everyone.
I think we need to confirm that.